absorbed into this. I forgot that I was chairing the session. And now, colleagues, we're running slightly behind time, but we'll catch up. Just, I would like the guys at the back to connect us online. Now we have Professor Brian Castellani. Can I have my phone? Already? Oh, hi, Brian. How are you?
Everybody,
How are you?
can you hear me okay?
How is the weather? The other side of the world?
It's very autumny here.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you so much, colleagues. I was trying to find now, Brian, what I had written to introduce you, and I can't find it in my notes. I hope I can find it when you finish so that I can introduce you properly. But Prof. Castellani is the visiting professor in the university, attached to the humanities faculty, but totally affiliated with the Sachi Chair on identities, social cohesion in Africa. And so over to you, Brian. I really will introduce you properly later to give all the accolades in what you've achieved in the academy. If you don't mind, can I get over to you?
Yeah, so can you see my screen okay?
Yeah.
So first of all, thanks, Dean, for the opportunity to be a visiting professor here at Nelson Mandela University. This is a real honor to me, and I'm at Durham University up in the UK, and I'm excited because I'll actually be at Nelson Mandela next week, so I'll get to see all of you in person. So again, thanks for the opportunity to present. The reason I thought I'd start here with what I do is because when I talk to my science colleagues, I'm working in environmental health science, public health, and clinical psychology. And when I talk to my science colleagues and I say, oh, I do art, they go, oh, really, do you? And then when I talk to my art friends and colleagues, they always say, well, aren't you a scientist? And so I was super excited, Dean, with the theme for this idea of entanglement, which actually fits with the work that I've been doing. So I just want to say, give a shout out to my colleague Lasse Gerrits at University of Rotterdam. We explored this idea of entanglement in this recent book that we published, The Atlas of Social Complexity, around the idea that what was the role of the arts and humanities in the complexity sciences. This is a map of the complexity sciences, but if you see, there's not a lot of art on it. There are areas like visual complexity and so forth, but art and visual methods of understanding are endemic to the complexity sciences that I work in. And this approach. But what I found interesting and what we wrote about in the Atlas is the transdisciplinary nature of the complexity sciences reminds us that knowledge is entangled across disciplines. However, the reality of science tends to be very much a sense of certain sciences are more important than others. And certainly in the complexity sciences, it does tend to lean in the direction of the hard sciences and computational models at the expense of other ways of thinking. And that, for Lasse and myself, is both ethically and politically problematic. Here is an example of a network. And what you see is, even though this complex network is quite interesting, it's flat. There's actually no people in it to be seen, no cases that you can actually get a sense of the environments in which they're in. It certainly maps a set of relationships visually, but there's a flatness to it. Here's another example. This is a systems map done of a program here in Durham County where I work around the local healthcare trust. Again, it gets a little bit more sophisticated in the sense of putting names to things, but again, it has a certain flatness to it. It feels very scientific and lacks in many ways the lived experience of people and so forth. And yet here's a third example. This was a model that my colleague Jennifer Badham and I built during COVID to model transmission of disease. But again, the dots have a sense of agency, but really, again, it's this very formalized model. So the question is, can this be pushed to get complexity sciences, systems thinking, and so forth, to embrace the value of the humanities? We know the value is there, but again, around issues of power, disciplinary power, the way universities are organized, and so forth. Can we push this idea of visual complexity to get better at the lived, embodied, conflicted, affective aspects of our existence? So that's the sort of work that I've been doing for a good 20 years now. And my work is not alone in this respect. There are other people doing this work that I situate mine within. Some of you may know Tomas Sarasano on the left. I'm very much interested in spider webs, and he's an architect. And he brings these design principles, visual design principles, into these three-dimensional spaces to give people that sense of entanglement and interconnectedness. And then Julie Meritu does these brilliant layered cartographies. If you haven't seen her work, it's really worth taking a look at. They're just expansive ways of, again, trying to bring dimensionality and the lived experience into things. Other people are Neri Oxman, again, an environmental architect, exploring our possible futures. Where are we headed? What sort of environmental design can we look at relative to this idea that we are entangled with our environment? And then Shira Shiota, her work is incredible. Immersive webs and looking at memory. She herself went through a serious health issue and really brought that into the work that she was doing. A lot of it around memory, entangled webs, and the ways in which our lives are entangled with each other. So for me, this idea that the work that is being done by these artists and architects, and then the work that I'm doing, is very much grounded in complex realism. We take the view that ontologically, life is fundamentally, social life is ontologically complex and systemic, and that entanglement is ontologically real. This isn't a way of thinking, it isn't an epistemology, it is actually our existence. We are entangled with one another. And it's avoiding this trap of naive realism on one side and relativism on the other side. So at the epistemological level, then, if that is true, that we are fundamentally complex and systemic and entangled, then visual practice as an epistemology and method has just as much legitimacy as a formal computational model. So my colleagues and I, as I said, have been pushing this around this idea of case-based complexity and configurational thinking. We've designed, again, different software packages and models, but still, there's a certain flatness, a certain sense in which the work that I do on that side of my brain is not sufficient. And Bruno Latour had this very good article in 2010 on network societies and spheres, Reflections on an Actor Network Theorist. For those who may not know, Latour's work is in actor network theory, and what makes his network approach, his tanglements, are always with the physical objects in the world in which we exist. So it, by definition, is social, but also grounded in material reality. So the work that I want to just show really quick is aesthetic as methods, perception, sensation, affect, exploring the psychological and the existential and the ecological. So I'll jump into some of the imagery here. So you can see even beginning here, this notion of entanglement. These are images that I created. This is the first sort of image that sort of hit me. This is a slinky, actually, that my daughter's friend had given to me. And it just really got me thinking, well, he wanted me to untangle it. And so he could use it. And I was like, well, I think I'm going to just keep it this way. I'll go buy another slinky. And it got me thinking about the ways in which entanglement is real, both with science and humanities, but with us and each other in the world in which we live. So starting down at the psychological level, entanglement, this is a wire sculpture that I did, this idea of entanglement within our own individual person. Again, trying to explore how could we think about a face in a tangled way. This is a picture of my sister-in-law, Debbie. Again, thinking about the way in which movement, time, memory is all entangled, that it's not a single view of a person that we hold when we look at them or photograph them or talk to them. There's movement. All of that is interconnected. And then moving out into longer forms of time. My mother just passed away recently of dementia. And these were pictures that I drew after she had passed. Again, on the left, the idea of, the struggle of death and the pain that comes, but yet at the same time, a certain calmness. And I showed this this drawing I did recently to some friends, and they said, I can see where you get your hair, just like my mom's. But then on the other side, the right side, is this juxtaposition of my mother when she was young versus now, as an older person on the precipice of passing on to the next world. And then moving from that to then thinking about how people are in relationship to each other, entangled. So in each of these images, there's more than one person. There on the left is me and a friend of mine looking at how she and I connect and interact. And then on the right, again, two of my mentors pushing their faces together and exploring the entanglement. And then the eyes, like as a window into the soul, and again, sort of an entanglement. Here is, I was doing a series of work based off of early 20th century photography. And these are all famous photographers that Man Ray and others that I was pulling off of. And then again, looking at this notion of entanglement across people. How are we connected into each other's lives, and how we intersect. And what does that mean to live with each other? Again, looking at this idea. And then pushing it even further, here's a picture of my brother-in-law, my niece, and my grandniece, and looking at the symmetries, in terms of family, the eyes, the cheeks, how we are really part of each other in flesh and blood as well. So the top is an oil painting based on the three pictures you see on the bottom. And then integrating them, and the process of doing the art too is so interesting to really look at somebody. David Hockney, one of my favorite artists, he says, one of the joys of art is you look deeper, you look further into things, and spending time looking, I think, is extremely important. Then pushing that even further, this is my larger family. And this was playing with the theme of the Last Supper. We have combinations of 4 people, each combining 3 individuals. Again, it's an oil painting based on the images you see below, as my wife's on the left and my mother-in-law's second to the right, and nieces and nephews and so forth. But again, trying to explore this idea of entanglement visually, how we're connected. And then pushing it out even further, this is just massive, going ecological, thinking about everything, planet, the universe, everything, just putting it all into one big, massive image. Then I played around with the science. I created this thing called One Big Mob, which is a cartoon science. And what I found is the cartoons can be a very interesting way of showing conflict and power, all sorts of aspects, racism, gender, sexism, discrimination, inequality, but at the same time, it's a cartoon, so there's an entrance into these things. Like this is sort of, I did this one during COVID, you know, zombies, this idea of, you know, death is everywhere and we're, you know, sort of all wrapped in this at the same time together and playing around with that idea. But you see, if you actually look at the images, they're quite violent. They're not exactly happy, but through that cartoon form, you can play with these ideas. And again, a certain sense of also happiness and excitement in the midst of conflict. So you see here, there's some of these cartoon characters are oblivious to the danger that sits right next to them. And then others have very nefarious goals in mind and so on and so forth. So all these sorts of games, but again, even here, these moats, so to speak, the ways in which things are interconnected in very subtle ways that show this sort of deeper connection. And then pushing it from the micro level, like microscopic metabolic level, these were tangles that I designed to get down like at the cellular level to think about bacteria and cellular structures and so on and so forth. And then pushing this out even further is what if we brought entanglement into our environment? And these again are this is created using AI, playing around with the idea of entanglement. Here again from Nelson Mandela Bay, the idea of tangles coming along and performing an environmental role of cleaning and healing, and this idea of entanglement. And then here, sort of playing around with here in the north of England, we have a lot of post-industrial decay. So the idea of tangles almost being science fiction and coming to the north of England and cleaning up brownfields and so on and so forth. But again, pushing this back to that first network I showed you is again this idea of pushing, can we get something more dimensional? So in comparison to this network, what if we made the network look like this on the left? And then it had this sense of three-dimensionality that you could go into the network, you could take a look at what is actually happening in a more entangled and interiors way. Then here again, thinking about getting these entanglements even more complex scientifically, how could we then, again, push this to make networks more entangled and more three-dimensional and bring depth and time and dynamics to them. And then again, pushing even further visually for a certain aesthetic and value of thinking about these tangles in terms of places and settings and so forth. And again, bringing a dimensionality to the work that potentially has more value visually for people. So to me, to bring it to a close, I think entanglement's a really brilliant theme, and I'm happy to have had a chance to chat about it. I think, again, this idea of the arts and humanities, we bring a very important component to science that can get often lost when we ignore the lived experience of people and what happens in their daily lives. And so I think the strength of this approach is not to say humanities over science or science over humanities, but to bring them together, obviously. But again, to do that in practice as opposed to something that is more just talked about at a meta level. So with that, I'll bring it to a close.
Thank you so much, Brian, Professor Castellani. Thank you so much. I think I know your scholarship makes sense in the faculty, especially grappling with one of our thematic areas on transdisciplinarity. And this is really the reason why we're here. And so having a method that you have just outlined to us that encourages us to think, I'm going to use my words here, multilaterally in how we look at knowledge and data, rather, that is presented to us. And so the visual, last time you talked about complexity thinking, and today you're talking about visual complexity thinking. And so it's really encouraging for us. And I saw how much it talked to just the two presentations in the morning and how much we can learn from that. Colleagues, you saw Prof. Castellani's credentials, and I just want to read again, Prof., just to emphasize your accomplishments and why we resonate with your scholarship at Nelson Mandela University. So Prof. Castellani's substantive role is Professor of Environmental and Public Health at Durham University in the UK. He's a global scholar in that he's based in the UK, but has got affiliations in the US and, of course, in Africa. In the UK, he's also the director of Research Methods Center, co-director, Wolfson Research Institute for Health and Wellbeing, the same university, and a visiting professor here, as indicated, as an adjunct professor of psychiatry at Northern Ohio Medical University in the United States. His qualifications are arguable, not in the humanities, but I always say that all disciplines are humanities until there's something else. So thank you, Prof, for this. In the program, we have Karabo Mayane coming to talk to us, and then we have question and answer session. I hope you'll still be with us, Prof, so that we can engage with you on your talk. Now I want to invite Dr. Karabo Mayane on stage. Dr. Mayane is the head of department in the philosophy department in the faculty in the School of Governmental and Social Sciences. If we talk of ethics, AI, in the university and arguably in the country, we always have him up there. He's a young scholar, and Prof. Castellani, I hope will be able to engage with each other on what he'll present just now, because some of the issues, if not most of the issues raised by Prof. Castellani also had philosophical, needed philosophical understanding and interpretation. So, Wanaka is a stage in it. Thank you so much. Can I just say before Karabo comes, I've got a QR code with a detailed program. We've been let down by printers from yesterday, so we're not able to share the detailed program. I've got a QR code which I'm going to share with some people, and then I hope you can just share it around with the detailed program.
I feel so important right now. There's a technical person next to me fixing the TV for me. What's happening? Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Karabo Mayani from the Faculty of Humanities, the School of Government and Social Sciences in the Department of Philosophy. Today I'll be giving a presentation on the question of data ownership in the age of artificial intelligence. So this is one of the topics that have taken route these days, especially when you speak about AI governance, when you speak about trust models that are being created. And we've been wondering for some time how these things work, right? And I think most importantly about the question is to try and find a plausible model for which the question of ownership of data, which is something that is being said in multiple occasions, should be thought through in terms of how it will work out. So, firstly, what is the problem? I think all the pictures that you see on the screen here from Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Alphabet are all familiar to us, ne? Alphabet is the company that owns Google. Usually I remove the logo of Alphabet and put Google there. But Alphabet is the parent company that owns Google, which is one of the most popular search engines in the world. Second to it is the search engine that you find in Microsoft, that is called Edge. It's called Bing. And these are the two foundational search engines that we use in everything that we do. Even if you go to the back of house of the website of Nelson Mandela University, you will find that the integrated search engine is actually Google powered, right? Meaning every information that is on that search engine can, and in most cases is, used for data training purposes for AI, right? Now, why is this a problem? So, I think first and foremost is a question of big tech and its business model. By show of hands in the room, who has a smartphone? Okay. How many of you have Googled my name when I started going on stage to see if I have the authority to speak about the subject matter? But most of the systems that we use are all integrated, and most of them are functionally and foundationally owned by these companies that I've put here. And for us, these provide us with information and systems for us to conduct research, to be able to draw out information, to create databases, and all of the things that we need to be able to produce in our respective fields. But now, what is the problem? The challenge about it is, one of the things that happen at the back of house of these models is that whatever the information that you input is actually used to train models that we now today call generative AI. These models, trained with the information that we share, provides a level of accuracy in terms of the models that we use. But in the same process, the same models that provide this information, at the moment that they are successful in whatever output that they want, they are then packaged, then they are stamped with a stamp called proprietary data, then they are resold. And at the point where they are resold to you, you have to buy the same information that is yours at a cost for you to be able to use it. This might not be a problem today because, hey, I don't care. But in 3 years' time, you want to have access to a specific archive that speaks about the family of the Stillmans, for example. That is a training data that is being used, that is captured by these systems, but now it's proprietary data held by a company in the United States of America where the only way to use it is to have what we call a subscriber login. This is an amount of money you pay to be able to access data that belongs to you at a cost for you to use. So this is the problem. The problem is that big data's business model collects data, commodifies data, and then sells data. Now, this is important for all of us because everything that we speak of that has to do with the evolution of the fourth industrial revolution, at the foundation of it is data, the training of the data, and how the data is disseminated. So if we have access to data, it means we can produce better models. If we can produce better models, it means we can solve better societal programs. If we know the health data of South Africa, it means when we create tracking systems in terms of diagnosis, we can create tracking systems that are relevant to South Africans so that we can have diagnosis and prescriptions that speak to that. That's what data does for us. This is the benefit of the data for us. But if our data is curated by a private company that at the point where a solution comes out is then made as proprietary data, then it's resold. Then it means those of us who have created the data ourselves cannot even have access to the data. I was listening to the news on my way here today, and there's a company the pharmaceutical company that was doing tests for HIV drug in South Africa. The drug has been successful, and this drug is such that you can inject yourself once every 6 months, and you can prevent contracting HIV, and you can also prevent, if you're HIV positive, being able to, what's the English? Transmit the virus. This was tested in South Africa, and now it's done and it's successful. But South Africa, outside, when PEPFAR hit and then we lost the funding for HIV drug treatment, we do not have access to these drugs. There's a fund that is created that with that fund we can have access to 100,000 doses. But now the company is blocking the country from stating how much it costs. So the moment this product was successful, it was packaged and then it's resold to us whom they tested to at a specific price. This is the problem of the business model of big data, big pharma, industrial military complex, and all of these issues. Rutger Bloom makes a point again to say beyond the point of it being the commodification of data for profit, there's another problem that we seldom speak about, which is the gaining of information for political power. I don't know if you remember, there was a place called the Gulf of Mexico for some time, and as soon as Donald Trump was confirmed as the president, because of one of his declarations in his campaign, the name of that Gulf of Mexico was changed on Google to the new name that Donald Trump had proposed. This is something that was made as a unilateral, it's a political decision, made unilaterally by a big tech company by the name of Alphabet, just so they can get favor in terms of the political space that we find ourselves in. So now the implications do not go only at a point of profit, which is what business always argues, but now it has gone to a point where it can inform geopolitics. Fake images can be created and be projected to our president and be told that white people are being killed in South Africa. This is big data, this is what it does. And when you have access to it, this is how you can weaponize it for political powers. And this is one of the issues that is not often raised. There's been solutions that have been touted about this thing. I think one of the big buzzwords I've been hearing this year specifically is the notion of data sovereignty. That us as Africans, we need to own our own data. I think all of us have heard this before, né? That this is our data, we must own it, right? But this is a problem, or maybe it's not a problem, but it's a subject that we need to have a further conversation about, because we need to talk about what it is that we mean by ownership. When we say we as Africans, remember this is a meta concept. Who is Africans? Who are we talking about? Are we talking about Garabo who's standing here in front? Are we talking about the state of South Africa? Are we talking about the continent as representative by the Organization of the African Union? Who is this Africans who must own this data? And this is some of the things that I want us to think through today. It's things that have been bothering me for some time, and I'm hoping that you can help me think through it. Here's the challenges that I've identified already. Data sovereignty, as it's argued by government, it's argued from a perspective of digital sovereignty, which says the state needs to own the data that belongs to its citizens. And this can be done because of, the proprietary claim of the notion of sovereignty as something that is exclusive to countries and should be held by countries. So the saying is the countries that are protecting its citizens, which, by the way, the country already has access to our data and has some control of our data, that it should be the country that owns said data. The problem with the state owning our data is that then the state can use the same data to violate our rights. Questions of surveillance come into play, questions of privacy come into play, and when we can we say honestly in this room in South Africa that we trust our government? I hope they're not listening. Do we trust our government to have proprietorship of our data and distribute it to the best of our interests? This is a problem with the digital sovereignty model of data ownership that is being proposed by governments and instruments in government. The second issue about it is to own data. It means you must be able to house data. This speaks about data centers that should be built, that are able to capture the data, that can clean the data themselves and distribute it to the benefit of the regulatory framework of the country. There is about 67 data centers that are going to be built in Africa in the next 3 years. But you know who's building them? Big tech, not governments. And every time you listen to government speaking about building these data centers, they speak about the notion called foreign direct investment. What foreign direct investment means is that big companies with big capital will invest in a space for the purposes of profiting. Meaning whatever it is that they invest in, they will commodify, package, and resell. So even the language of data sovereignty, as it's argued by governments, has problems because in the way in which it's supposed to be articulated, befalls us to the problems of big data that we've just identified. So the top-down system, which is the state owning our data and distributing it, has a problem. The bottom-up system, which is us owning our own data as individuals, might have a problem. Because if we're being honest, the data that we've lost up to so far that is training the models is the data that each and every one of us in the room has donated under the guise of free user systems, such as your Gmail, such as your Google, such as your Bing, the popular one now, ChatGPT. I hope the students in here. So I'm going to talk about plagiarism. So individual ownership has not yielded any response. So we can't say Karabo can own his data because evidence has proven that Karabo is very careless with his data. Maybe he doesn't know, maybe he knows, but evidence from where we're sitting now is that Karabo is not very careful with his data. Rutkamp Blom says then that we have a problem, and then she proposes an idea called AI justice, which looks into the two arguments that have been proposed in terms of solving this problem. One being data justice, the other one being design justice. Data justice speaks about the fact that the data that is used and disseminated should be to the benefit of the communities with which it is extracted. The second one speaks about the notion of AI design. Design justice speaks about the principles that we should follow in terms of designing the models that we design. These principles are sustainability, ownership, compassion to the society, and all of these things. These are the recommendations that they're saying this we should use. Rutkamp argues that thinking of one without the other doesn't solve the problem. We should think about them as combined, and she proposes something called AI justice, which is justice for every inhabitant of the African continent who engages with AI technology at any stage of its life cycle. This is from the first person who puts a prompt into a system to the last person who designs programs and creates a regulatory framework for how an app should work in a country. So every stakeholder should have some form of ownership in terms of the data in question. And notice how today I'm speaking about data specifically and not AI, which is something I do a lot. This is because at the foundation of any program that you can see as a dashboard, data is the thing that these technologies eat for it to produce the system that is in place. This is why this is my new interest now. This is what I'm interested in. So she argues that we need to boycott the big tech business model. What is the big tech business model? The accumulation of data for the purposes of commodification and selling. And boycotting it means not only should we subscribe to it, we should also not subscribe to replicating it. So when we say we should build our own data, the business model that we should use to build said data cannot be the same as the one with which we are critical of. Right. So she argues that we need to boycott the big tech's business model for a more bottom-up approach. And she makes an example of companies such as, I think there's a company called Lelapa AI in South Africa that collects data not for the purposes of profiteering, and how you pay back for the use of the data in the system is by donating more time in helping to build the system. But they're working in large language models. So if you can use their translation features, the best that you can do is to sit sometimes when you have time, look at the words that they use, help with the definition. You know that crowd pooling system that Wikipedia makes use of? Something along those lines is the proposition that the example that we can think about is. And it speaks about this thing that at the least when that happens, then it will be us Africans who owns the data. I think this is an elegant solution, but I think it still does not answer the fundamental problem. Because as it stands, the regulatory framework of South Africa does not speak about data ownership. It speaks about data control. The state can control non-personal data up to a certain extent, but personal data, because of the liberal democratic system that we find ourselves in, is owned by the individuals in society. So, at the moment, the only people that are talking about data ownership are the ones that are extracting it, which is big tech. So who owns data? Big tech. But who should own the data? And I think that's the problem that I'm grappling with, and the problem that I'm hoping you can help me through. Should it be the individual? Meaning each and every one of us should be able to own our own individual data. But if it is us who own it, it means it is us who can see how we can use it and distribute it for our own purposes. Meaning I can sell it, just like big tech is doing. Should it be the government? Should South Africa own our data? I just want consent, maybe a poll. Who thinks government should own data? There's issues of trust when it comes to government owning proprietary data, so everybody's uncertain about it. Rutger Bloom made a proposition. I had an opportunity to engage with her on this subject in the last sitting that I was in, and she speaks about the notion of data communities, that a specific community that identifies with a specific set of data can have some kind of ownership to said data. So, for example, employees of Nelson Mandela University, all the data that is collected and accumulated at Nelson Mandela Universities should be freely accessible to employees of Nelson Mandela Universities, but can be sold to somebody that wants access to it externally. Because Nelson Mandela University as a society is a data community. The Stirman family, I talk about the Stirman family most times because of the airport. I see the name a lot. The Stirman family has indigenous data that belongs to them by virtue of their name. So it means they can have access to it unfettered and they can distribute it as they see fit. This is an interesting proposition that we can look into, except one of the challenges about data communities is that there's poly-communities that exist within societies. It's the thing that Professor Castellani will call complexity, to say, so which community trumps which one? Can I have data if I'm using it for academic purposes? Can that trump somebody that wants to use the same data for profiteering? How do we then balance between which community trumps which one? Which is the problem about the community approach. So notice how I've created problems, and the nice thing about my discipline is that I don't have to come up with solutions. I'm a philosopher by training. I can probe questions that we can think about. But I want to try something different and propose some kind of model. Some of the issues that I've already highlighted now is the question of data sovereignty being conflated with data localization. Ownership of data as sovereignty should not mean that a specific group of people should have exclusive rights of specific data, because that creates its own problems. How do we balance between individual, communal, and national interests, where we have to distinguish between it is for your own sake, it is for your security, versus no, this belongs to me and I have rights to use it. Government control versus innovation, investment of scarce resources, and foreign direct investment. So I think I'm going to rush through what I think we should do. I don't think a top-down approach, as merely a top-down approach, can work, because top-down approaches like government telling us what to do have a super impositive thing to it. But I think there is something to be said about the government's role in terms of the notion of ownership. I argue that governments should build the data centers that information should be built on. They can build them themselves as governments or through entities that are in line with government, like institutions of higher learning. I know there's a conversation between Amazon now and UCT about the data center that is supposed to be built in Cape Town. They can be done through government themselves, building it through departments like communication and digital technologies. And every time you raise these things that government should do it, there's a question of where will they find the money? One of the biggest budgets that the state has at the moment is government pension funds. And this money is used now to invest in companies like Daybreak that make chickens and eggs. So they always look for places to invest so that they can grow input. And there is evidence at the moment that when it comes to data investment, there is actually some profiting that is there. If you look at the business model of Alphabet, if you look at the business model of Apple, Microsoft hasn't been doing very well, but they have not been failing as well in terms of packaging and selling of data. Governments should also create regulatory frameworks that govern how individuals are able to use and distribute their own data. Because without any regulatory frameworks, it means there is no blockages for extractive systems in question. I think governments and research entities should also aim to regulate these systems. Every time when it comes to AI technologies, we're always trailing behind and chasing after innovation. And at a point where we have a policy in place, it does not solve the problems that we have in the future. It's seen in many instances, especially when it comes to AI technologies. Universities and learning institutions, and like CETAS and whatnot, can work to developing AI literacy models. Data communities like the ones that I have spoken about can organize themselves into non-profit companies. Remember, we're boycotting the big business model of capital for profit, right? So non-for-profit cooperatives that will leverage and sell their own data. We don't have a business model within the AI community, but we have business models somewhere else. If you think about the Bafokeng family in the Platinum Belt, they have a way in which they leverage the resources that come from platinum and are used in terms of investing into their communities and their families, into going to school, paying for universities and whatnot. So we have seen places where communities have banded together under a specific name, were able to leverage resources from big tech and be able to distribute it for the beneficence of the community. These are the case studies that we can look into to see as to whether they can work in terms of data communities. And lastly, when it comes to individuals, stop signing up for free apps. There's no such thing as free apps. The transaction is always, you must give something to get something back. So if you get a paid version of Copilot, for example, the one that is paid by the University of Nelson Mandela, the data that you use is trained to optimize the information that is usable in Nelson Mandela University, but it's not training the bigger Copilot because it's proprietary data, right? But if you go to free one, like the one that you use to turn it in, what is it, Claude? Everything that you put on Claude can be used for training models. So these are some of the things that we need to educate ourselves on to ensure that in how we use these systems, we do not lose out. And I don't know if you've noticed, the proposition I'm making here is not for a bottom-up or a top-down approach, but it's a hybrid approach to say every stakeholder has a role to play in the notion of data. And the question should never be the question of ownership necessarily, but the notion of who controls the data. Because problems of ownership come with political issues that then follow. But control is something that can always be negotiated based on purpose that is aimed for. So what am I saying in conclusion? I'm arguing that data is a crucial catalyst for AI success. This is not only a question that is relevant for the humanities, it is relevant for the gig community that we find ourselves in. If I work now with people in the creative sector, And we're trying to figure out how we can leverage AI, because at the moment we're being leveraged by AI within the creative sector. I've worked with colleagues in communications as well. They have the same problem. You speak to colleagues at engineering, they have a problem of data sets, because there's a phrase that goes garbage in, garbage out. Data is the foundation of this new economy that we have. So it's a catalyst, but it can also be very destructive in terms of if it's not used successfully. So the notion of ownership is important for being a formidable player in the AI economy. If you don't own the data, then you are the data. So we need to find a way in which we're also stakeholders and players in the game of ownership. And to change the business model, part of it is to change the language from the notion of ownership to the notion of control. And structural changes are needed in terms of AI justice to be possible. And these are at government level in terms of policy, at higher education institutions in terms of producing research and models to ensure that governments, when they create policies, they have frameworks to be able to use. And this can only work, I think, if it's a hybrid approach. Thank you.
This is amazing. Let's feel this crowded. Like my English is gone. Amazing. Thanks, Garab. I'm getting feedback online from people who also compliment both you and Prof. Castellani. It's very scary. And Karabi, you're talking about AA, you say Alcoholics Anonymous. You're talking about AI. And even during print revolution, I mean, you know, in the 1800s, this part of the world produced newspapers. And now my research is based on newspapers, and most of our research in your school is based on newspapers that were produced in the 1800s. And now we don't have access to that, to those newspapers. To access them, we have to pay a once-off fee to a company in the US, as well as an annual subscription fee in dollars, which comes up to almost R1 million to access that data. And imagine what this is like now, where data can be collected in this way. It's much more bigger than what it was in the 1800s. And also the one issue that Karabo, that bothers me a bit is in our context, knowledge is not individualized. Peter Binsbergen, when she produces something, it's not Peter Binsbergen, it's the community, it's communal, it's relational. And therefore, this ownership becomes problematic. So that's why your proposals towards the end are plausible. But I think we need to also fine-tune them in a way so that they can be ethical, they can also relate to Africa's lived experience, if they were to make sense. So colleagues, we're doing amazingly well with time. And so we have about 15 minutes for questions to Prof. Castellani and to Karabo. And I'm going to take 3 to 4 questions at a time. John, the first one. Second one? Amina, Andrea. Okay, let's John. Do we have a mic to go around? That way?
I just wanted to ask the two presenters, combining the complexity thinking theory with the data, with big data, let me put it in that way, as a point of departure to unpack this from a systems approach, to see how do we tackle the issues that have been flagged by Karabo. But at the same time, Karabo, in your presentation, and I'm trying to connect this with previous presentations that I've attended. One of them was by the DDG for Stats SA, and was giving two pathways. There's data that is collected by Stats SA, and of course it is regulated. We do have, national and also African legislation that speaks to that, as well as the professional body. But then the data, big data guys, they've got their own rules, they do their own thing. And one of the things that came out in that particular conversation is when you look at challenges of big data, think about it from a continental point of view, given the costs and the scale, that it requires for you to, if you want to talk about ownership, forget about the individual, think about it from a continental perspective, because the future, it is Africa. And maybe I just want you to probe that from those lines, because if you look at it from a local, it has challenges.
Thank you so much. Amina?
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you so much to our two presenters for that insightful presentations. So my question is directed to Karabo. So my discipline is public administration and management. We look at services, public services, etc. So Karabo, you mentioned AI justice. So in terms of AI and improving public services, how can AI justice be implemented in an ethically and a transparent manner without marginalizing or disadvantaging communities and excluding them and excluding their consent? Because you spoke about AI, and we do know that AI is improving public services in the sense that it can translate legal documents in languages and so forth. But how is AI justice going to ensure that we do not further marginalize those who do not have access to AI? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for fascinating presentations. So I wanted to just ask something about the opposite for both speakers. What about unentanglements? What about sort of hierarchies and neatness? And actually, I think Brian and I have talked about this a little bit, but I want to press him further on it because I don't like being entangled. It's tiring, it's exhausting, it's stressful, and I would like to untangle things, so I'd like to know how that kind of fits into this discourse. And the reason, I thought I had a look at the cartoons. They're too complex. They're too complex to take in. You need to go slow if you're going to look at all of those entanglement visual representations. But our world is set up to make us race along. So we just don't have time for complexity. And I think, and this goes to Karabo's talk, in a certain sense, isn't the very, very best intelligence to deal with complexity AI? And if AI needs data, maybe we must just give AI the data and stop fussing about owning it ourselves, because maybe it's AI in the end that can deal with complexity well enough to save humanity, but whether AI will want to save humanity, of course, is another question. So, okay, a whole lot of questions related to that. I'm not terribly sure if we are on the right road, if we are thinking about trying to deal with all of us, all of this stuff, all of this complexity with our own limited intelligence. Maybe we need AI for that. Okay, thank you.
I'm looking forward to their response to that question. So can I just start with, I think we're going to give both speakers an opportunity to respond to all of them. Can we start with you, Brian? John is asking, perhaps this, is that directed? Both of them. So the data should look more at continental context rather than local context. Is that right, John? Okay. I'm just summarizing that. And then the second one is AI justice. How can we do what Karabo is proposing without further marginalizing those people who are already marginalized? And then, of course, fear of entanglement and convergences. Okay. Brian?
So do you want me to just answer the first question and then wait and then do the second, or?
I think all of them, if you don't mind, if you can.
So to respond, yeah, I thought really great questions, and I don't have the answers. So I'll just give you my opinions. I think complexity has a lot to say about the first question. I like that point about national. Actually, I would push it to transnational. I think a lot of the examples that we're giving in the second lecture or in something in the States or something in the UK that was originally in South Africa that gets sold to a company in Japan and then resold back to, say, consumers in South Africa. That's a global issue. And I think that it connects to the second question too around AI justice, which I thought, yeah, that's just a brilliant question. And I think that AI justice is going to be based on, it's still going to be conflicted because what's justice in one area is going to challenge or counteract justice in another. And I think, where I live in the UK, we see this with the EU around struggles around different countries and what they want, and UK leaving with Brexit and so forth. This challenge around what is justice and its linkages, obviously, to inequality and gender and ethnicity and social class and place. So I think that's a challenge. I do think, though, again, I resonated with the lecture in the sense that I think AI is a window into how our worlds are organized. And I don't really think the problem is AI. I think the problem is how our world is structured to deal with AI. And a lot of the issues that were brought up in the second lecture, to me, are aspects of our society that have been there for a long time, this sort of entrenched issues of social justice. And then for Andrea's question, don't shoot the messenger. I didn't say the world needs to be entangled. It just happens to be the way it is. And I agree with you. I like to untangle myself. But I think that idea of, going all the way back to quantum level entanglement with Schrodinger and then moving forward into this idea of, if we are entangled, what does that mean? And how do we deal with it? So I like your question. I think that then becomes the question, what do we do with AI? What do we do with entanglement? What do we do with complexity? And I do apologize. I'm always a stickler for time, so I knew that I was throwing a massive number of images at you and just sort of go, look at this, look at this, look at this. But really, when the object does sit there like the cartoons, for weeks and months and years on end, and you can just enjoy slowly moving through it. Even when the famous map that was made of obesity, the systems map that was made of obesity, and here in the UK, everybody reeled against it when it came out because it was so complex. But the reality is there's just very small pathways, causal pathways through there that are important to different things. It's just letting you see the context in which those things situate. And I know, Andre, we'll have this discussion when I get down there next week as well. So.
Thank you so much. Karabo, you want to come on stage?
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues, for thought-provoking questions. I'm going to try my best. They're a bit tricky. I think, first, thank you, Professor Maseko, for the comment, especially about the notion of ownership. I was reading an interesting article recently titled Prompted by Me, Generated by ChatGPT. It's written by David Gankel. He's a communication specialist. But he makes a very interesting argument in that paper where he says there is this fixation of the 18th century conception of ownership that is contra understandings of ownership in every other time in society. Like in the artistic sector, for example, where it's a community of people that come together to build, but it's a name of an individual that is raised. And I thought that was interesting to say, one of the things that I'm looking into this specific research that I'm doing now is revisiting conceptions of ownership and what necessarily they meant, what was necessarily, what is, so that we can now think through what ought to be. To the question of Dr. Mashaya Mombe, John. So, the continental solution, I thought about it as well, and I have a problem that we got into trouble in South Africa because we refused to sign up to Starlink because it did not want to comply with the regulatory framework of South Africa that requires local ownership. But Starlink operates in 9 countries in Africa. So one of the problems about Africa is that it is not a homogeneous entity. It has different sovereign states that have different regulatory frameworks. That's number one. And the European Union has the same problem, except the status of European Union is more supra, as opposed to the way in which AU is articulated. In the European Union, a decision made by the European Union is binding to the members of the European Union. In that context, that's why they have the AI Act. That's why they have now the new Copyright Regulation Act. Because European Union has power over decisions that are made by individual countries, and once it resolves, it can. Africa does not have the same status. Every country stands by itself. We meet and make suggestions to each other, but nothing binds us to whatever decisions we can make, and I think that's what the problem is. So I don't know what a continental solution would look like, or if maybe a block can work, because SADC as an economic bloc can agree in terms of how to distribute. But we've been seeing even in SADC that countries like Swaziland are being renegades now and doing their own thing outside of whatever the bloc is agreeing to. We've seen what has been happening there in the DRC and Rwanda and how the decisions ended up there. So even as blocs, we are not really as organized. And whilst the economic collaborations of blocs are compulsory and should be abided to, the sovereignty of a country still trumps any other decision. And I think that's what the problem is in terms of continental solution. As to the question of Professor Amina, how do we ensure further how do we ensure that whatever the solutions that we come up with does not further perpetuate marginalization? I think our approach in South Africa towards AI is more BuzzFeed than practical, because to be able to make AI inclusive in Africa, we need to solve problems of the second industrial revolution which still exist in the country. We don't have electricity. So we're not even talking about connectivity as yet. We must first, at the level of infrastructural investment that I was investing, is to invest at the infrastructure that makes it possible. That means access to electricity, consistent electricity, by the way. And there are propositions like the just energy transitions. I'm not very sure if they get us there, but that's the first one. Second is data access. One of the recommendations that I make, I removed a slide there that speaks about data access should be a right. And when it's a right, it prompts the state to make it accessible to everyone, and for the state to bear some of the costing that comes with it. That means ICASA needs to regulate network providers better. That means Centec must give network providers spectrum so that they can democratize information and make it much more affordable. But it starts at fixing problems at the second industrial revolution, then problems at the third industrial revolution of digitization. Only after digitization can we speak about optimization, which is what AI does. To the last question of unentanglement, Prof H. So, on the one hand, I think that is always an elegant solution after an overwhelming time in society. We saw it with the rise of enlightenment and the birth of romanticism. We saw it in the rise of modernity and the propositions of post-structuralism and post-modernity. And I think, so there's what is, there's how the world is structured now and all the voluntary and involuntary connections and entanglements that we have and what ought to be. So I suppose then one can then wean themselves of these entanglements slowly, but because of the excessive beneficence that come with entanglements to larger majorities, the privileged position of unentangling oneself becomes an individual thing. And I think we can give AI the data so that it can help us think through some of the problems that we have, because the one thing that is successful about AI, generative AI, especially after the rise of neural networks, is its capacity to make these connections faster than we can with our brain. Not that we can't do it at the speed that it does. The only challenge with that would be, at the moment, programs and applications that are able to apply artificial intelligence are protected by proprietary information, which attaches them to companies, which means then the intent is always profit. So to be able to give it and to trust that it will look out for us, it means the ownership model of how it is at the moment ought to be altered in some way. And I think at the moment where we can make that alteration of the ownership model to have some kind of a hybrid approach, then we can have some trust that wherever we donate, it is for our own interest, because it will have the necessary regulatory frameworks in place. It will have the consent of the individuals, because everyone would have access, skill to be able to consent in a way that is reasonable. And I think only in that way then can we then say, okay, AI, we trust you with our medical data to think through diagnosis, because we know that the state will protect us from whatever harm that comes from it, and we consent and trust that the state will be able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Castellani. Thank you, Karabo, Dr. Mayane. It's 10:30 now. I want us to keep to the time. And so I just want to just heartily thank both of you for starting us off today. Really complex topics, Prof. Castellani, Dr. Mayane. And I also just want to, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking that one of the reasons that I couldn't share in the morning, one of the reasons that I thought it necessary for us to really engage between the social science and natural sciences, the assumption that was raised in this room last year by one student who said, humanities, social sciences, go and talk about culture and other things, and let us do science. Very, very, so my English disappears when I'm thinking like, it's said assumptions, but they've also been entrenched in the academy, these distinctions between the humanities, social science, and the arts, and the natural sciences. I hope you're able to see that they are both sciences. They are in depth in how we engage about knowledge, and I hope that you can see how they can converge and be entangled at the same time, and how we extricate ourselves from these entanglements, if need be, Andrea. And I don't know how we can think in straight lines. Because I think that is what we're grappling with in the academy, that these bounded disciplines. And so we're encouraging engaging across disciplines, because as we know, there is heightened arguments in the sector that we cannot look at issues from specific disciplines, that we've got to look at these in the way that has been highlighted here. I just want to do a little bit of marketing. For those people who are really interested to hear more about the complexity thinking, Prof. Castellani is presently in the UK, but is traveling to South Africa, to Nelson Mandela University on the 17th, where he will be giving a call-to retreat on the 17th of September between 8:30 and 14:30. There's also a session, Andrea, in the evening on the same day at 17:30. So if you're really interested, watch. It's already on the memo, actually. You can just check that out. And of course, also a little bit of publicity about Karabo. We have Digital Humanities Hub in the faculty, and we have regular coffee chats. Jackie, what day is it there? Monthly? Monthly coffee chats. And some of these conversations, or we have conversations similar to what were raised by Karabo. The next session, we are engaging about the work that we do in the humanities, the research that we do in the humanities, where we work sociology, anthropology, agricultural sciences, health sciences, and the community. And just we would like to share what is it that we do. And Karabo talks about Stirman, and the work we do with the community is basically work that has been motivated and supported by Stirman, but also just an illustration of the interdisciplinarity of our work. Please join us at 11 for that session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian.
Cheers, everybody. Bye.
It's tea break. Is there tea?
Okay.
1, 2.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice tea, coffee. My name is Jackie Lick. I am the Deputy Dean in the Faculty of Humanities. So I'm very, very pleased to be chairing this session that on Eco-IKS. But first, let me just acknowledge, who's in the house, all our staff, our Executive Dean, Prof. Maseko, just say hello and a shout out to you, Prof, again. We also have Prof. Nomalanga Mkhize, who's going to join us shortly, the Director of the School of Governmental and Social Sciences. You'll see her soon. And then Prof. Peter Binsbergen, you can just wave, Prof, for all the fabulous artworks under his directorship in the School of Visual and Performing Arts. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Unati Luchaba Sako, South African Cultural Observatory, Executive Director. Welcome, ma'am. And then, of course, our HODs are here as well, Karabo, Amina, and our students, colleagues, staff, friends, welcome. This project, the Eco-IKS, Indigenous Knowledge Project, is a project that's very close to our hearts. Prof, we've got 3 wonderful speakers who's going to come up and talk to us about this transdisciplinary program that brings together disciplines of anthropology, history, agricultural science, and clinical pharmacology. I don't know if I've left out anything else, you will let us know. And this project demonstrates the necessity of understanding the social and scientific value of knowledge, and then it also shows the relationship between science and the humanities. It's based in Port Elizabeth's northern areas. I think, are we in the south? Where we are now, is this the south? Okay. So the northern areas that often makes the newspapers for, various, often very negative reasons, we know, due to the socioeconomic conditions or the social ills, but also has lots of vibrancy and lots of affordances in that community. So a community that I come from, so Noma, so it is a project that, that I'm so pleased also to see just on a personal level. I'm going to invite the speakers now. So this is Prof. Nomalanga Mkhize, Director, School of Governmental and Social Sciences. Welcome, Prof. Historian of fabulous note. Thank you so much. And then I must, just so I don't mangle anyone's names, so I'm going to invite Mr. Smangaliso Machego, our NGAP scholar, Department Sociology and Anthropology. Thank you, Smangaliso. Please join us. And then last but not least, Mr. Mzuvukile Mapasa. Please join us. Advanced DIP student and SDG Campus Ambassador Zero Hunger from Agricultural Sciences, if I'm right. So, colleagues, they are going to be doing their presentations for us, and then we will have questions and answers afterwards. So over to you, Prof. Mkhize, you start us off. Thank you. Oh, well, seems like we got like time. Yeah, but I will.
That's fine.
Okay, so.
Given us 2. Oh. I can see the presentation on the slide, but not on the screen yet. There we go. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you for attending, and good morning to the Dean, the Deputy Dean, the directors, HODs, SACO, leadership, everybody that is here. I may not, obviously don't know everybody here. So I'm just seeing faces of everyone I work with, but okay, so thank you so much. I wasn't here in the morning because there's a parallel
political science conference as well, national conference. So I was also there on behalf of the dean. So just to try to introduce this concept. I mean, look, on paper, you know, we have to answer to the institutions and we have to explain what it is we're doing. And sometimes it's helpful to have to answer because then you say, what is it that we're doing? We call this the Eco-IKS project. It's ecological knowledges and indigenous knowledges together. And it's a transdisciplinary interfaculty engagement project between ourselves in the humanities, our colleagues in agricultural sciences, and another colleague in the health sciences. Okay. Now, the project aims, again, because you know you're asked what it is that you're doing, it never quite captures the heart of what you're doing, but on paper, this is what we try to say. That what we really want is two things. It's to try to show the value and usefulness of socio-cultural knowledge as well as the scientific value of indigenous knowledge systems with an emphasis on Khoi and San heritage in the local area. Now, I know that there is a lot of current contention on the Khoi and San issues. And I think this is part of why, as the humanities, we play a particular kind of role in dealing with contemporary questions. Who is Khoi and San? What is it to be Khoi and San today? Or is that just an index for colored? And is that exclusive of who the apartheid government called Bantu? Now, these are the big political questions that are affecting your politics right now. But now the university, what is the university's role in engaging those questions at several levels? It's very complex. But what I know for sure is that even if when issues are complex, especially issues in the community, because effectively what's happening is there's a debate right now within the colored community about how to restore the Khoi and San foundational identities of many of them, particularly in the northern areas, in the colored areas, especially in places like Helenvale and Bethelsdorp, particularly Bethelsdorp, because that's where the first mission station was for Khoi people fleeing from Dutch Boer incursions coming up from Cape Town. So eventually they ran to Bethelsdorp because there was a missionary there in 1799. So what's there today is now the colored area. But of course, we're in the Eastern Cape. Pretty much all the people in the Eastern Cape are descended from Khoi and San people, right? So it's just part of the foundational heritage of the area. But today, there are contentions, particularly in the colored community, about the feeling of, our colored identity is not, it's an imposition that continues to do disservice to colored people, but at the same time, there's an embracing of the identity. But at the same time, there's a sense that why are we continuously being called this label, which has all kinds of policy implications, when we actually are the descendants of predominantly Khoi and San people. So why are we continuously put in a category that was imposed on us that has direct resource implications as to who can get what? Whereas our actual heritage, particularly in a place like Bethelsdorp, this is where our ancestors fled. So with that kind of area of contention, what is your role as the university? How do you really engage in a way that's of both meaning, value, and actually is just normalizes that it's okay for people to search and find and fight for their particular political or social identities or whatever, or historical identities. So that's the context. That is how we then end up engaging with various people who either come to the university asking for historical interactions or just saying, you are here, what's your role? You know, this is, You're not a university outside of society. Fortunately, we're in the humanities. So when things like that happen, we're like, yes, we are interested. Teach us, we don't know, right? Because one, it's history. Two, it's anthropology, right? But one can't engage with these questions as if you are somehow got an answer. That's the first thing. So if you come and I don't have the answer, because, oh, did I know that Bethelsdorp? So, I mean, obviously, if you live here, you know, but this is a university, not everybody knows, oh, Bethelsdorp has that historical heritage. So you might not know. And then B, oh, you're claiming to be Khoisan descendants. Oh, okay, why? Okay, right? Oh, see, you've got all the social and cultural value, knowledge, but it's in Afrikaans, or it's in a form of Afrikaans that I didn't learn by Mrs. Smith there by school. Oh, you know about indigenous plants. Oh, is that science? So there's a point at which you are engaging and you realize, okay, I don't know anything, or I don't know much. I know something, but I don't know everything. So I think the humanities allows us to enter into these questions and say, I don't actually know. So let's find a method, a framework by which we can engage. We are the university and the broad community of Gqeberha in it together. And so that is how we then thought, okay, there's a social cultural question, and it has scientific value, and it is rooted in people's different ways of their indigenous knowledge systems. So I wanted to sort of give that as a background or as a context. So we then developed a framework which is really about relationality, and one in which we are driven by, I mean, the word co-creation gets used a lot, but really, we were driven by co-creation and consultation, right? So that we are thinking from deep conversation. So as opposed to, you know, how the universities like to have grids and tick boxes, that's not what we took. Because how can I tick box something I don't know? I don't know what I don't know. The only thing that's gonna help me is conversation. So I don't know if that's a method. I know the anthropologists are comfortable with it, but I don't know if in terms of how we come to research questions, how we come to big social questions, if that messy zone where we are conversing, where we are saying, I don't know, if that's something that is still quite a prevalent mode in the university. I'm very comfortable with that. I don't know, so let's sit Chief Edmund Stuurman and tell me, you bring your archive. That's what we did. He's like, no, okay, I'll bring Van Rijn and whatever, I don't know. Sorry, that's not a source, but he'll bring something on Van Rijen's farm. So he'll bring the sources. I didn't know this archive existed. Then we sit for hours just going through archives. It's reading things. So that deep conversational mode then gave rise to a sense, okay, so what is it then that the university is meant to be able to do if we're going to be exploring these deep questions of South African history? So who was in the team are these people. Myself, Chief Edmund Stuurman, who is the current leader of the Stuurman clan in the Gamtoos area. Farouk Abrams, who is a community leader in Shorterville. Dr. Qinsani Kwabe, who is in agricultural sciences. Dr. Mia van Eisten, who's in the medical school. Then Mr. Smangaliso here, then Dr. Denver Davis in anthropology, and then our support, which was Balisa Moss and Mr. Melatisi Ncikana, and then the agricultural diploma students, Abo Mzuvugile and Abo Seson. So how it started was just like that. We were approached, we sit, and we're having conversations, and then, oh, okay, what is it that can be done together? And so we realized that if you want to really work with a university setting and a community setting, what the university wants is to be able to find a way in which people's interests are of scientific value or of some kind of epistemic value. So I could see immediately that what we have to do when we're responding is to immediately codify people's interests, which are not always put in academies, in academic language, and codify them as having some kind of scientific or social-cultural value. And so we started then with the program with some young people going to Grootkloof Nature Reserve in Helenvale. They did some hikes there. We did hikes. We did history. As you can see, we got in touch with the landscape, learned about the indigenous plants, etc. And then the the learners, this is at Groenkloof, so we went out, did all the learning, we got to know people. Then we also, they came back here and were in the university space, and this is Qinisani doing a workshop on indigenous foods for these young people. Now, we had a series of workshops, and the most interesting was the agriculture workshop for the young people, because it was there that, I don't know, Qinisani has a way with young people. He is in agricultural sciences, but there was such a deep interest. There was a young boy from the farms here. There was a deep interest in scientific approaches to agriculture, but married to indigenous knowledge. And Qinisani has a way of doing both. And it somehow was affirming for some of the young people, oh, we can become scientists, but the basis to jump off is what we already know. So it's not that we come into science without knowing. But again, the facilitator, the mediator in this relationship is the social relationship. It's the humanities saying there is value. There's a way to take people's knowledge and make scientific value of it. And so, okay, so we did this soil workshop, soil testing. Again, it was just an introduction. Guys, what are the soils in this area? How are we going to know if they're able to, deal with, planting, blah, blah. And it was hands-on, and it spoke, again, I don't want to bore everyone with the strategic documents. I think we all know them. But the point is, we could see that this is the direction that we're going to be going. So eventually, we then decided, fine, scale it up, and we can see that if at the core what we're saying is there's socio-cultural, scientific value in indigenous knowledge, we can do this. And so, and I kept saying to our partners, Guti, see, the university does have its own interest. There's no such thing as community engagement that the university has no interest of its own in. Our interest is the knowledge. But the knowledge can't be done in a way that is unequal. So we have a knowledge interest, and there's a recognition interest from the community. Somehow these things must come together. So we scaled up and we began, they were right in this room, so we then engaged with 4 or 5 schools. And so this was the transdisciplinary framework. It was the indigenous knowledge is at the center, and then it speaks to all these domains, to history, to whoever, all right? So some of the things we did with that framework then, with the learners from the schools, was demonstrating the various ways in which indigenous knowledge and science come together and allow us to develop scientific whatevers. Okay, I wish Denver was here because he talks the science. Thank you. So right in here, somehow, we did a science thing and we brought a stove and we burnt things. And so here, Denver and Mia are explaining the ethnobotany, being able to use indigenous plants in simple ways, and we make the most amazing soap right in this room with the young people, getting into the chemistry, getting into the science. And these are plants, Denver, he just gets his plants. Denver's from the rural areas of the Western Cape. So, and he's raised by his grandmother, so he knows plants. So he brings back the plants and then he cooks them here, and then we see soap emerging. It's amazing. Again, so with the learners, sorry, it's just, I don't have lots of pictures of the learners because I don't have full consent. So we then emerged with a framework that we call the Bridge Framework. Very simple, not theory, just a framework. Building trust, respect for cultural diversity, interconnectedness, dialogue and understanding, guided by common purpose, empowerment. So this is the framework that came out. And then a very key thing for us was this learning by many things. And something that I discuss sometimes with Peter in my chaotic ways, that we are lacking tactile learning in the modern university. So it's as if somehow you're going to pontificate like Descartes. Sorry, Karabo, and just, I think, therefore I am. Whereas my view is, I am, therefore I am. So I touch things, I do things, I make things, I think through things. And that's the type of thing that actually brings about more deeper knowledge, rather than this thing. And that's why I feel that one of the problems of the university is that, especially in the humanities, it can divorce you sometimes from theory, from touching and doing. And you are doing research from a point of view where you're just reading books only. So just as I close and allow Umzuvukile to do his part, I just want to point out that so Umzuvukile will show just how things went. But when we did this thing on the soap and on building the plant beds, yeah, we were outside, so you have to be outside to build, and it's dangerous. We got saws, things are being cut, there's nails, and some of the girls are like, no, and but man, we need to go back to working with our hands. Man, there was so much, like, I cannot describe. I don't have the pictures here. Umzuvukile will explain because they were showing us how to build. But having an elder, having an intern, having the young people, like, no, it's not forming, build, no, cut it, no, until the thing emerges. That type of learning. And then they're learning scientifically in the classroom. So these are the things that we did. So learning to build a raised bed, making indigenous, plant extract soap, doing trails, that is what we did. So, and then I had learner materials which I designed, to try to emphasize this point. My grandmother was my first science teacher. Grandpa taught me how to listen and think. That's philosophy. Showed me engines, and Auntie introduced me to methods in measuring through baking to try and show that the science is everywhere around the learners at home. Okay.
Okay, Andrew. Oh, I'd like to. Wow, I'm so nervous. So, should I start crying? Please understand. Okay, so as Prof said, Mapasa Mzvukile. I'm doing my BTech in Agricultural Science at North Campus. I'm also an SDG Campus Ambassador, which is Substantial Development Goals for an initiative by the United Nations. And I'm also in charge of the food gardens at North Campus. Prof? Oh, and that's me. So I was doing my third year, of which I was still an intern there at North Campus. And I'm there with the indigenous community leaders from Hamtu. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it well. Before we start talking about the pictures, I would just like to dive in just a bit into the topic of indigenous knowledge systems. When we are speaking of indigenous knowledge systems, we are talking about the knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation, of which it's part of our, meaning it's part of our tradition, it's part of who we are. But now the problem is that I feel like we have left our traditions, and my biggest worry is that all this knowledge is not being documented. You hardly find books that talks and dives in deep about the agricultural indigenous ways that were used back then. I really like when we're working with the Prof Nomalanga Mkhize, I really like the different age groups, because that's what makes a community, and the indigenous knowledge starts there with the communities. Back where I come from Tata. Each and every, while I was growing up, each and every household used to own at least a hectare of land, and those hectares were used by every household. They would plant. We know that every season, every household is planting. They were using it to sustain themselves, and there was no hunger. Back in the villages, there were hardly people complaining about hunger. These things is here in the city because people in the villages were producing their own food. But now what I've noticed as the time goes on, people have sold the land. They are no longer using the land. Since the capital system came, people no longer use the land. They work long hours. They hardly have time to go back and look after the farms that they had, of which that's also a problem. Now I'm going back to the pictures that I was talking about. But I feel like it's very much important that we get to know these things. And I love agriculture very much. At some point, I was like, I so wish that it could also be a short course that everyone does it here at university. Just a short course. I feel like it's very much important that we all get to know how to produce our own food, so that you know how to produce what you are eating. Uh, so what we usually do, we also do call people there at the garden, where we host workshops. We try to include everyone. We do not only focus on agricultural students, we also do focus on people outside the university, the staff, people from other departments. And there are people who do go to the garden and they are interested. Going back to the presentation, so what we were doing there, we went with the students from the Westfield High School to actually demonstrate them of how to do the whole process. On this slide, we had a workshop with the students where we were actually conversating about what are the best way, how we can use science and indigenous knowledge, and actually teaching them about the science behind the agriculture. Then after the workshop, we went straight to the food garden that we have at North Campus, where we were actually demonstrating what we were teaching them at the workshop on the previous slide. That's Dr. Nelson Kwabe carrying a tray of seedlings. So we also produce seedlings there at the garden. So we're also showing them of how to produce their own seedlings so that they do not have to spend money buying seedlings. And so those are the students. And on that bed, we were showing them and telling them the importance of spacing, of how it's done, what fertilizers do you use when planting, why should you use them, and what's the best way of planting so that you are able to maximize your production. Then on this part, we were showing them of how to do their raised beds. So we normally use raised beds. Raised beds helps a lot in spaces more, especially in urban areas, in places like these ones, where people have small spaces of land, so they really help people in using that piece of land. So they were actually demonstrating how to create the beds, the safest ways of using all the tools and the material in creating the beds. Now, those are the students. They started the project. Everything that we had taught them there on campus, they went and did it on their school. Now, those are learners from the Westfield High School. Now they have their own food garden, they have their own beds, and they've done everything the way that we had shown them. So, yeah, so see, that was my last slide. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, or is it afternoon already? Oh, yes. My name is Mangaliso Mashiko, and I will be dropping my drop in the ocean of knowledge. Yeah, English can sometimes run away. But this is just my small contribution towards this humongous project, and where I come in is with my research, where I will be documenting medicinal plants and knowledge of Khoisan, of the Khoisan. And the presentation, I titled it Indigenous Knowledge, Localization and Transdisciplinarity. This is based on the fact that the study itself borders along the lines of thank you. Once the spirit has caught you, you just go in. I want now to do the flow X-ray directly, yes. It's not displaying. Now it is. Oh, thank you. Or just for what I was saying, the title, yes. So what I wanted to start with was to just give a small background to what indigenous knowledge is and how I interact with it in the study. And there's been many definitions of what indigenous knowledge is, and there are contestations to linking it to time, saying, is it knowledge of the past? How relevant is it today? So this, for me, it's cumulative knowledge that is built over time through experience and interaction and experimentation of the interaction between the environment and the communities. And it is the basis for decision making, where people use it for health issues. Whenever they have health problems, they use their indigenous knowledge and the knowledge that they've been gaining throughout time with the interaction with their environment. And this then makes it a holistic knowledge that does not have, it is not bounded within a particular discipline. And hence, I like how Royal says that it is underpinned within three ideals, where he says it is holistic and subjective, has a subjective energy, and it is a rejuvenation and revitalization, meaning that it uses the past to inform the present and make predictions for the future in a way that, indlela sithi ibuza kwabaphambili, exactly. So whenever we look back in order for us to understand where we are, and also we look back in order for us to know where we're going. So this knowledge is not static in its nature. It is ever growing and it is relevant even today. And in South Africa and the world at large, indigenous knowledge has been subjected to a lot of systematic marginalization, where here in SA, there were even laws such as your Witchcraft Suppression Act, and this borders within the lines of the health practitioners that I am so much interested in, where their practice was outlawed. If you were seen practicing indigenous healing, you would be considered a criminal. And this were grounded, called every practice, even the healing, were conceptualized as witchcraft, magic, superstition. And that in itself marginalized the knowledge for it to develop into what science is today. But then the indigenous knowledge in the communities was sort of marginalized, and it was left into ruins. But again, there's a renewed interest in IK. And COVID showed us that IK really has a place in today's world, where there were a lot of umhlonyanis going around, Artemisia Afra going around on social media. Even Madagascar had their own product that is made of their medicinal plants. But then this renewed interest brings about a lot of problems of biopiracy, where people would come, take the knowledge on plants, and then they go and take the plant and develop products and do not share with the communities and the owners of that particular knowledge. And that then prompted legislative framework management tools to be developed from the international basis, where the WHO came with its recognition of traditional medicine and said, this knowledge, these practices should be integrated into primary healthcare, and therefore it should be managed. The CBD and IPR tools came, CBD being the Convention on Biodiversity, came on, and it came with instruments to manage indigenous resources, because international companies would come and they come into the communities, they interact and say, oh, what are you using for this? What are you using for this? And then the next thing, they take those plants, they go and develop humongous drugs, make mega millions. An example would be the Hoodia plant. It was a very popular case of the Khoisan, and there was a huge fight about that. There's also rooibos. Rooibos is endemic to South Africa, but yet the IP lied with a European company. So these are such contestations. South Africa then said, no, we need to manage this knowledge and prevent all of those. Hence the IKS policy after the ANC took power in, I don't know if they took power, Dr. Mayani, you will forgive me. Because, yeah. But when democracy came, they prioritized indigenous knowledge to say it is the goal to developing communities, bringing up development within communities. And they said then the IKS policy, which is intended to institutionalize IK, and this gave birth to a lot of things, one of them being a degree on indigenous knowledge being institutionalized at some of the universities in SA, of which I am a product of. And then came CAPS within the basic education, where they wanted to integrate indigenous knowledge within the education system, but it is mentioned in passing. There's no integration of the actual indigenous knowledge. Then 2019 came the IK Act, which was supposed to be the solution to some of the major issues. And yes, it brings about empowerment of the communities because it promotes the management and protection of the knowledge. And how it is managed is the knowledge is being documented from every communities. There are documentation centers. I don't know if the one in the Eastern Cape is already constituted, but there are documentation centers where communities can go and say, this is our knowledge and we want it to be documented. And this talks to what my brother said here, that the knowledge needs to be documented. And those are one of the aspects. And just a pointer, the goal of the management of indigenous knowledge targets two aspects at the moment, which is indigenous agricultural crops, which are being documented to say, okay, what products can be developed from that, and traditional medicinal plants or indigenous medicinal plants to develop a pharmacopoeia. These two are identified as one of the resources that need immediate protection because of the value that they have. And this also brought me to the IK, the Traditional Health Practitioners Act. What I'm trying to paint a picture about this legislative frameworks is they are pro the management, the development of indigenous knowledge, but they take a posture of the neoliberal kind of approach to development, which promotes how global companies or big investors, institutions come into the community to bring about development using that particular IK. So the model is people who want to develop maybe medicinal plants, they can go into the portal and look at the particular plant and go and consult with the community and the development will take place. But it does not take this communal approach where the community is an active member, determiner of saying, okay, this is our knowledge, this is how we want to develop it. And all of them, they are premised within an episteme that is sometimes counter, because there was we know this historical tensions between the humanities and the sciences, they go back a long way. And also the science versus traditional or science versus indigenous knowledge, they go back a long way, and they have sort of brought the tension and lack of development or progress. But then, you know, coming back to my study, it was enthused by the Bruno Latour's Ingold, and who actually look at science and other knowledge systems as just knowledge that is not distinct and or bounded by any entities, but it is knowledge that is also influenced by culture. So they look at it from an asymmetrical point of view, where they follow networks in terms of determining how knowledge is produced. And then for me, what I'm going to do now is I am going to follow the medicinal plants that are an interest within the project, but are also a huge interest in the community, and how ethnopharmacologists also interact with those medicinal plants. The first part would look at the medicinal plants and document it from the perspective using ethnobotany, because ethnobotany looks at the interaction between people and the medicinal plants. And it also covers the documentation aspects, because the voucher specimens that will be documented there will be deposited at the herbarium, and the knowledge that is linked to each plant is also then tagged to the community, which also contributes to the documentation of local knowledge. But there's also the anthropological aspect, the ethnographic knowledge that is deeper insights to saying how do they produce this knowledge, what is it, and how do they use the particular knowledge, and the aspects that interact. Indigenous knowledge is not only physical. There's also aspect of spirituality that are linked to healing. So those aspects will not be reduced. Hence, the symmetrical analysis will be non-reductive. So there are 4 elements of transdisciplinarity that while I was looking at literature to feed the study, they all talk about, not all of them, but they're focusing on a complex problem, real life problem, and the transcending and integration of disciplinary paradigms. So this study will be, as I said, ethnobotany with borders along the lines of sciences and ethnography within the humanities. And all of this will be grounded within indigenous knowledge, because indigenous knowledge is not just in the study, it's not just a unit of analysis, but it is also a discipline and a lens through which this project is also, it will inform the approaches to this project. And some of the projects that are transdisciplinary are participatory in nature, meaning communities are partners in the knowledge co-creation. And, there's the search for unity of knowledge beyond disciplines. And this here, I hope to, after all that's said and done, the knowledge that will come out of there is, it will be informed by all, not only indigenous and not only by science. Here I said co-creation of knowledge to solving complex problem that is not a zero-sum game, where there is no need for one to disappear in order for the other to exist. So the two knowledges can coexist and solve that common problem. And the example would be within, when we look at hypertension and diabetes, these are lifestyle problems and lifestyle illnesses, which if we start from the production of food and we go to the lifestyle, which are grounded within indigenous practices, and we also incorporate some of the science evidence-based knowledge about plants that offer nutrition to those who are maybe already suffering, that offer good nutrition, offer a good balance. Because sometimes there are people who are using both the systems, and they are working quite well. But we need to also look at the counter effects of each, where if we can curb, those usages that do not benefit the patient or the user, but they actually cause harm. So here it is a way of saying, if we use both knowledges, we can come to a point where there's not a need for this knowledge to disappear in order for this one to exist, and both knowledges can exist in a way that complement each other and not disappear. Hey, Johannes, man. Hey. Thank you very much. Once one has entered into the spirit of indigenous knowledge, I just get taken away. So, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was applause for, especially for you, Smangaliso. But can we just give them all a really good... Colleagues, we're going to move into the question and answer session, but if you just allow me to just say, I think what this panel has demonstrated is the richness of when unboundedness, what's the word? Unboundedness exists, when different disciplines are entangled and converge. So thank you so much, very much for that. So many gems for us. Smangaliso, no need for one knowledge to what did you say, to disappear, for the other to exist. That is lovely. And then Noma, you brought into sharper focus for us, the tensions, the contradictions, the grapplings, that exists among communities in the northern areas, and then how humanities and science enter into that space just to illuminate what you call the relationality and the contextual responsiveness. I love what you said about coming into science with a knowing. I just thought that is so beautiful, and that science is everywhere. So we take that from you. And then Mr. Mapasa, thank you very much for telling us that indigenous knowledge starts with the community, and also for prodding us. He's once an SLP, so giving us directions. I love how the frameworks are emerging today. We had Karabo with a framework. We've got a framework here for transdisciplinary studies that often we grapple with, how do we do this? Transdisciplinarity, they say it's not when the disciplines are side by side, but when they fuse and something new emerges. So we often grapple with, how do we do that? So thank you so much. Okay, enough from me. I'm going to I'm going to ask the community gathered here for questions, comments. Smangaliso says concerns. Okay, you've got the mic. You got it. You must. 3, okay. Thanks, Kuyanda. Kuyanda says must ask 3. Karabo, your question? We've got 30 minutes, so have we? Yeah. Karabo?
Thank you so much, colleagues, for an illuminating conversation. So I think I've had this conversation in passing with Dr. Mashego a few times, and I thought maybe I should bring it to the house for conversation. And it has to do with, I struggle with the concept, IKS, not the work. I fully agree with the value proposition. In fact, I think that's first epistemology, and that's precisely why I struggle with the question, because the notion of indigenous knowledge systems has a presupposition of a relative nature to it. Engati, we are comparing it to something else. Indigenous to who? Indigenous to what? So My question then becomes, to the people in this room, that which we identify as indigenous knowledge system seems to me to be knowledge system. So so I don't know, and I think maybe the philosophical question is we have to perhaps investigate the etymology of the introduction of the prefix indigenous as to where it emerges and for what purpose. But for me, it seems quite political, and the politics that it seems to perpetuate are reinforced by us labeling it in the way that the politic is actually requiring it. So I don't know, maybe some clarity on the insistence of the notion of indigenous in this knowledge system, especially where we are geographically placed.
Okay, that's from the philosopher. We're going to take two more. Thank you, Karabo. Smangaliso, that's for you, it says. You also want to answer? Okay. No, Malanga, you can also answer. Two more. I think, Karabo, you've now frightened us. He is like, all right. Colleagues, students. There we have a question. Kuyanda?
Thank you so much. So my question is, with this knowledge coming from communities, the medicines, the things that we have discovered that they have health benefits, where is the IP for that, for those? You said, Mr. Mangaliso, you said big companies, they come, they take, they create their IPs overseas. Then let's come home. What do we do with what we have, making sure that we all benefit as a community? Thank you so much. In terms of money, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so there we've got a second question. And there, Ms. Mudau. Lemo's also got one. We're going to keep you for next time, Lemo.
Hello, my question is directed to the anthropologist. You mentioned that there are documentation centers, and you didn't really talk more about that, and I would like more information regarding that.
Okay, so we're going to take those three first. Smangaliso.
Oh yes, Dr. Mayan. We've had this conversation multiple times, and for me, yes, it is political. And remember, we are dealing with a people who have been marginalized, a knowledge that has been marginalized before. So placing identity to it becomes important, and hence the geographic, the indigeneity of it talks to geography for me. And that talks to also the example I gave about Pfizer. You know, and this will border also with the other question to say the knowledge is linked to the resource, right? This is knowledge about resources, about the land, about the plants and everything else. Now, when you come and you look or observe how I interact with the land, how I use the land and the resources, and you come and then you take the resource, go and repackage it, use it the same way as for the same purpose that I am using. You see, now bringing it back to being indigenous talks to that, to say when now we see rooibos being repackaged in a certain way, and we know that the Khoi have been using it for health purposes, but also as a beverage, you see. So the benefits that are associated with rooibos have an indigenous link to them. So knowledge should be attached to its origin in order for it to be to allow the protection, because the IP issues are linked, are place-based. When we look at how knowledge is managed currently, you're using the IP instruments, it's place-based, and now they use GIS and stuff like that. But with and I'm answering now, everything is entangled with your question and my sister's question there about how the IK Act came to being as a sui generis kind of a knowledge of its, a tool of its kind to try and manage this thing called IK because it does not fit the IPR regime that are Western. So this then was developed in order then to say there's an aspect of that act that talks to the development of biocultural community protocols. These biocultural community protocols are there to empower communities to say, we first document our own knowledge. And if you want to interact with us about our own knowledge, we have placed terms about how we want to interact with the outside world about our knowledge and our resources, and how we want to benefit if ever there's a product or if ever there's commercialization that will come out of the commercialization or the utilization of this knowledge that we possess. So the knowledge is protected in that manner. The documentation centers are there to where communities you can just walk in if maybe you have a remedy to heal a headache, and it is specifically to in your family. You go there, you tell them, you document in that documentation center. There's a knowledge management system that is run by the DSI. It is national. It was first the national recordal system, but now it has changed to indigenous knowledge management system. Yes, and that knowledge management system is attached to the documentation centers. The documentation centers are centers that are linked to this bigger network of knowledge repository that captures all the indigenous knowledge of the communities, and it is. It takes the approach that Dr. Mayani presented about, where if you want to access the knowledge, you need to have a user name and you need to log in and have access, ask for permission. But if you are from the community, you can have full access. But there are layers of protection for the knowledges that is being documented. Also, they also document the history. The community that we are working with, or Edmund Stearman, they are in the process of finalizing their own, where they documented their history of who they are, the knowledges that they interact with, but it cannot capture everything. So there, it just to give a small background to say, this is who we are, this is how we behave as a people, and this is where we are from, these are the lands that we have lived in and we were misplaced from. It also has that element of tracing the story of origin. Yes. I hope I've answered.
I think you covered. I was interested in the way you said it's about geography. I'd be interested in also the disciplinary definitions, because I don't know how agriculture people would say, this is indigenous food, this is, I don't know what the other food is, indigenous food, the other food, I don't know what it's called. But I think that's just a problem for all of us, because it's like, is it African philosophy or is it just philosophy? Is it African Archive or is it just Archive? And I think it's because we're on the back foot. Angithi, the people who conquered us, they don't have to label things up until they want to say that we are all living in European civilization. So up until Donald Trump, they didn't want to say it, right? So Donald Trump and, well, in fact, not Trump, but Elon Musk, Peter Thiel are reminding us. They're saying, you guys are living in European civilization. Isn't that what's happening right now? So from what basis are they saying that? Why is Richard Dawkins, it's Richard Dawkins, ne? Why is he saying he's a cultural Christian? Why 15 years ago when the new atheists were emerging, they were ridiculing all religion. And they went out of their way to tell us about whatever selfish gene, or Yonkeland, what was it, Peter Hitchens. They popularized all of that stuff, right? All of a sudden, they're like saying, actually, we are Christians. How did the new atheists make that about turn? What was so culturally distinctive or particularly, it could be right-wing, but what are they saying? So I think those are questions. I'm not saying I have answers, but it was very interesting to me to see that they did that. So it means that even if the most atheist of atheists is now telling us I'm actually a cultural Christian, there's a recognition of something in the navel that may be wrong or right, that person, I don't know, navel, and it is wrong when it is right wing. But what I'm saying is, what does the guy mean? And it's very reductive in many ways. But on the other hand, for those who are on the back foot, if we don't assert it, then we get swallowed. So I think the other thing I wanted to say, sorry, Deputy Dean, is we're all indigenous people to this continent, right? But you enter the university and you denativize yourself. So you become de-indigenized by the university because the knowledge in the university is not constructed in your image, right? So the university immediately de-indigenizes you, but the university also has to de-indigenize you because it's a universal institution. So we're living in this constant tension as people who have been conquered, because we both want to assert being indigenous, but we also want to say we are universal. So I think that, the point about that is about the scientists we produce. I am not happy, and I say this openly, with the scientists we produce in this country, because they do not easily, they have it, but they do not easily enter the domains in which their knowledge becomes part of the real political combat. They may see it in the back rooms where they're fighting with the big frameworks. But now when the traditional healer is sitting here and now go hectic, then you see science retreat. We're not training a scientist who's going to help the science still be, the scientist needs to be a native scientist so that you can work with the science as in the Galileo science and Makulu science all at the same time. That actually was at the core of our project. It was here's auntie, and she was in this room for sure, and here's the pharmacology, all in one place. And that's the type of child you want to produce. So our project is very oriented towards the next space, which is the university no longer de-indigenizing the scientist, but also not localizing the university to the point that it's no longer universal. It comes down to the person you produce. Sorry.
Okay, you want to go to question?
I don't know if I'm sorry.
Oh, do you want to say?
No, I don't think, I think both questions were directed to them, and they have answered them exceptionally well, actually.
Thank you. I know Lemo's got a question. He's another philosopher.
Okay, thank you so much. For me, I will first start by appreciating your presentations. I mean, they were good and I learned a lot. And I had a thought came to my mind about when you were talking about, planting our own food, when we spoke about the hectares, people having hectares planting their own food. And I was like, this is very important, especially because in South Africa right now, we are having a lot of challenges of what you call Western dumping. People coming to dump their rejects from the West here in South Africa. We have a problem of GMOs. You see all those. So they go beyond just politics. They also, target our own immune system, all those kind of things. And so I was very grateful for that. However, it will not be justice for me to just, appreciate and then leave it like that. I somehow dread where my colleague was touching on, because I also have a problem with the word indigenous. My problem with it is, don't you think that focusing more on it or placing more emphasis on saying indigenous knowledge system as opposed to just saying a knowledge system has that fragments or that mirror that colonial legacy of creating a binary, indigenous versus non-indigenous. You see, all those, whereby it's now going to perpetuate the them versus us kind of syndrome, which, I mean, we've been working so hard to try and avoid, the them versus us, them versus us. And will reinforce also, because the them versus us syndrome has a potential of reinforcing that power dynamics of oppressed versus, those that are with power, dominance and oppression. So the question is also with that aspect of indigenous, don't you think that term itself has a problem because of what I'm saying that has the potential of perpetuating? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this contribution. I think, Prof. Mkhize, we and of course, Simangale, so we get reports about this and we write about them to council and what have you. So it's different from being textual, seeing it and reporting about it, and seeing it here in action. The question, and it's directed at Prof. Mkhize, or anyone, all three of you. It continues from Dr. Mayane and Lemkhang here. It's about knowledge appropriation, Nomalanga, and the whole the discourse around that, and generally that what we are now labeling as non-indigenous or where we have the generic understanding of knowledge systems. We say knowledge is European, but indigenous is African. And I just want to, just 2 minutes, that botanist, Robert Godfrey, who came to this part of the world as a botanist in Europe, and came here and collected words of plants and animals from indigenous population. And they labeled them scientifically, culturally, and they also aligned them with issues of taboo and all that. And of course, also indicating medicinal plants and almost labeling properties that were, in a scientific way, that were useful in healing and all kinds of uses. And so, and he makes a point in one of his lexicographic works that, and I've quoted this Nomalanga before, that the knowledge that he's gathered in the African context, and I'm paraphrasing him, is much more superior than that has been, that is experienced back home. And therefore, I'm wondering, Garabo, whether we accepting Nomalanga that this has been appropriated and it's not ours now, and so we should try and relabel the same thing, but calling it indigenous instead of appropriating that or claiming it is ours. I've got, in my own writings, I'm conflicted. I use IKS and I use AKS as well, interchangeable, and AKS being African Knowledge Systems. And so it's quite an important thing. And so with that, Nomalanga, I would like you to really reflect on Karabo's questions on the genesis of the use of this word, whether and it's more than political. I think it has got, there's a colonial project which sought to label Africa as a place without knowledge, as a dark continent, and that which has been extracted from Africa and that is of value is, and now is claimed as Europeans. And we are happily saying it is European, and that which we now unearthing in the African context, we're relabeling it as IKS. So it's not, yeah, it's a question, but not a question at the same time.
Okay, that's a very packed question. I feel like I should just think about it. But the first thing that comes to mind for me, and I think I'll answer it sideways, like I never answer questions straight. I'm thinking of Japan. And I'm thinking of how Japan, we know, so Japan looked at China losing the Opium Wars, right? So Japan looks and is shocked out of their minds that China is being, Europe, okay? I don't know what the right word is. You know, trapa in English. But Europe, and Japan is looking and they're shocked out of their minds because they're like, but China is the biggest civilization in Asia. It's been since all time. The center of Asian civilization imagination is China. But in the early 1800s, China is on its knees because of opium. And the Japanese look and they see the American ships coming to basically force Japan to do what they want. And the Japanese are like, send people there. Send people to these people. The Japanese decided we're going over there. Because if we don't go there and figure out what is it that has made their knowledge superior to what we know, we're going to die. Because we see that China has basically been beaten. So the Japanese did just that. They sent people to Europe and to the US as well. And they said, come back with their indigenous knowledge. They come back with what they know, bring it here. And then they came up with that motto, which is Japanese spirit, Western technology. So that was Japan's way of bringing something together. But what then happened to Japan, it seems, is that it then very quickly began to modernize in a way that they lost control also of their Japanese spirit. And then they had to now revert back and figure out how do we regain. I mean, it ends with Japan being bombed in Hiroshima, because that's how far Japan had gone into trying to contend with the Western framework. And they, to the point that they went and went into a very sort of modern fascism. And immediately after the Second World War, it was almost like Japanese were like, why do we do this? This was not necessary. We wanted to catch up to the point that we became so fascistic, like them. So the Japanese kind of rethought themselves whilst moving in a modern project for themselves. They'd make it a decision. And so my question has always been, for Africans, what to do with exactly this kind of thing? Because we've experienced it in a much more strange way. We've experienced it with somebody arriving in the 1800s, documenting the knowledges of the Eastern Cape, and now they are my primary source. And the institution in which I'm in, that's what I have to now do. And so I've always asked myself then differently, so stepping out of that contradiction, what would be the African version of that Japanese moment? Clearly with China, it took them longer. But now China has made the same decision. China, to the degree that they go back and steal their artifacts back from the West. They go back and take back their stuff through intelligence, to the degree that they said, we will even steal the Western knowledge and then we'll create DeepSeek and we'll pretend we don't care. It seems to me, we're watching from the outside. But it seems that there's something that then needs to turn in the debate. so that we know now. So I think we've come, so I think it was necessary to have this African knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge systems. It was necessary for us to get to the point where we're like, no man, we do have a knowledge. It's not that we don't have knowledge. We do have an understanding. We do have mashiko. We do have something. Now, therefore what? And I think that's, for me, a question mark. But if we hadn't come to this point, we might not be able to ask the next step. The challenge for the African university and the South African university is to ask that great unknown. Now that we know this, now that we know, and we can, the philosophers, I think, you guys are letting us down. You answer the question, not us. You actually must answer the question.
Oh yes, Dr. Lemogang, your question is, but Prof touched on it. You know, she made me think of one thing. Egypt is now being detached from Africa. There are manuscripts that are still being studied today in astronomy, mathematics, that inform the very science that we say is not ours. With the indigeneity, for me, it's reclaiming and leveling the playing ground, because at the moment, we cannot go direct to universality because we are not on the same playing field. So let's first level the playing field, then we can say we can detach the indigeneity. But there's now a move towards Africology, the Egyptology and all of those things. But what this should not be is the political decolonization debate, where we debate about the theory a lot more than we debate about what actions we should be doing. Because what is happening right now, there's a place called Inzalo Yelanga in Mpumalanga. It is being studied by South African University and many other universities. And I watched a podcast the other day. They were interviewing one of the researchers there. What he said, that researcher, was, this does not look like it's human-made. There are no doors, therefore, we cannot say this is a structure that was built by humans. But you understand what that means. Now, with Egypt, I always go back to Egypt because Egypt is at the top, but there are many pyramids in Nubia than there are and when you look at the people there, they look like me and you. The knowledge that has been stolen, the artifacts that have been taken from those regions, tell us that indigenous knowledge has been science before. It is the father of many sciences that are existing today. When you look at Timbuktu and the manuscripts that were bombed at a certain point, and there's a detachment of the African and his ability to create knowledge that is considered of a higher level. So for me, coming back to Lemogang, plurality, for a people who say, a generation that says we are diverse, we are so scared when it comes to knowledge plurality. Why can't it be them and us and not them versus? Why can't it be we exist, they exist, and while we are busy coming up to par, then we can now detach the certain, come up with maybe a better conceptualization. But now this is an ongoing project that I think we should, as a philosopher, you should be the one coming up with better concepts, while to inform us who want to actually, develop this and take this knowledge forward. The debate should not be that, but for the philosophers, for sure. So, Lemogang, it is your project. Tina, we are working.
Although Karabo said that they only ask questions. So I don't know, Ms. Vukile, you want to say anything?
Oh, okay. So I feel like today I've actually learned a lot because I've always been taught about the indigenous knowledge and you just take what you're being taught of it. Now I've never thought of it to that scale of the indigenous context, the indigenous meaning, the word and everything. But going into what Prof. Masego said about Japan and China, oh, sorry. Going back to what Prof. Mkhize said about Japan and China, seeing Americans coming and finding out about what is it that they do that we do not do. And now we can actually, and going out and finding out they're also using their indigenous knowledge. And now you can see where Japanese and Chinese are now, because they always try to integrate whatever they do with their indigenous knowledge. So I think, most especially in African countries, the problem, I think we've also become part of the problem, because in the context of food, like in food production and stuff, there's a stigma that has been attached to our indigenous foods, that once you are eating certain food, you're eating your amaranth, you are eating amadumbe, you are seen as poor. So I think we've also become part of the problem. And also the curriculum that's being used in schools doesn't do us any favor, because back to what I've said, that it's not being documented and it's not being taught. Me in class always being taught about, most of the time you're talking about science, the science behind food production, but you are never taught about the indigenous ways. So, which is why I'm saying that we should always try to integrate the indigenous knowledge with the science, so that we are able to be like, yeah, okay, I think I'm done.
Yeah, okay.
Because we were in a thing with Qinisani on indigenous food, and there were the people from the Department of, I think it's Agriculture, there's a whole indigenous food desk in our government. And I remember that one of the discussions was how complicated South Africa is. You can buy indigenous food packaged, branded at Woolworths, but it's going to be very difficult if you, as government, say, how about we have indigenous food in our hospitals? Because if you did that, people would say you're taking us for poor in the hospitals. So South Africa suffers from a very complex, again, why the humanities become important. Because how do you explain that Woolworths can package, it's jing, so, which is just itanga and nepapa, package it and package all the things, it's jing. And then, but if that were to be served in a public hospital, it would be like, why ungaseve lento abayidla a private? Because a private ukudla belungu sifuna yogurt. So I then thought about that, and I think those are real sociological, psychosocial questions about class, value, and how the South African food system and the racialization of food, literally the racialization of food. So black people will abandon the food that they indigenously know and lose that knowledge in one generation, only for, Erica to wake up and be like, I eat madumbis. And then when Erica eats madumbis, it's now in Woolworths. And then the whole value of the food shifts back to, oh, it is valuable food. That's not Erica's problem, really. That's a problem that is deeper than all of us to really grapple with, because we do know that in other African countries, you get there, you're eating indigenous food. In the hotel, everywhere else. And then here we have the greatest disease burden as an industrial country. But I want to, for me, it's the sociological and psychological question that says, why Nomalanga? When you go to your, well, I mean, I can't afford it. Let's pretend I was at the Hilton College Rugby with my, what's it, charcuterie board, whatever. I was there being shouted at by the principal for bringing my private chef. So I get to Hilton College, and turns out that Erica is like, no, I only eat umlekwa. Then I'm like, oh my God, why did I buy all of this shatakuri? I should have just bought what Erica bought. So there's a deep problem in us. There's a serious problem, and there are gradations of South African peoples. It's not just black peoples, but at the heart of it, it's when people who have indigenous identities are so uncomfortable with the value of them, but we can be comfortable with them from a state, oh, we're happy to wear the Heritage Day, but the real class and structural questions that implicate what university, what knowledge, then we're like, no ways, my child can't do that. So some way we have to harmonize. We have to harmonize it, but I'm not sure how that will happen. We have to harmonize it.
I think it's starting to happen with how we are engaging here in how we are converging with agricultural sciences, pharmaceutical disciplines. So thank you very much. I don't know if there are any final, more. Do the session is supposed to end at 1, so we can. But I also just want to, before the questions, I want to also just welcome our DVC, Research, Internationalization and Innovation. Prof. Moronga, thank you for gracing us today. And then also Dr. Nehemiah Latola, our top 200 person in the country. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Latola. Yeah, so we have a question from Prof. Binsberg and gentleman. Yeah. Last two. Kuyanda? Oh. Behind Prof. Maseko.
Good day. Thank you so much for the presentations. My name is Atengosi Kilane. I've struggled from the sciences to the social sciences throughout my academic life, primarily because I came to do sciences, and one of the serious things for me was the identification of plants, because I mentioned there was a botanist here. So first of all, you must identify Umga iguanishi in a Latin name. Number one, that's problematic. So the identity of the plant itself is questioned, or it's eliminated. So you have to cram that Latin name. And I understand that science imposes itself as being superior to any type of other knowledge. And I appreciated that debate on the botanist and the indigenous plants. And I see how this transcends when Prof. Mkhize says the type of scientists that we need to produce at a university needs to be informed from an Afrocentric perspective, because we do have debates amongst postgrad students who are scientists, some who are sociologists, and in the humanities. So what stands out for me is the continuous persistence of the arrogance of the system that we operate under, because this knowledge that we do possess, it's common to most Africans, but it is being dismissed under the system that we are operating in, not because we are ignorant or the system is ignorant, it's just a matter of arrogance. So even if you are in a university system, it's not about people not knowing the right indigenous food to eat, but the manner that we operate institutionally. If you diagnose, I mean, there's politics of misdiagnosis. For if you're a psychiatric patient, indigenously, you're supposed to be eating certain type of food, right? But if you go to Donkin Reserve, you get this type of food. If you go through a spiritual process, there's certain food that you should be eating only. So even us, as people that emerge from the university, we are facing the problem of trying to modernize our kids, our offspring and so forth, at the risk of ruining their identity spiritually, culturally, and so forth. So I feel like they should be in part of the institutional culture, because Nelson Mandela University pushes the institutional culture, but the product that you produce should be informed from an Afrocentric perspective, because we are a university in Africa. So it's supposed to be an Afrocentric university. So the knowledge production should be informed by that, not only to isolate disciplinaries according to science and sociology. So there should be these type of discussions throughout, so that we can actually adopt that approach of having a Afrocentric perspective.
Thank you. It's not a question, mainly just a comment, and I know it's conversations that Prof. Mkhize and I have, been having up and down for a couple of years. I really liked Karaba's angle about questioning this word or this abbreviated thing we call IKS, or Indigenous Knowledge Systems, and saying like, indigenous to what and to who. Should we not possibly, are we not a little ahead of ourselves? Should we not, and from the perspective of the visual arts, start talking about indigenous materialities first? Because it's within the materiality that identity is defined and knowledge is built. And if you look at the materialities that are within our immediate environment, those are the things that are unique, and that which establishes identity, and for those conversations to start happening. And we're becoming acutely aware of it in the visual arts, because it's when we're working with our hands, as Prof. Mkhize is saying, a return to our hands, we harness certain materialities that are at our disposal. And we are so rich in our own indigenous materialities, and it becomes so interesting to see how these are mediating between semiotic modes and boundaries. And that's where the interest lies, and I think that could assist us in answering that question, especially when we're looking at how we are revitalizing or decolonizing humanities education. I believe it's a return not necessarily only to the knowledges, but to the materialities that generated those knowledges to start with. And I think that might assist us. Thank you. I don't know if Prof. Mkhize, if you got any comments, I'd appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
colleagues. Yeah, so we'll give you just we 20. So should we use all of it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So one last short question, Glenn.
Okay, I'm going to say a statement. Everything comes from Africa. Everything. So I'll give you an example. Music. Uhadi traveled all the way out, became the kora, got to Brazil, became the berimbau. All our plants are in other countries, but it is important to map it to communities, because in South Africa you've got Zulu uses of plants, you've got Xhosa, you've got San, Khoi. Everyone is slightly different, and they all have different words and names, so you do have to map it locally to the community. It's very important to acknowledge the communities. I study, as a photographer, I've traveled to many elders and places, and when I went to Peru 18 years ago, I saw they were using the same plants. And those plants have survived the continental drift of hundreds of millions of years. Because if you look at the latitude line, it was one continent, it's now separated. So when we plant the plants here at our visual arts garden, I'm planting African plants, but they're also Peruvian plants. So that's the interesting thing. But it is important to map the use according to the culture, the local use. And just to answer Karabo, if you move, the differentiation, I would say, is if you're looking at physics, you're looking at dimensions. European culture lives in one dimension, right? Indigenous cultures see more than one dimension. That's the differentiator. It's not about anything else. So your Songomas can traverse through dreams, through seeing. That's the important fact that science avoids, because they can understand it in string theory and other forms of science, but it's not something they take easily on board. But there are fantastic books like Blackfoot Physics by David Peat, 1980s. It's a seminal book on indigenous science, North American, but very much the same as what we see here. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you,
appreciated the comments from the presenters.
Thank you, Glenn. Colleagues, I'm going to allow you to respond, and then just make your closing comment as well. We have about 15 minutes.
Thank you for the engagement. I think actually I like when there's this kind of conversation to feel like we got to this point. And I think, Glenn, you've taken us to this point, right? Where it's like everything is from everywhere. That is so essential to cosmology, right? To our cosmology. We are, of course, the stars, right? Dina Lady. So we are those things. We are the beginning of time, right? We are everything that happened seconds after whatever the Big Bang, right? So now, but also Trump could bomb us. So now I face that problem, that I could be existentially gone. And, you know, I think there were comments over there. I was sharing the knowledge and then suddenly somebody made $1 billion and I was left in destitution because I don't own the supply chain that puts checkers in my rural area. I didn't own the mines that took the men and put them in the mines and corralled us into a certain point where we now find that the rural areas are completely weakened and sapped of vitality. So now I'm faced with this politics. And I think this is beautiful because then that's it. It is that child who we will produce who says, I actually know that because of continental drift, where the two continents used to connect, there is similarity. But it turns out that it took, what's his name, the evolution guy between Darwin. It takes Darwin, but supported by an industrial system in the West that imposes so much torture on us to actually go all over the world and categorize all these plants. And so there's a pain with that connection, which leads us to then say we want to reclaim our place as real scientists, even if we were put in an inequality. So it's like there's like that point. And so Peter, I like that, the materiality, because it's saying it is the tactile, it's the things, it's this stuff that made this thing. The stuff that made this, that I touched with my hands, that I could, and there's a chemistry to it, and there's a history to it, and there's a reason why people have been doing this with it, and some of us have been eating it. So, and that's the child that will then know that knowledge is from everywhere, which is why when you saw in our slides, it was science is everywhere. That's exactly why we use that thing, Glenn. And by the way, that's why now we've got the plant beds, because now next to the plant beds is the indigenous knowledge. So that's when Denver and I are coming to you. So that is exactly it. But when Uati says, but this is why we said, why does the university then make us feel de-indigenized? Why does it make us feel like we can't lay claim to something? And if I could just finish by talking about this issue, because it's contentious. If there's somebody who knows about being de-indigenized, it should be a colored person in South Africa. Because you're literally the descendant of Africans. So it's a real thing, that thing. You're literally a descendant of black Africans, Africans of various kinds, and confluences around the world. And yet you put in a box that says you're not native. How is that to be? How is that? So what does that mean? So there has been a de-indigenization through the racialization. So the last thing I'll say, Dean, is just an advert. Hopefully we'll have our History of Science and Technology course from first term next year.
Please enroll.
Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yeah. So besides the medical anthropology, nina benze medical, but ourselves, philosophy, hopefully philosophy will be able to codify it. We had to really work hard to codify these things into the curriculum, to really, really push this structure of knowledge here, to accept that we can do these things and that it's not done superstitiously, it's done scientifically. And so we will be having that. If APC, who must pass these things, Senate, we're just at that cusp now, so we're going to have finally the history of history and science and technology, which was meant to be in the extreme. That's why we did it. Now we're late. I don't know if we're still moving in that direction, but we're there now. It takes forever. But to connect the dots, to connect those dots. And what I've realized is that today's students, and please forgive me, I don't know who the woman who sings Water, Tyler. I don't listen to Tyler much, but you listen to Tyler. So I'm not judging you, but it matters if we know the whole world history, because we have to make these connections that Glenn is talking about.
No, thank you. I think that module is approved.
Has it been approved?
The
Yo,
history of
APC guys.
science and technology, you can enroll.
It takes forever to approve anything
You can
here.
roll for
But
it.
it's a second year course so that I don't get first years coming and being dizzy on me. It's a second year course so it brings a mature brain. And it's not a third year course so you don't have to take risks. And I promise you it's going to be easy, but it's going to be hard. Yeah, but it's going to be easy.
Mandela, you want some
in building. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. And you know, the whole conversation brought me to the slide ahead where I said transdisciplinarity brings different perspectives. And we've just witnessed this here. We have witnessed how, you know, the quest for, actually, I'm now scared of using the word indigenous. But it's not a matter of, it's the quest for, you know, the African to reclaim not identity, but our epistemology and how we do things in order, because, you know, we are being labeled, Africa is being labeled as just a consumer of everything. But yet we carry, it's about what, 25% of the world's biodiversity, and there's a certain percentage of, you know, medicines that are derived from plants. And there's a huge potential that we can, you know, most of the research that's happening in the world about health issues, some of it does not solve the issues we have in Africa. Africa is not the focus. So Africa, I know there's a contestation again with Mbeki's statement to say African solutions for African problems, which caused problems at that time with Manto Shabalala and them. But there's a need for us to reclaim, repurpose, and reuse our knowledges in order for us to be and sustain ourselves.
You don't, no closing words.
Oh, okay. So in closing, I have not much to say. And as I've said that I've also learned a lot today. And I feel like this project aligns very well with the initiative that I'm part of, with the Substantial Development Goals by the United Nations, which my main focus is on SDG 2, of which it also focuses on combating student hunger on campus, of which it also aligns with what I'm doing there at North Campus. We have a garden there at North Campus where we allow people to come from time to time. Whoever wants to come is more than welcome, where we teach you of how you can produce your own food there at North Campus. So, yeah, we do have compost there. Yeah, so thank you. Whoever want to pop up to the garden is always welcome any time of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, wonderful, wonderful panel. We are going to break for lunch, and then we're going to reconvene at 2. Maybe over lunch you can resolve all these issues and come back and tell us what are the answers to all these questions that remain unanswered. But thank you very much. So we'll see you back at 2 p.m. here in the venue, please. Thank you so much. Anything? The programs are available. They're on the tables. Kuyanda, yeah, I don't know if you've got more. Yeah, thank you.
We need compost. So how do we fetch the compost?
Very nice.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Can I get people to come in? And then good afternoon, Professor Kraus. It's a very tight session, this one, titled The Language of and the Language and Mathematics. As you will see in the abstracts on page 5, the motivation or the inspiration behind this is, as written by Prof. Kraus, was in just Professor Spivak. Prof. Kraus will say something about Prof. Spivak, and Professor Harris at Columbia University, where they were really looking at how to bring maths and humanities together. And so maths exist in humanities and humanities exist in maths as well. Always, I'm saying this way so that I can get people to come in. Always a fascination to see the hierarchical organization of knowledge. When I studied linguistics in my second and third year, I was fascinated about tree structure and how sentences become phrases and become words and what to make meaning of those. And so this hierarchical organization of ideas exists in almost a similar fashion in maths. And so I was thinking, Marius, actually we should have said about this, it should not be language, it should be disciplines and mathematics, because there is a variety of disciplines presented in the panel. It's a big panel with 7 speakers, and I'm going to call each one of them and ask them to come on stage as I call out their name. Prof. Marius Kraus, who is the Ngondi behind this session. Prof. Kraus, you can come and sit maybe at the... Professor Kraus is the Director of School of Language, Media and Communication in the Faculty of Humanities. And then Dr. Margaret Walton, Prof. Welcome, is the Senior Lecturer in the Department of Mathematics. Welcome. And then Mr. Kada Abdullah is the Lecturer in our faculty in the Department of Visual Arts. Aye, that's fine. And then Mr. Andrew Palframan, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Andrew, in the Department of Architecture, and he's a senior lecturer there. And David Bester, senior lecturer in the Department of Music and Performing Arts in the faculty. And Mr. Andrew Matthews, Department of Languages and Literature, School of Language, Media and Communication in the Faculty of Humanities. And then we are joined online by Mr. Alan Maddock, who is a lecturer in the Department of Linguistics and Applied Linguistics in our faculty in the School of Language, Media and Communication. Because of time, I'm not going to be talking, Marius, a lot of talking has to be done, it will be done by you. We're giving each panelist 7 to 10 minutes to talk on the subject that is in the program. And then we're gonna have 20 to 30 minutes of conversation or question and answer. So, Marius, over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'll just do a brief introduction and then I'll start talking. The idea of mathematics, one day I sat and I thought, I wonder what mathematicians do, because all the formulas have been worked out and all the things have been done, so what do they do? And then I started watching these movies and then I hear this magic word, proof. And I see there are several proofs somewhere that have not been solved. And this is what Spivak in her course also did. They wanted to know, could a machine, AI, solve those proofs? My focus is on the movies. We could have also had philosophy, because there are several philosophers like Wittgenstein, for instance, and nobody wanted to take on that offer of talking about Wittgenstein. Are you a Wittgenstein? Then next time we can get you a Wittgenstein scholar, because he's also very much into language, philosophy of language. And I've never tried to understand him, it's difficult for me. Anyway, also the idea of mathematics, I think, is something that is very sort of daunting to us. It's a scary thing. We're all scared of mathematics, I think. Or most, and especially people in humanities, especially if you've had to do a statistics course, then already you think, oh no, this is not for me. But anyway, regarding my topic, also there's a few literary scholars that have written about mathematicians, depicting mathematicians in literature, and even in the classics, but one day we'll do that as well. Must I do it with the finger? I don't like the finger thing. Anyway. Okay, thank you, no finger. Okay, so this is the topic. Sebastian originally presented this, but I've just amended it slightly. So at some stage there were lots of movies about mathematicians, and the central theme of all is that they go mad. They go off their rocker while they're trying to solve proofs. It's fascinating and I think that captures the whole essence of it when this little girl who is a genius, they tell her nobody likes a smart ass. Because she is a mathematician, a genius, and then they start doing tests on her, etc. And then her uncle, he wants to save her from these intrusive professors who want to study her. Then we also have Good Will Hunting, where you have the janitor who cleans the floors, and then one day they see somebody solve the proof on the board, and it's a janitor. This is also this genius. A Beautiful Mind, that is also based on Turing or John Nash, one of the famous mathematicians. What was interesting about this movie is that he was gay originally, so they sanitized it, so he's a straight womanizer all of a sudden. But anyway, at least we get the maths idea. Then Proof. This is a wonderful movie, actually, with I didn't know Gwyneth Paltrow had it, to play such a serious role, but she's the daughter, and the father is a mathematician, and the two of them work together, and then she discovers his notebooks, and then she's trying to solve the proofs, and then you see he has dementia, so she's actually the brain behind the whole project. Then The Imitation Game is also the one that solved which is also fascinating. I mean, my head is too flat for this, but how they decoded the stuff in the Second World War, the German codes, and how they worked on those systems. And he was the founder of this. Now, I think I can just basically talk about this. So the main thing about the mathematical genius is that it is an oddball. It's an outsider. It's a minority, and they all suffer from some or other ailment, be it depression or dementia. And furthermore, they go, as I said, mad when solving these problems. I mean, and And that's what fascinated me as well, because I thought, so that's what mathematicians do, but then they all end up in the asylum because once they've solved the proof, then, you know, apparently you get a very big financial reward if you solve those unsolvable problems. Yeah, so I wonder if the AI is going to do it now, but anyway. And then, so this is the humanities side. So there's, you know, the malady, they're socially excluded, they're usually socially awkward, they are very brilliant, but it is paralyzing in the sense it's a paralysis because they can't function outside of their sphere where they do the calculations and the proofs, etc., or they live at home. And also the idea that, you know, there's always one or other the people they lose, like for instance, Robert Llewellyn or Alan Turing, people started focusing on the personal rather, and that in the end they were not given their due credit. So that is basically what we could call the sort of smart-ass formula that these people, and what I find fascinating about the little girl as well, the Mary Adler, for instance, she speaks her mind. And if you've watched Sheldon, young Sheldon, and you see him and that little girl in a conversation who's also as bright as he is, it's quite fascinating what they talk about. I mean, and so it's again this sort of freakishness. And what's fascinating about Sheldon as well is that he speaks his mind. A movie that we don't mention here is that one about the Indian guy Ramanujan. What's it called? I looked it up. The man who knew infinity. And he was a mathematical genius, but he couldn't do the proofs because he visualized the solution. He always saw the figures running in front of his eyes. And then he went to Cambridge or Oxford, I don't know, one of them. And then they want him to prove things and put it on paper. And he can't do that because he just that's the solution. I've seen it. And so he's also one of the sad cases of the whole mathematical or the genius portrayed, and then he ends going back to India because of social isolation, and also the weather, I think, was a major influence on him. Okay, so that is then what we've called the smart-ass formula. Now, the question is then, so how do you reformulate something like that? Should you say, well, the genius has got a sense of, I think all geniuses have a sense of madness, or they should have it, I think. And then equals social perception of a disease equals a minority status. So, I mean, if you have a prodigy for maths, for instance, they are a different breed because you can't communicate with a child, and I don't know what you talk about. And I always find it fascinating that, everything's fascinating, that how do these parents cope with a child? Because they're usually very ordinary people, and then they've got this little genius running around the house. You see. And I think that is also what is appealing about this whole idea of this child getting a degree at 7 or whatever. Also, the idea of it's misconceived. People misconceive this whole madness idea. And I think why I chose this topic in particular, the languages, because every discipline, and I think it is a better name, discipline has a specific language, but there is also, and I've selected them for that reason, there is always a bit of maths in it, or there is maths in it. You can't draw a line if you don't think of maths or painting, etc., but they'll talk about that. And of course, that's also something that I don't understand, and I think Marguerite might solve that puzzle for me. Mathematicians always say, oh, math is such a beautiful language. And I think, my word, it's just this whatevers, you know, like on the slide, yeah. So then I think, what is beautiful about that, you know? So I think that is the perception that we have, and I think it's a good way of starting the whole conversation about transdisciplinarity. How do we tie in from the humanities side with the, in this case, the STEM people, because it's always a sort of a, we all know there's always this element of derision or mutual distrust, you know, scientists, or what can these poets do? They can just write a poem about it, basically. So I think this is it is a good way of starting the process or the conversation to get people to talk about mathematics. Okay, I'm going to stop now because I think they've all got interesting things to say. So that is the head with all the science elements. You see the music, the science, the chemistry, etc. Okay, that's all. Thank you. The pure mathematician.
I'm feeling a little bit in the minority here. I see Prof. Morongo is here, so there's a bit of backup. Is there anybody else here who's from the sciences? We've got a couple. Now, can somebody help me here before I get started? The mouse doesn't work. Oh, my goodness. I do have to say I could spend my 10 minutes to respond simply to most of what was said, and some of it will be a response. Thank you. Stereotypes do exist for a reason, and there we go. There we go. Which one? That one, the big one. Perfect. Okay, I don't have to go back. Just going one way. So yes, stereotypes do exist for a reason. Mathematicians are a different breed. We acknowledge it, we know it. We can't change who we are, we can't change how we think. But the first thing I'm going to say is I'm going to talk about the beauty of mathematics, as was predicted. So I want to start with a quote from Galileo that says, "Mathematics is the language in which God wrote the universe." Now, we're not debating God or how the universe existed, but just the essence of that statement, that sums it all up, because mathematics underpins everything. It all starts with mathematics. It's represented everywhere. Where we talk about biology, when we talk about the human body, when we talk about architecture, when we talk about music, when we talk about poetry, there's mathematics in everything. And it's underneath everything, and it's there. And that is what we find so beautiful. We love the patterns. We love the structure. We love the order of mathematics. Now, yes, there's a lot of funny-looking maths, and it's scary when you look at it. But what we do love is finding those patterns, finding the structures, seeing the order, things that work systematically and beautifully towards an end. And then it's represented in so many places. Now, as a mathematician, when I look at a pattern, I look at it in its basic form. Then I get told, well, this is occurring in nature, it's occurring in architecture, it's in the human body. And I'm like, that's fantastic. I'm very happy about that. But mathematicians it doesn't really bother us. We just want to know the beauty of the structure itself. So that's why we just think it's beautiful, because it's structural, it's got patterns, and it repeats itself, and so on. So the first thing I want to just mention, and that's what was on that scary slide, when we talk about the symbolic precision of mathematics, we do use symbols a lot. Now, the reason for using symbols is not to confuse and scare everybody, because to a mathematician, that's a beautiful sentence as it stands there. Now, if I had to write that in English, it's going to be a paragraph. So we use symbols so something can be precise and concise, so that when things get translated, we're not misinterpreting it. It's not subject to how I read it. It's precise and concise, so that's why we like symbols. Now, that is a bit of a scary one. If I had to read that, it says for every X in an element of a set, there exists a unique Y element of another set such that the function F maps X onto Y. It's a long sentence, but if we can represent it in symbols, it becomes concise. Good. That means you've done some studies in logic, and we'll talk about logic shortly. So we use symbols just so that we don't get lost in translation and so things can be concise. So it's not, the purpose is not to confuse and to scare people. But once you can read it and it makes sense, then it's so nice and just precise. So we like that. But now, like languages, maths also has grammar. It has sentence structure. Now, those of you that have been on social media have seen something like this. What is the answer? And then there are debates on social media. Is it 6? Is it 1? Is it some other random number? And there are arguments and people are quoting what their primary school teachers told us. As a mathematician, this is bad grammar. This is an ugly sentence. I see that on social media and I don't even read it because we will never write something like that because it's ambiguous. Maths is supposed to be unambiguous. It's supposed to be logic. It's supposed to be not open to interpretation. That one you can look at, you go, oh, well, if I do this first, maybe BODMAS, BOMDAS, whatever I learned, what's going to work here? It's ugly. Don't entertain it. It's bad grammar. So as language has bad grammar and bad sentence structure, so does mathematics. What we try and do with sentences or with symbols and with structures, we try and put things together that it is not ambiguous, that it cannot be misinterpreted, that it cannot be translated badly. So that we don't like, we don't want to see it. All right, so what do we do? The two of the most common areas of mathematics, algebra and calculus. When we talk about algebra, algebra loves generalizing arithmetic, finding formulas. Now, all the formulas have not been found. We're still finding formulas. We're still developing new maths. Now, the thing with mathematics is maths gets developed sometimes when there's a need, and physics is one of the examples. Calculus, well, actually, we'll get to calculus in the next slide, but sometimes maths gets developed without a purpose. There's no problem in real life that needs to be solved, but the mathematics gets developed. Then years down the line, the problem arises, and guess what? We've got it for you. And that is, for one beautiful example of that is linear algebra that got developed long before the existence of computers, and a computer cannot be built without linear algebra. That's the basis of all computers and how they work and how they think and everything that's come after that. But when linear algebra got started, the guy who did it said, I found something that has no application in real life. Guess what? It came. So that's one of. So if we look at formulas, algebra we use to just generalize so that we don't have to keep doing calculations. There's a lot of common formulas that you know. I'm not going to talk through them, but if we've got some variable in a formula, if we talk about the circumference of a circle, if we talk about Pythagoras, those are things that can be used and repeated, and no matter what my input is. Now, the thing with mathematicians, if we don't just believe formulas, we want proof, like you said. We love proving things because we don't believe it. In some experimental sciences, if I do the same experiment 10 times, I can say, well, it's going to work every time. In mathematics, if I've got a formula that works for 5 numbers or for 5 sequences, I do not believe that it will always work. We want to prove it. Now, everything hasn't been proved, but we want that unconditional proof that means this will always work. It will always be true. There's no doubt about it. And sometimes we get the formulas and we get those things before we get to the proof, but we like working towards that because it just wraps it up so nicely. And I've mentioned calculus. Calculus, this is just a formula for adding consecutive numbers together that you can look at. Calculus is very much about derivatives and integration, and it links a lot to physics. It's used in physics and engineering. They love calculus, very much about motion and rate of change, but I'm not going to talk too much about that. What I do want to spend a little bit of my last couple of minutes on is algebraic logic. So any good maths curriculum starts with logic. And actually, every person needs to do that section of mathematics, because logical thinking, being able to formulate valid arguments, is a life skill. Now, in mathematics, we formalize it very much for mathematics, so it can be expanded, and you all use arguments, you all use logic, So in mathematics, what we do is we start with the concepts of true and false. Now, we don't have to define that. We know what true and false means. But then we say, all right, what can be true and false? So we talk about statements. A statement can be either true or false. If it is an opinion, I do not decide if it's true or false. It's out of the category. I decide on statements. A statement is a sentence that can either be true or false. An opinion is an opinion. There's no my truth in mathematics. There's true and false, else I don't look at it. I do not look at questions. I do not look at opinions. If I've got a sentence that's a bit vague that says all numbers are negative, or all numbers are positive, let's look at that one. Well, what do I mean by all numbers? It's a bad sentence. It doesn't define what numbers I'm looking at. If I want to say all natural numbers are positive, yes, they are. So that is true. So I only look at the truth value if everything is clearly defined. And that we can look at in life when we have arguments. And when I say arguments, I do not mean fights. I mean as in logical arguments and discussions with people. Make sure you're working off the same definition, because there's nothing worse than arguing a point when you both have two totally different definitions of what you're talking about. And that's what's so beautiful about mathematics, because it's there and it's good. All right, so we formalize concepts like and, or, not, if, then, implies. In algebraic logic, firstly, we give symbols to them because we love our symbols. And then under which conditions, when I combine two statements, when is one statement and another statement true? Well, both of them have to be true. And so on and so on. And we build on that, and then we look at how to form valid arguments. Now, with valid arguments, you've got your hypothesis, you've got your conclusion. If I know this, and I know this, and I know this, can I conclude this? Now, the thing with mathematics, there's no sometimes. It is either true or it is false. It is not sometimes true. It is not true if it's my opinion, if I feel like it, or today it's true, tomorrow it's false. If that's the case, then I've defined something wrong. Then I'm looking at something that I don't want to look at. So we change our question so it can suit something that comes out either true or false. So I've mentioned definitions. It's very important for us to have concepts defined very clearly, so that if I talk about a concept, I go back to the definition, and I can go back and check, does it meet the requirements of the definition? If I say this is a function, then I need to know what a function is. I can't just loosely talk about it. And then we circle around to proof. Proof is very important to mathematicians. We like playing with patterns, we like playing with structures, but we like to wrap it all up nicely in a proof. And the more elegant and the more concise it is, the more we love it. And that's what is the beauty of mathematics for us. It's just looking at patterns, looking at structures, and just seeing how it's everywhere. But it doesn't matter to us. If we just look at this stage, at all the patterns that are on this stage, it's beautiful. And that's all underpinned by mathematics. And that's why we think it's beautiful and we love it, but we don't feel like we have to prove it, because we are mostly socially awkward and going a little bit mad, and that's where we are. So there's a reason for stereotypes. So I just want to add with another quote that says, a mathematician, like a painter or a poet, is a maker of patterns. If his patterns are more permanent than theirs, it's because they are made with ideas. So that's where we end, and that is mathematicians for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've learned a lot today in regards to maths. Me and technology aren't friends. I just want to get out of this. This one, yeah? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, how does drawing incorporate mathematics? Again, as Prof. Kraus said, it's a language. Drawing is one of the oldest languages. It's a universal language. From drawing a line in the sand to communicate. So yeah, sorry, I'm still getting used to this. There we go. Okay, so like mathematics, drawing is about problem solving. Looking at an object, the way I teach my students is we look at things that most people take for granted. What happens when a light falls on an object? We really analyze it and break it down. So we don't replicate nature. We actually distort nature and allow the viewer's eye to move into the artwork itself. Okay, so it's described as, drawing is described as a thinking process, thinking through drawing. Like I said, drawing is about problem solving, constantly correcting and adjusting. The initial mark you make on your page takes the most courage because it determines where everything goes from there. Okay. There we go. There we go. Sorry, still getting used to the process. So even before you start making your mark on the page, your setup is important. That's what the colleague said with regards to logic. There needs to be logic. Most artists prefer elevating their drawing board because working flat actually changes your point of view and distorts your proportions of the object you're drawing. So elevating your drawing creates less movement of the eye and equals to more accurate drawings. Okay, so I'm going to go through a lot of drawing terminologies for you. Even the way you draw, seating compared to standing also changes your viewpoint, and that affects the outcome of the drawing. Okay, so there's a lot of mathematics and left side of your brain that you need to use with regards to the beginning stages of drawing. Okay. One of the most fundamental rules in drawing for any artist, photographer, sculptor, architect, engineer is a method called linear perspective. Linear perspective, so this fundamental tool that an artist has is to create the illusion of depth on a flat or 2D surface. And that he does that by manipulating and distorting nature. If you look at the examples on the screen, the most famous paintings, Leonardo da Vinci, Last Supper, uses this method to create that illusion of depth on a 2D surface. Again, like mathematics, everything we've learned from art comes from nature, be it the color and line. If you look at the view of the road at the bottom, horizontal line, how the road seems to narrow to a point on those horizontal lines. These are all things that feed into a drawing to create the illusion of depth. One simple technique is just by repeating an object and changing the size of an object. If you look at the circles over there, is a simple way of creating the illusion of depth in your drawing. So there's a lot of tricks artists use to create this distortion and draw the viewer's eye into the work. At the end of the day, we're trying to communicate something with the viewer or the audience. We're storytellers, so we want to intrigue and also allow the viewer's eye to move within the format and composition. Otherwise, if you look directly at an object and there's nothing that draws you into the object, there's nothing holding you from just moving on to the next artwork. Okay, so there needs to be a story, there needs to be mystery in your artwork as well. Okay, where the mathematics come in is artists, and I'm sure a lot of the lecturers on stage use the technique called the golden ratio, 1.6.8. This is a ratio that is found in nature, as I've said earlier. And what it means is, and you can find it in nature, the construction of the eye, the ear, facial features. The famous Mona Lisa is drawn with this golden ratio. Just to break it down for you, the golden ratio is basically rectangle that is dissected with a line to create a perfect square. What remains is another rectangle, and by dissecting that rectangle into a perfect square, so you continue. So you end up creating a perfect spiral. How that works for artists and photographers is by placing important areas of your composition or your format on or along those planes is said to create pleasing aesthetics or pleasing compositions. So artists use a rule called the rule of thirds, which ties into the golden ratio. It's not a rule set in stone, but it just helps the viewer appreciate the work as well. So if you look at the example above, the photograph over there, our natural instinct would be to start in the bottom left corner, and then your eye gradually goes up to what we call the focal point in the image. Similarly with the painting down below, the main area or focal point is more or less on that vertical line, so the viewer's eye moves from the right to the left. So that's one way or trick that the artists use to actually pull the viewer's eye into the work. Okay. The most famous example of an artist using the golden ratio is Leonardo da Vinci's drawing, the Vitruvian man, where his goal was to create the ideal human form by using geometry, anatomy, and fusing geometry, anatomy, and art. And he was more than just an artist. Leonardo da Vinci was a polymath. He excelled in various disciplines, and these are evident in his journals, from engineering, architecture, anatomy, and obviously art. How does this tie into what we do at North Campus Visual Arts? So there's still, so when it comes to figure drawing, the mathematics come in where you start using maths as a measuring technique for your model. This behind me is an example of what we call the generic human figure. Logic comes in where we use a section of the figure and we use that to calculate the rest of the figure. So in this case, we use the human head, and we figure out or estimate how many heads actually fit into the figure. And that's how we plan to get our figure on our page. So planning is quite important when it comes to starting off your drawing. The last thing you want to do is start a brilliant drawing and end up going off the page. So, like I said, the negative side of your brain is quite active in the beginning stages of your drawing. Okay. Obviously, if you draw from life, each model, we are all different. So the ratios will be different. Shorter people will have less heads. Sorry for that. Yeah. Like I said, initially, standing and seated would also change your perspective of your model you're looking at. Okay, so there's a lot of things that tie into the final product, so the process is important. Okay. Another technique in figure drawing which I really am passionate about is called a gesture drawing. This is because what is so great about gesture drawing is I'm actually personally against drawing super realistic images because I could just about take a photo. So what gesture drawing does, it's eliminating all the detail and focusing firstly on the action or gesture or the essence of the pose. If you look at the model at the bottom, from the arms it goes down into the head and then down into the leg. That line that runs through the center of the model is what we call the line of action. So whatever we add, we'll attach to that line. Where maths comes in, we also use angles, lines, planes, shapes to simplify things. So if you think of drawing, drawing is almost like walking into a room, your own room, in the dark. That's what I tell my students. You know more or less where things are. You know how a figure looks, but you're not drawing the generic figure. You're drawing a specific figure, so you need to feel your way through the room. So the easiest or the first step you do is to simplify things a lot. So focusing on the figure as a whole instead of focusing on small details is important in gesture drawing as well. So the essence is important. And the skill that an artist has is they can select areas, any area on, let's say, the figure to make it the focal point. So if you look at the small seated model in the corner over there, the whole figure is quite gestural, but the artist has added a little more detail on the face. And that's how he draws the viewer's eye from the feet up to the face. So you can, as an artist, as a skill, so with the skill set, you can really control or lay breadcrumbs for your viewer to follow, to find the focal point in the artwork itself. Okay, as we begin to introduce color into our drawing, we delve into Sir Isaac Newton's color theory. This is a whole basket of something different. So these are other tools that artists use to actually pull the viewer's eye into areas. If you just look at the cubes or the boxes at the bottom, if you put what we call warm colors, which is the yellows, the greens, and the orange, the yellow, the reds, and the oranges, next to the cool colors, which is the blues and the greens, the warmer colors tend to move forward closer to the viewer's eye, whereas the cooler colors seems to move further away. And that's creating distance in your drawing itself or painting itself. And these rules are applied and used by photographers, painters, and graphic designers as well. Okay, if you think of ads on the highway or on the main roads, why they use specific colors is to draw attention. Okay, you don't know why you look at a Coke sign, but it just draws your attention. So using those colors and using the properties of colors are like tools that artists can use also to entice and pull the viewer's eye. If you think of a landscape, things are in the distance. The mountain scene are normally light blue to create that space. So cooler colors create space well, warmer colors actually tend to pop. Yeah. Some artists that use mathematics in their work is Marcel Duchamp. One of his examples is the nude walking down the staircase. This is what we call a four-dimensional drawing where he focuses on width, height, and the motion on a two-dimensional surface. The next painting is Jackson Pollock's. It looks quite messy and busy, but there's actual technique to it. So it's a dripping process. Dripping process. And then scientists have actually created a machine to duplicate his process. So there's actually some symmetries of fractal symmetries, I think that's what it's called. Yeah. So, and that's about it. Yeah. So thank you.
Do I need to use this for any purpose? Okay, I'm going to battle with my hands but anyway, yeah, let me down here. try to open it there. Just double tap again. Might take a while. Thanks. Your architecture and mathematics. I've titled it Plotting Order, and I've just looked at, I think I've tried to look at architecture and what branches of mathematics have been used. I'm not a mathematician, and Margaret can correct me, and I'm glad Maurice, my son's not in the room. He's not 7, but I think he's one of those. Yeah, so it's really a look through architecture in a way, history to where we are now, and how the use of branches of mathematics have changed or enabled that. So architecture really, essentially what we do as architects is we simply separate space, and we give those separations a character. And from that we exclude and include people and the environment, aspects of the environment, sunlight, water on the one hand, and people can go here and are excluded from going there or included from going there, and that gives a functionality to the space based on what we call a privacy gradient. And then we give the surfaces that character, materiality, and from that we get a sense of meaning. We get the psychological consequence that we have when we interact generally visually with a work of architecture. So really it's and I think architecture is pretty much, I think the way we've bounced around the varsity suggests how between the sciences and the arts we are. We've been in economic sciences, we've been in humanities, and we now found ourselves in engineering or in EBIT. Pardon? So yeah, that's architecture. As I've said, there's a functional aspect to it. The thresholds that we make regulate the climatic conditions, and they regulate social groupings that facilitate function. And those are functional aspects, and then we give meaning to the work by the form that we give them. We won't go into any detail here, but this is a work of art, but architecture has a similar setup. Okay, I think I've just switched the whole thing. Okay, I'm looking for there we go, the pointer. Yeah, over there you see someone, a kid battling to understand the meaning of a work because it's been abstracted to a point. And in architecture we've had those same things. I mean, that's a basic form of a house. In a way, whatever tradition, bottom, middle, top, and the modernists came along and abstracted it to something pretty alien. For another day. But the architectures that have, the branch of mathematics, and again, Margaret, please, I'm not a mathematician, that have been used is Euclidean geometry is the mathematics of simple surfaces. Planes and solids and figures based on axioms and theorems that we set in algebra, I take it, that we learn in school. Architecture then has used, it's quite a recent use of topology to start grappling with how spaces actually function in a far more definitive way and measured way than our general understanding of privacy gradients from a theory in the late 80s. And then parametrics is what is now used to plot points in space that are highly complex, that have major curvatures. As I said, I called this plotting points. I think here, extremely complex and first example of architecture, incredibly difficult to get that point so thoroughly precise in relation to the other points. And there's actually an octagonal condition going on in here that's more complex than just the four-sided pyramid. But incredible, for 3,800 years, this was the tallest point, man-made point on the planet. And the mathematical precision required to get there is pretty phenomenal. That's some of the maths involved. And then, of course, there have been, as you spoke to, the attempt to grapple with beauty, or what we understand as beauty, and make that replicable in the things that we make by understanding the mathematical relationships of points to all other points within the physical system in order to do that. And that generally across culture that has been anthropologically determined. So we have a conventional ordering system and set of proportions based on bottom, on top, middle, bottom, back and front. And that governed how we made architecture for many years. Of course, that's been translated in architectural terms, and those systems applied as systems, and in complex systems within systems based on what kind of beauty was required in these days, how masculine, how feminine. I don't, that's then, I don't mean ultimately binary, yeah? And that would be applied to if you were doing a law court, a Doric order would be applied, and if you're doing a theater, the far more feminine composite or ionic order, and a railway station in between. Man, I keep thinking. So yeah, these ordering systems, we have buildings in our own city, and that the Euclidean geometry, even very complex forms generated, are essentially planar, even when highly complex, as we see here. Fractal geometry is a progression of a self-similar entity, a self-similar form at what do they call it? Negligibly small scale. So it's a scalable geometric condition, which in its translations remains similar but not same. So you'll get compositions that don't look exactly the same, but they have within it the same essential structure, like a snowflake. And we have architectures that very complex architectures in traditional architectures that make use of fractal geometry. Up until very recently, really, the maths within architecture, although the forms complex, were, you had to know your geometry, but were simple in a way. Even in the most complex of buildings, as these, in deconstructivist architecture, I think if you look at this, the architecture of deconstructivism, highly complex compositions that were destabling by definition. They were the start of a postmodern destabling of order. It's interesting. We won't go into that now. But in architecture, that happens. It started some time ago and produced buildings where ultimately function was thrown out of the window. And we see here columns not coming down to the floor, and yet these complex spatial experiences. But even there, the maths was not overly complex. There are those that worked with fractal composition in aiming to integrate community space, so in the spatial side, to get highly connected environments where communities would feel a sense of openness and connectedness. And they're getting back to the complex deconstructivist architectures. To branch off for a moment before we come back to the complex form, I mentioned topology. Topology is mathematical study of properties of space that remain unchanged under continuous deformations. And if we got into this, you can have, there are grid structures, we can look at these, the relationship of any space to all spaces in this spatial system is consistent. This is arguably griddy in space. It's a grid in space, but because of the connection, the change in connections between this, we get a highly treed structure and a highly gridded structure. So topologically, and I think a better image of that, I hope has, yeah. So here we have something where whatever the form of these spaces might be, these squares, okay, I've lost my pointer, but those squares are all the same, and even if the shapes of those squares were different, the openings, the gaps, define a relationship between those forms that would remain unchanged no matter what shape the form was given. And that was quite a breakthrough in Bill Hillier in the 80s, who wrote The Social Logic of Space, in being able to precisely quantify publicness, how space was related to spaces in a system were related to one another, and therefore how their potential for activities to emerge within those. Example of that. So if you asked in the old way, in the old ordering system, where the center of that system is, and everyone would point to the geometric center, generally. Whereas the center of that system spatially is, actually this street over here, that space over there. That's where your high street would be, even though conventionally it would have been, you ask someone to point it out, be in the middle. These were my own studies of various settlement structures in our own town, and interesting there, how space functions relative to how it was designed to function, on the basis of an understanding of a topological understanding rather than a geometric understanding of space, which architects use. And that's how we can quantify. That's looking at South Campus and a traditional school. And again, there's a very particular sense you get from a social sense of publicness and privateness, sense of connectedness that we get on South Campus. The arrangement is no different to a conventional school where the classrooms come out onto a courtyard, but we don't feel the space like that. And that's because of the way modernists have construct space, and topologically the syntax is set up completely differently. So the functional performance changes. Parametrics then, the first building, parametrics express coordinates of points that make up a geometric object that are complex curves. So even hyperbolic paraboloids, I think, we don't need parametrics to solve those. But when parametrics and the tools to produce parametric architecture was made available, Katja was the first technology that allowed the plotting of points in space related to one another. And the first building to make use of that, the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, a physical model could be made, and then the points plotted, the aeronautics and tools from the aeronautics and car industry enabled the plotting of space, points in that related to one another, and we got the first highly complex, very fluid building. I guess time's about nearly done, eh? anyway, so yeah, so we get the starting sketch for a building, you know, that now can be generated into something remarkably beautiful. Yeah, surely. Yeah, through and subsequently more and more buildings. In many might have heard of Zaha Hadid. She, extremely well-known architect, died recently. One of the biggest firms in the world. She was a mathematician first. She did maths first, then architecture, then did really. Anyway, we won't get into her. The issue here is that we have highly complex forms, and the question becomes, how can we make that scalable and use as few, turn it into something modular. So get that complexity with as few variations in individual units as possible becomes the task. And thank goodness we now have the technologies that allow us to use the maths involved in generating those forms. The Haydar Aliyev, also from highly, if you Google the most complex building in the world, or this is it, Museum of the Future in Dubai. Again, perhaps an example of elegance in terms of something highly complex that comes down to something extremely simple but very difficult to achieve. I think it goes with the difference between what is complicated and what is simple, complex. That which is complex is, so yeah, this is really, really difficult. It's impossible to achieve without high-level maths and the technologies we've got to go with it. Lastly, the tools used in environmental data, and really architecture going forward will go from machine to, and I'll leave this metaphorically, this is how architecture is developed as a caricature of the machine to being an actual organism. And an organism is just more immediately responsive to its environment. So we see buildings that are, and I finish with an analogy with the car industry. How cars, no. Okay, I'm not going to, given the time, not going to try and find that section, but it's like a Formula One car. You know, cars of the past had braking system. They've got the various system, electrical system, the powertrain, braking system. Cars now, Formula One cars now, the braking system is feeding back into your power unit. The wheel is talking to the power. It's operating like an organism. Every system is talking to every other system, and the whole organism is reacting. The long and the short of it is, as we have the tools to implement and use the mathematics with the data that we work with and respond to in making buildings, the more we will get to a organic organism, potentially, that is both functionally perfect and aesthetically meaningful and beautiful. Based, of course, there's a cultural aspect to that, and with our large language models, ultimately we can get an almost pretty precise understanding of what it is that is meaningful to various cultures and traditions, and inputting that, we'll get buildings that look in any number of ways on that basis, and also perform functionally and environmentally well. Thank you to Maths.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to do a little demonstration. So while I unpack my violin and while Carter assists me with the mic, I think we can get the slideshow set up. Give me 30 seconds.
I won't break out into a song.
All right, thank you so much for that. So there's so much to say about this, I think this special relationship between mathematics and music. I always thought that, you know, mathematics, it underpins almost everything in the theory of music. I mean, there's so much to say about how we organize compositions, how we time music, how we organize time, how we notate music. There's something I think that you mentioned in your introductory remarks about the precision, the symbolic precision. So music has the same. But anyway, there's about a million things to say. And because we have so little time, I thought maybe I'll just demonstrate some of these basic mathematical principles in very, I don't know, practical ways. So the first thing I want to demonstrate is this: we've got the ability to year fractions. Now, first is a question. There are 4 fractions on the screen. It's 1 over 1, 256 over 243, then 1024 over 729, and then 3 over 2. Now, which of those 4 fractions do you think is the most scary looking? Can we vote? The first one, second one, third one? Okay, cool. Now I'm going to demonstrate what they sound like. So, the first fraction is 1 over 1. So that's what we call a unison. That's when the frequency of the 2 notes that we're hearing are exactly the same. So 1 to 1. This is what it sounds like. So very simple, not too offensive. Second one, 256 over, what is it? 243. Slightly more scary. This is what this would sound like. Okay, quite dissonant. Then the third fraction, I can't even remember the numbers. This is what this one sounds like. Now, it's actually not the most dissonant sound, but very interestingly, for the majority of, let's say, Western music history, where theory was involved with creating music, this specific interval was called the devil in music. It was actually outlawed in any religious music. And then we get to that last fraction, which brings us to Pythagoras. Pythagoras thought that this is the most perfect relationship between two vibrating strings. So he measured it as the length of 2 perfect strings, but I can demonstrate it. This is actually how the violin is set up. So that's a perfect fifth, and that's the basis of all our tuning systems in music. All right, next theme. Okay, so hearing waveforms. On, what is this side? Left side of the screen. We've got some sine waves, and then on the right side there's some sort of triangular waveform. Now, just top wave there, first sine wave, we can see this concept of frequency and amplitude. If we compare to the middle wave, we've got a faster frequency, so more squiggles in a certain time. If we compare to the last wave, that one has a bigger amplitude, so wider oscillations. And you can also see the sine waves have a certain quality to the wave, certain waviness, and the triangular wave has a different quality. So I'm going to try and demonstrate that using the technique of vibrato. Vibrato is what we use to You'll see. Okay, you'll hear. So the first one is basic sine wave. All right, second one, we're going to increase the frequency. Third one, we're going to increase the amplitude. And then the triangular wave. I need to demonstrate this somewhere else. So you can hear the angular quality. All right, ready for the next one? Okay, this is a very pretentious title for the slide, but it links to some of my PhD research, which is about how violin teachers actually have to enact all these knowledge systems that they've built up, through experience, and then that's how they actually that's how they communicate this knowledge to their students. So, what you see on the screen is a photo of a world-famous violinist, Jascha Heifetz. It is an exposure photo where there was a light source connected to his elbow, and he's playing a very famous passage from the violin repertoire. And if you can see this kind of squiggles, it creates this figure 8 or infinity symbol. You can see that there are no sharp kind of edges, right? I'm going to demonstrate that passage and see if you can see a similar shape in my elbow. I think I'm going to demonstrate a bad version first. It's almost similar to that triangular wave. Okay, so this is bad version. Okay, now it looks bad. Now something closer to that version. I'll slow it down. So anyway, that's this kind of smooth movement. I think I'm going to stop there, except I'm just going to read a quote. I was very inspired last night, but I think it might actually speak to some of the themes we've heard today. So, music shows us that mathematics need not remain abstract or solitary. It can become human when it resonates through our bodies, and it becomes communal when it resounds through our shared experiences. So I think this is why science needs the humanities, because beauty and meaning emerge when numbers are allowed to sing. Thank you.
Dance. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, but is this the pointer? I've never used this before. Got my hands free now. Laser. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think my name is Andrew Matthews. I'm from the Department of Languages and Literature in the English section, where I teach a first-year module entitled Introduction to Poetry. Yes. And this, what I have right here, has been excerpted from a lecture. So if there are students here from first year, this is not a duplicate lecture, but it is somehow speaking about the mathematics of poetry, which refers to the structure, patterns, systems, order, discourse, language of poetry, in the sense that how all these things come together as an arranged formation or discursive structure that gives meaning, right? At the same time, we will track this, or try and read a poem or a section from a poem as an example or illustration of how the discourse or language of poetry somehow gestures towards meaning, a possible meaning, because there's no one meaning, right? There's no one interpretation when it comes to poetry or art. There are a number of interpretations or a number of possible meanings that can reside within an artwork, right? You as well, artwork, or like a poem. Let me jump ahead. And this image, this GIF or GIF, is it GIF or GIF? GIF. Okay, let's go with GIF, in a jiffy. So this GIF is from a film entitled American Beauty, released in 1999 by director Sam Mendes. It won several Oscars at the Academy Awards ceremony of 2000. Why do I have this GIF picture that's moving over there? Well, what do we see there, before I get to the quote? We see a plastic bag, right, being whipped up, down, all around by a breeze or wind. And in the background, we see a face brick wall. We see concrete at the bottom as the ground. We see leaves as well. This is important for us as we move along into a poem. We'll note the combination or the unification or union of set and setting. Set and setting, yeah. We'll get there, how it's important. And how a particular poet entitled or named T.S. Eliot in his poem entitled Preludes employs this notion or conception of set and setting within his poems, based also on his own critical writing around what's now known as, what he coined as the objective correlative. Okay? Moving on, going forward. This is the first stanza or first section from Eliot's poem entitled Preludes. I will read this for you. I'm not a poet. I might not. Mario spoke enough, I think, today. It's my turn now. Let me read it. I'll try and not mangle it. The winter evening settles down with smell of steaks in passageways. 6 o'clock, the burnt out ends of smoky days. And now a gusty shower wraps the grimy scraps of withered leaves about your feet and newspapers from vacant lots. The showers beat on broken blinds and chimney pots. And at the corner of the street, a lonely cab horse, not house, sorry. A lonely cab horse steams and stamps, and then the lighting of the lamps. There's a certain pattern we'll detect here based on a rhyme, a certain pattern also based on meter, and a certain pattern based on syllabic count, where after the harmony of all these elements are found, were discovered by us, we also, within that harmony, discover a discordant element, a tritone perhaps. It will stick out, we'll get there. Let's go ahead, forward. There we go. The poem Preludes is taken from the first published poetry book by T.S. Eliot entitled Proof Rock and Other Observations. The poem is set in the modern world, right? At the end of the workday and a return home from school, work, campus, a conference, a colloquium, maybe from here, later on, soon, 15, 20. What we find is the time and place as a situation is described for us, and it's a cityscape. This landscape is a cityscape It's dirty or grimy. It's in ruin, as Eliot will coin it later in his magisterial work. It's a wasteland, right? So it's all doom and gloom at the moment. Prelude is a poem in 4 parts or sections. Each section has 1 stanza. Part 1 has 13 lines, part 2 has 10 lines, part 3 has 15 lines, and part 4 has 9 lines. So it's 4 stanzas, each part or section has a stanza. But then there's also an additional part right at the end where you have an additional 4 lines plus an extra 3 lines, 4 lines being a quatrain, 4 lines in a stanza, quatrain, and 3 lines in a stanza being a tercet. Taken together, it's 7 lines, right? At the end of a poem, usually when you find this extra section, it's also called an envoy or envoy. Envoy means to send. Send what? To send a message, which you'll find is the message of the poem. Once you understand how the elements, the mathematical properties, the configuration comes together to produce possible meaning and also the message. Okay. So in this first stanza from this poem, Preludes, one finds that there is an alternating or alternate rhyme scheme with 2 rhyming couplets. The winter evening settles down with smell of steaks in passageways, 6 o'clock, the burnt out ends of smoky days. Passageways and days rhyme, so it's alternating, right? Down and clock, they don't rhyme. Can I use this pointer? I might just put it off. There we go. Down and clock don't rhyme. Passageways and days rhymes. There's a hint of alternating rhyme scheme. Why? Because we are settling into the poem and settling into the evening, or the evening settling down, right? So it's beginning to emerge a pattern. Ways, days. After that, you have a rhyming couplet, raps and scraps. Right? The pattern has emerged here. After that, you find the alternating rhyme scheme is more consistent and evident. Feet, lots, beat, pots, street. It goes beyond the regular 4 lines that form an alternating rhyming pattern to include an extra line there, street, right? So it's 5. Then at the end, it terminates in a rhyming couplet, stamps and lamps as well. So it's very consistent and structured, and it's evident there is a pattern in terms of alternating rhyme, and then you have a rhyming couplet, alternating rhyme, and a rhyming couplet. So that's the pattern established for us based on a rhyme, right? Back to where I was. Back to there. So that's the rhyming couplet and alternating rhyme. After that, you have meter as well playing a role. Eliot is known as the poet that breaks with meter, conventionally, as a modernist poet. That's from the past, the 19th century, Shakespeare and all those poets, right? So he breaks with meter, apparently. Bringing into play free verse from the modernist era up until the contemporary era, one would think, right? But in that stanza, that first stanza or first section from Preludes, one finds that there is a meter, a very strict meter in place. You find iambic tetrameter, which is 8 syllables or 4 metrical units or feet per line, and iambic dimeter, which is 4 syllables or 2 metrical units or feet per line, going back to the poem. So how does it work? If you count the syllables of each line, you'll find it. The winter evening settles down. It's 8 syllables. The next line's also 8 syllables with smell of steaks in passageways. Then the third line has 3 syllables, right? The next few lines, the burnt out ends of smoky days and now a gusty shower wraps. 8 lines, 8 lines. The grimy scraps, 4 lines. Next line, of withered leaves about your feet, 8 syllables. And newspapers from vacant lots, 8 syllables. Then 4 syllables, 8, 8, 8, 8, right? So you have this 8, 8, 3, 8, 8, 4, 8, 8, 4, 8, 8, 8, 8. It's consistent in, well, fairly consistent in terms of syllable count. There's a reason for that, right? Surely. And in terms of the beat, maybe I should beat it out. Should I go for it? I don't play the violin, but I can't play the drum, but I can beat something. Let's do this. The poem, how it goes, how it should go when you, the beat thing, yeah. The winter evening settles down with smell of steaks in passageways. Pause. 6 o'clock. Pause. The burnt out ends of smoky days, and now a gusty shower wraps the grimy scraps of withered leaves about your feet, and newspapers from vacant lots. The showers beat on broken blinds and chimney pots, and at the corner of the street, a lonely cab horse steams and stamps, and then the lighting of the lamps. It's consistent. It's a beat. What does that beat approximate? Well, depends on interpretation, right? It can be a heartbeat, for example, or it can mimic the way one speaks. Breath, movement, sound, right? But that pattern has been established for a reason. To kind of like lull us into a state where one experiences the time of day and the space at that time of day, right? We will get to Eliot where he mentions to the theory of objective correlative, how this arrangement and coming together of certain elements, the language, discourse, or mathematical properties of a poem is put together to produce a certain emotion. We'll get to that soon. The element, I'll skip the time aspect because of time. I'll skip the and now and then, but I'll focus on the 6 o'clock. That's the one element within the system that stands out, that doesn't fit into the pattern, and there's a reason for that, the 6 o'clock. It's the time when you arrive home from wherever you've been, for instance, at Research Week on, what's today? Wednesday, right? Go home, you arrive home, you smell as you enter your place of residence, steak. You think to yourself when you arrive home, normally when I arrive home at this time, and I smell the neighbor's steak being, prepared, it's 6 o'clock. So you think 6 o'clock, and you know now it's 6 o'clock. And you go on beyond that, and all the other elements that one normally finds at this place when one returns home is also set for us as a set in this location or this space where you arrive back home from wherever you've been, right? That one element, 6 o'clock, stands out. It's different in terms of meter. It's a dactyl where one goes da, da, da. Not iambic, da, 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 da. It goes da, da, da. 6 o'clock, right? So it's a dissonant element. For Eliot and the speaking person or personage in this poem, it is titled or known as a zone of consciousness. It's not any identifiable person. Can't say it's a he or she or them, whoever, right? It's like a non-entity. It's a zone of consciousness, this perceiving agent, this mobile, unidentified agent, right? For Eliot, in terms of how one thinks of all these elements of the poem coming together to establish as a language of a poem, his poem, right? One finds that this objective correlative works in a way to express emotion. This is what art is about. The only way of expressing emotion in the form of art is by finding an objective correlative. In other words, a set of objects, a situation, a chain of events, which shall be the formula of that particular emotion, such that when the external facts, which must terminate in sensory experience, are given, the emotion is immediately evoked. What are these set of objects, the situation, the chain of events? We have it in this poem. Set of objects are You come home, you smell something, it is steak. That leads you to think about the burnt out ends of smoky days, the end of a day, and that association of how you're feeling with a certain image, burnt out. You're tired perhaps, right? Then you see around you the leaves, you see newspapers, there's a shower, rain starting to fall, it's whipping up newspapers around your feet, right? And other elements as well, such as a lonely cab horse down the street, and then the lights go on, signifying it's 6 o'clock or beyond, and it's nighttime or evening time now. So these all form a set of objects, a set. Each element or each member within that first stanza forms a set, right? And they are placed within a setting. The set is placed within a setting, the setting being the cityscape, this abandoned lot, right? Once you have that, you try and find what's the formula. Well, that's the formula. But why is that being put in place? What's the particular emotion? For Eliot, he says that all these things, there's the mathematics of the encounter or the event, right, that's been put into place. But you go beyond that and you try and discover what the emotion is that resides there. Right? That's around it, like a carapace, for example, or a wrapping. So what is it? One doesn't know for sure. I can't say for certain it's maybe loneliness, it's love, it's fear, it's whatever. But it's there. And it's through the mathematical organization of these elements of rhyme and meter and line length, along with what's represented in terms of these objects that form a set, within a setting, that one gets close to discovering this particular emotion. Then in the envoy, we get to the message. Envoy means to send, message, meaning. You find the message at the end of a poem, what was there all along. For in the first stanza, one finds a general setting. In the second stanza, one finds someone waking up early morning, going to work. Third stanza, one finds a woman alone at night, feeling her loneliness, not finding a way out of her ennui. And the fourth stanza, one finds another man that's there and he's going home as well at the end of the day. So you have these personages or persons that populate this poem that are feeling adrift or separated or alone or alienated, right? And then you get the message at the end eventually where the person that speaks, the perceiving agent that's a non-entity, reveals itself as an I, assumes an identity, right? And it says, I am moved by fancies that are curled around these images and cling. The notion of some infinitely gentle, infinitely suffering thing. 4 lines as message, an envoy to conclude the poem, and there you have it, what the poem's about, one would think, right? I don't know how much time I've left. If you bring it home to South Africa, Arthur Nortje from this province and from this town was influenced by Eliot and many other poets besides, right? And in his poem, 3 minutes, I'll do a quick 3 here. In his poem entitled Glad to be Moving, remember Eliot says, I am moved by these things, these images, suffering persons or elements, creatures within a certain space. You find that this person, the speaker of Arthur Nortje's poem in Glad to be Moving, is also surrounded by certain objects or elements that constitute a set, right? Within a specific setting. You will highlight in this poem street urchins or homeless young persons, boys or girls. You will also highlight or represent for us seagulls or birds fighting for a scrap, which is also another important image, the scrap or the morsel or something that's left over. And also the place itself, which is in Cape Town, Bellville train station, which that's how it looked in the 1960s. And the other pictures is of how it looks now, all right? Do we read the entire poem or not? Yes, we do. Yay. As weird sounds in earshot make instant fear, this urchin made I saw crouched in burnt grass, waiting for my cellophane to skid along, the platform's brown spine trained to pass. is a hint of alternate rhyme scheme, but it will fall away because that's not the most important thing here. I again sat there munching archly, with dumb feet in a pane of sunlight. Observed the hill's contours, cloud formations, drivers strolling from the snake's rear end. A grey and white gull fluttered, settled, expectant of business. For morsels, another squawked to the bread spot, outwitted the weakling. Or fear, I suppose, was part of the process. These we depart from, child, leftovers, birds, and wind with the serpent through new moods, emotions. The set is child, leftovers, birds, and the speaker, where Eliot excludes in this 4 segments from his poem an identifiable speaker. It's like a non-entity. Only at the end you hear an I. Here the I is included as part of the set. So those 3 images or elements plus the speaker within a specific setting and also time or date within South Africa. Cape Town, 1963, Bellville train station, the speaker, colored person, alone, you would think, on a train station in a patch of light, and then he sees, he bears witness to these elements, things, members of a set around him, right? And the emotion that stands out once you understand how they've been configured for this person that's speaking in this poem is that of fear. This poem is actually a sonnet. It has 14 lines. So when you think of a sonnet, you think about love. It's a love poem. There's no emotion of love evident here. The emotion is fear, since he mentions fear at the end of that stanza, or fear, I suppose, and also fear at the start in the first line, instant fear. So fear is the dominating emotion, right? Glad to be moving means that the speaker is happy to be moving away from this place where he feels afraid, right? Something's wrong with this place where he's at, where he's sitting, and he's eager to move. So glad to be moving indicates that it's a movement away from a place that's uncongenial towards a space which is not just physical but also mental or psychological, where one is allowed to, say, be free or be oneself. I'll end it there.
Can we play? Oh, we have Alan. Yes, online. Alan?
Hi, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Alan, you've
Okay,
got
wonderful.
7 to 10 minutes.
Okay, I haven't timed myself, but I hopefully will stick to that. So I was a bit worried about the ability to share my screen. So I'm just going to try also. Okay, just let me see here. Okay, hopefully you can see that, my title page. Okay, so let me get straight in due to the time constraint. So I'm actually glad I got to go last because it was quite fascinating to see how mathematics weaves its way into all of our disciplines, the various disciplines that were discussed here, not least of all those that sit squarely in the humanities. Also, as the linguist on the panel, I would like to say here that I feel that none of these would be possible without the luxury of language and the ability to describe all these things. Although, as the first speaker said, mathematics as its own language likes to simplify everything. Language itself doesn't necessarily like to be simple, but rather flowery, but all in pursuit of describing these beautiful things. So, if I can start off with a little joke, if you like, which speaks to linguists as scientists and perhaps scientists as linguists. So I've got a few famous names there. Heisenberg, the theoretical physicist, Gödel, who was a mathematician and I believe a logician, and also Chomsky, who is a very famous linguist. So the three of them walk into a bar. Heisenberg looks around the bar and says, because there are three of us and because this is a bar, it must be a joke. But the question remains, is it funny or not? And Gödel thinks for a moment and says, well, because we're inside the joke, we can't tell whether it is funny. We'd have to be outside looking at it. And I believe this relates to some of their most famous theories. And then, of course, lastly, Chomsky looks at both of them and says, of course it's funny. You're just telling the joke wrong. So, what is what? Just a quick few definitions. First of all, linguistics is the scientific study of the structure and development of language. Specifically, syntax is the grammatical arrangements of words in a sentence. And I think this goes back a bit to what the first speaker said, that maths does have grammar. And when she used that Facebook example about bad grammar, I myself have encountered multiple of those questions, if you like, on Facebook and the various answers. And then lastly, mathematics is or can be said to be the study of numbers, shapes, and space using reason, and usually a special system of symbols and rules for organizing them, or alternatively, the science of numbers, forms, amounts, and their relationships. So some of you may have heard of the concept of universal grammar, and perhaps the language of science. It is the innate principles and properties that pertain to all the grammars to the grammars of all human languages. There are rules of particular languages, such as English or Arabic or Zulu, that form part of the individual grammars of these languages. And then there are rules that hold in all languages. And perhaps you can start seeing how I might compare this to mathematics, which is maths is maths, no matter which language you look at it in. And we're trying to identify patterns, mathematical, if you like, that hold for all languages. And then the linguist's goal is to reveal the laws of human language, as the physicist's goal is to reveal the laws of, for example, the physical universe. The limitations of language are at the heart of any of the limitations of knowledge, and these could possibly evolve and change. Understanding quantum physics is such a problem because the only language that helps us navigate the ideas is mathematics. Try to translate the mathematics into the language of everyday experience, and we create the absurdities that make quantum physics so challenging. And that is a quote from one of my favorite authors. He's a scientist, or a mathematician rather. I believe he's at Oxford University, Marcus de Sotoy. He has a PhD in mathematics. And he's actually in his books written about all of the disciplines spoken about today, and to some extent shown the mathematics within each of them. So, mathematical formula and so-called syntactic formulae. And you'll notice I've put formulae next to syntactic in quotation marks, because I don't think it's necessarily recognized as such. So you will no doubt be familiar with perhaps one of the easiest mathematical formulas, namely y equals mx plus c, which defines or can be used to draw a straight line. Now compare that to what we might use in syntax or grammar, which is that S consists of NP and VP, and that is the fundamental of any sentence within a language. S for sentence must consist of a noun phrase and a verb phrase. Now, maths was my favorite subject at school and university. So when I started studying language, I kind of automatically saw it through a mathematical lens. So when I look at that, namely S consists of NP, VP, I sometimes see that S equals NP plus VP, which maybe you can relate to that first formula and see it in a more mathematical sense. Now, those are actually called phrase structure rules and not necessarily formulae. And I've just given a few examples there. I'm not going to go through each one. But you can see that they do become a little bit more complicated. You can break each of the phrases down into its so-called constituents. You'll see brackets and asterisks, which indicate that things are, for example, optional, or indeed that there can be more than one in the sentence or the formula. So, in syntax, we use what's called tree diagrams. And on the next slide, I think I will speak more about how a similar thing is used in a more mathematical context. So a sentence here, the horse, or rather not but the horseman dismounted smartly. So at the top there, we have our basic formula, S must consist of NPVP, and then each of those can be broken down into another phrase structure rule, which classifies each word in the sentence and also starts to talk about or starts to look at the fact that grammar is very organized. It is quite rule-based. And if you were, for example, to mess the order around there and say something like dismounted horseman smartly you have the same words, but because you haven't got them in the correct order, they don't really make sense. Some sentences you can flip things around, others you can't, or you can't easily do that. Now, in economics, there's a branch called game theory, and that uses decision trees. So we say game theory is the study of mathematical models of strategic actions among rational agents. Now, a classic example is the so-called prisoner's dilemma. And what you do in game theory is you break down moves that people or agents can make. So for example, player one can either follow the path along the top or the one along the bottom, known as strategy A and strategy B. And then depending on that decision, we then move on to the second player and then the options available to that player. And then I think at the end there, they ultimately relate to probabilities that a particular player or agent will follow one strategy or the other. And then depending on that, the other player or players have differing options. Now flip that on its side, as I've done there, and it starts to look a bit like a tree diagram. Perhaps I'm stretching or reaching here. Now, if we look at a more complex sentence, so a group of horsemen suddenly appeared on the horizon, you might see a lot more not so much options, but pathways that can be followed. And indeed, these are followed again in a very structured, rule-based way. So I'm not going to go into each of those and how we break them down, but if we were to give and I put formulae in quotation marks here, but those would each break down into those options. So as part of my presentation, I was asked to look at so-called V2 principles. Now, as I've already said, grammar is largely about word order, and it is quite rigid. If we think back to that first example where you moved the words around in an ungrammatical way, it didn't make sense. And even where the word order can be changed, it is still subject to clear rules. Now, verb second word order, or V2 as it is sometimes abbreviated in English, is an example of this, since it deviates from the expected or normal sentence construction. Ironically, it is common in Germanic languages, of which English is one, but no longer really common in English, because English favors the so-called subject-verb order. And I now relate this back to the first speaker again, who spoke about the order in which mathematical operations are done. I think it's also called BODMAS. So perhaps this is a tenuous link, but you can say that there is an order of operations in syntax or in language. And in the example, or in the case of something like V2 principles, whether or not you can move these things around and whether that continues to be a grammatical or a neat sentence that makes sense. So you might be sitting there thinking, well, where am I going with this? Is this relevant? Is there actually a link to mathematics, or rather a direct link that we can make reference to? And that is perhaps the use of statistics in linguistics. It is actually increasingly being used in linguistics for something like research into authorship. Now, a famous example of this is whether William Shakespeare indeed wrote the works attributed to William Shakespeare. And often statistics is used to analyze the writing of some of his contemporaries. and whether it can be said from a statistical point of view, whether there is a chance that looking at a particular writer's other body of work, you can say, well, actually, that was likely the person who wrote Shakespeare's works if you think he himself didn't. Perhaps a more contemporary example, which one that I love, is the author of the Harry Potter novels, J.K. Rowling. About a decade ago, she started writing under a pseudonym, and supposedly nobody knew that it was her, but a team of linguists at an American university, I think Duke, managed to expose her using this sort of analysis. And while she was unhappy about it, she had to ultimately concede that she was indeed this new pseudonym. And this was done using statistics and ultimately mathematics in linguistic analysis. Right, so in conclusion, is syntax the mathematics of linguistics? I conclude yes, but with a bit of a caveat, kinda. And perhaps that comes down to the nature of research insofar as we haven't yet proven it, but we are well on our way, or at least I like to think so. Okay, thank you for listening, and I think we now move on to the Q&A session.
Thank you, Ellen. Really enriching session, this one. Can I just now give all the presenters a warm round of applause? Patterns, structures, symmetry, proportions, angles, shapes, precision, and Maria's a little bit of madness as well. And strangely, Margaret, all these terms came up throughout. But Andrew, you made me think about spaces created for a certain function, but they are no longer serving the function for which they were created. I'm paraphrasing you, I'm not an architect. So everything amazing, but also seeing the interconnectedness between states, METs. I'm just remembering the last input from Alan and the disciplines. So I don't think you can do without us, and we can't do without you as well. But colleagues, 2, 3 sharp questions, pointed questions. I don't know if I should. We're supposed to finish at 4, and I want, with your permission, to ask that we just go a little bit 10 past 4. Would that be fine with you? So just to see if we can get, okay, the first hand, the second hand there. If you don't raise your hand now, you're not gonna have a chance again. Another hand? Okay, so 2 hands. We'll start with the gentleman over here. Can you please pass the mic?
Thank you very much. My name is Sunny from Oxford University. I see a line that cuts across the 7 speakers. How do you see the impact of artificial intelligence affecting everything that you have said? Alan, you raised an issue that borders on machine learning. That's decision tree, using a large language model which we use in training the data algorithm to get artificial intelligence. So just generally, anyone can take the question, the impact of artificial intelligence in your discipline. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Karabo?
Thank you so much. 2 quick questions. Firstly, to Andrew, quite fascinating presentation. I was curious if you had anything to say about the new PwC building in Joburg. You know that one that looks like it's rung?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know it.
Center City. Yeah. Looks like it's about to fall.
Yeah, it looks like it's wrung. It's like a cloth that is wrung, and then I don't know where that speaks to the Pythagorean or the Euclidean geometries that you were speaking about. And to Ellen, you're speaking about syntax and specifically syntax and logics of English. I am curious as to whether the same syntax arrangements apply to African languages.
There's no other question, so I've asked each speaker to say something just for a minute, to respond for a minute, if you feel you compelled to respond. Just a minute so that we can finish it in time. I'll start with you, Marius. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think AI is a problem for all creative people because, you know, although it sounds very turgid sometimes what the thing produces, potentially poetry, but it is a problem because where is originality and creativity? And if you want to make a quick buck, you can ask the thing to write the script for you. So I think it is a major problem in that sense.
Even though AI is a major problem, it's here to stay. Yeah. So we've got to figure out how to work with it. We've got to figure out how to, and especially at an academic institution, we've got to figure out how to incorporate it in what we do and not turn a blind eye and say, students, you're not allowed to use AI, but be creative. Or you're not allowed to use AI, but solve this. We've got to figure out how to bring this into our classrooms. And I don't have an answer, but we can't turn a blind eye. That's all I want to say. We've got to work with it. We can't work against it. It's not going away, and we can't switch off the internet.
I agree with my colleagues. We need to adapt to AI, but there's also a place for conceptual art, the craft. Everything comes back, that cycle of nature, everything comes back. So equipping yourself with the tools, the basic tools, will just up the game when you start delving into the AI. So there is a place for conventional, traditional means.
Okay, thanks. I think your AI is certainly, as everyone said, will affect everyone. I think good environments are a translation of the best of human patterns. I think good space is use space. Bad space is that which is designed for but not used the way it's intended. And the more data we have on that, and in so many ways, even as to what, the algorithm for what makes things meaningful to us or any culture, including the fun and our functional patterns and how we go about things, and the environmental conditions. When all of those factors as parameters prioritized in one way or another are put into a machine and generating an outcome, difficult to argue with. It speaks to the PwC building. I think one thing architects always face is and it's an interesting question, what is a good building? And that's not necessary. Architects often go after curiosity, really. Architecture with a capital A, that is something that hasn't been seen before or at the limits of some sort of technology. Now, I don't know I know the form of PwC. I don't know to what extent that was those twists came out of any environmental, say, wind loading or particular climatic conditions. If not, it's very likely to be something that's done at out of a curious intent of a otherwise known building that is essentially rectangular, now being given some character at a technological end by being able to be twisted. If that is the case, how meaningful is it? Becomes the question. You know, do you and how good is it? And the meaning aspect immediately, I'm not so sure, because there's so much universal playing around with almost random form, becomes difficult because we aren't getting any cultural or crafted qualities, really giving that much character outside of a universal, what's the word, beyond a curious form. Anyway, I think that what is good and what is curious is something that I think architecture on the whole must grapple with.
I think back to the AI question. In the case of music as a discipline, well, first I want to say, of course, AI is here to stay, and we need to find ways to embrace it. But interestingly, in the case of music, I think AI actually underscores how there's this tension between let's say, the precision and the analytical side, like maybe the mathematical side. On the other hand, there's also this, when you ingest a lot of patterns and you kind of generate an average, so the kind of, how we generate sentences using ChatGPT, whatever. But the outcomes of that, when we apply it in music, is just so bad that it just shows you that human element. I think we're still so far away from replacing that. And the second point I want to make is that since AI has kind of crept into every aspect of our lives, there's a stronger need for people to really experience things, but like live performance. It's something that can only happen in a shared space in real time. So I think in that sense, music as a discipline is absolutely incredibly safe. But yeah, we should find ways to, I guess, embrace AI.
I think Marius gestured to this and answered as well with regards to originality and something that's left of the human in terms of a production of a work of art, like a poem. I think the challenge is set for poets and creative writers where one would have to take on board how much AI has mastered your art form. If AI can produce, say, a sonnet, like a Shakespearean sonnet, and all the elements of a sonnet are there, in terms of the quatrains, in terms of the rhyme scheme, everything, the images being used and the central subject of love and how it links to nature and all these things. If AI can master that and produce a sonnet that's akin to, say, Shakespearean sonnet, right, then isn't the challenge there then for the human being that writes poems, for example, a sonnet, that produces something that outstrips that, or that perhaps can still maintain or produce or reflect something of the human that the AI cannot master? Whether it's the soul or the mind or the spirit, something of it will not be there that the AI produces. We might get there soon with general intelligence and super intelligence, but we're not there yet. But the challenge then is set for the poet to still, although the poet has mastered all the conventions, the mathematics and the rules of the components of a poem, to still somehow maintain and produce and reflect something of the human within that. There's another response to that as well, where the human could perhaps, if the AI can produce something that the human can produce, can the human produce something that's akin to AI? Mastering the AI's language that has mastered our language. So you flip the script. Kind of, the mirror has now been put to us. AI is reflecting us. But what if we take the mirror and do this to AI? Will that cause a glitch in that system or not?
If you can hear me again, I almost feel like the AI because you can't see me and perhaps my voice is coming out of the roof.
Okay.
But, sorry, can you hear me?
No, Alan, yeah, it's the two questions, machine learning and whether the syntax that you've used, the diagrams, what is it called? The three diagrams can represent African languages, and I've done this at school. And can you please respond to that?
Yes, of course. Yes, perhaps it was a bit negligent of me not to look at and include AI in my section. But I suppose language and even syntax is fundamental to AI because Without it, what could the AI give us? Because it wouldn't be able to understand us, and whatever the format of its output, we might not be able to understand. But of course, AI has access to all the LLMs, I'm just going to use English as an example now. I also know that you can plug an equation into AI and it can potentially solve it for you. So perhaps AI is in a unique position where it's at a sort of intersection between language and mathematics, and it might be able to come up with insights that we don't currently have, and those might be a starting block for us to go further as the humans and to do our research on that. As to the question of African languages, obviously or rather to my detriment, English is my only real language in which I do research. My ability to communicate in isiXhosa, for example, is seriously limited. But as far as I know, these are quite universal. They can absolutely be applied to African languages, and I assume that my colleagues in the other departments who study similar things, if they don't use things like tree diagrams, they absolutely can, because they do break down the fundamental grammar of a language, any language really, and they allow you to see these patterns, these rules, and how you work with them, and indeed how you can change things around, how you can manipulate them, etc. I hope that answers the questions.
Yeah. It's great. What I would like to ask from my side, but not to ask perhaps now, the conjugation in African languages, like for instance, you wouldn't have a determinant, for instance, and your noun phrase can have an object marker and whatever, you know. So not a noun phrase, a verb phrase can have an object marker. Yes. So it's those things that we're talking about where there's conjugation that does not exist in Germanic languages. But I studied linguistics in first year, and so that's a little bit that I know, and just from the little bit of knowledge of syntax, Alan. Perhaps a conversation in the faculty for another day. We'll invite you, sir. Yes, we will. We can. Colleagues, thank you so much. Just our panel, really enriching. I think we didn't have enough time, and out very fascinating stuff. I think you belong to the humanities. I think we must just take that. But really fascinating. I'm starting with guests, you can see. So, is it Margaret or Margaret? Margaret. Thank you as well. It's quite important for us the question I had all the time when you were speaking about I'm paraphrasing the neutrality of maths. Can you really be neutral? Can you really be neutral? Because all knowledge is contextual. And so, but you're saying you can be neutral. So it's these engagements that are once off, I think it's things that we really, as the different faculties where we're located, is something that we can engage with. I'm fascinated by everything, music, poetry, sonnet, Eliot, patterns and everything. No, I think I'm gonna take your lessons to my children. They might studying, violin. So thank you so much. Great. I'm gonna end with your quote. Know the rules well, so you can break them effectively. I don't know if the relevance of that quote in this context, but really great. But also, David, perhaps just to underscore what I said, Margaret, is that maths is not abstract, and magic emerges when numbers are allowed to sing. And song can be in architecture, can be in visual arts, can be literal in music, can be in language. So the relationality of knowledge. Just a few announcements I want to make. After this, we have book launch starting at 5. We're celebrating 8 of the books that has been produced or published from the faculty from 2024 into 2025. And I'm just saying some, because there's quite a number of them. About 16 books, actually, that we've come to know. But these are the 8 are the ones that we have come to, or people were able to come and present them for the book launch. And 4 of these come from the chair on identities and social cohesion in Africa, Professor Andrea Hest, and who's going to be anchoring the session at 5. And then part of the launch is an exhibition of a documentary called Blacks Can Farm. And those people who were in the faculty research day last year will remember that we screened a documentary called Amatongo Ezwe, The Spirits of the Land. We talked about farmers farm workers who were labor tenants in white-owned farmers and the kind of everyday experiences they had. So this is a follow-up on that, and it's, as far as I know, it's based in experiences of people in the Lesotho area. What I'm asked to request from you is that if you can please, at the end of the session, go to the Science Center at the Dome and support or view the exhibition in the Dome. Now, and then come back here at 5 for the cocktail and the lunch. What else? There's nothing else to say. Just to thank you for really engaging with us and listening to the kind of research and debates we have in the faculty about knowledge generally, and also to express gratitude to people from other faculties who have come to engage with us about their own areas of work. And I want to say ukufakaza. What is ukufakaza in English? Pardon? I wanted a scientific, I didn't want a spiritual, biblical word, but to just share and express, to bear witness to the relationality of knowledge. So thank you very much. A big round of applause, please, colleagues. Thank you, Alan. Thank you.
In the book, I look at works by leading South African creators, Gabriel Goliath, Brett Bailey, Lara Foote, and Juliet Jenkins, as a way into thinking about shame and shame's effect on the body. The book is deeply personal. It's a deeply personal engagement with shame in the not yet or never to be post-apartheid South Africa. The book does not only identify shame's agentive quality as solely negative, but also highlights how shame is an indicator of a desire and interest in other humans. Here you'll briefly see the content page of the book, the introduction. I followed with 5 case study chapters, a conclusion, and a postscript. my PhD thesis that was completed at the University of the Western Cape under the supervision of the late Prof. Jane Taylor and Professor Cobus Millman. During my PDRF at Askia, I was
The dinner is back and forth. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think we should actually just get this thing going. Okay, can we do that? Can we just start? I mean, we've got 9 books to kind of talk about. So yeah, I think we can. Let's just go. A moment. Oh, Jackie's there. Yes, all right, so Jackie's done her moment. Let's start. Yeah, okay. Starting to get it up. Okay, right. DVC's here, good to see you. We are going to start our book celebration. So this is just really exciting. I mean, it's the part of research that, it's what we do research for. It's the output, it's the outcome, it's the kind of the thing that kind of culminates about like 10 years or sometimes more of thinking and so it's very exciting to have at least 8 books on show now, and our dean says, well, there are at least 16 books, recent books that the faculty has produced, so this is fabulous. So that's really what I want to do now, is just celebrate that. So without any further ado, I'm going to call up our first author to talk about talk about her book. I have given them strict instructions that it's 10 minutes max. So let's, Jenna.
Okay, not sure how I'm going to balance someone's glasses. Are they your glasses? Okay. Can we just get the slide up? I'm not sure why it's not. Perfect, thank you so much. Okay, hello everyone. So strange, I see a student that I used to lecture a very long time ago that I haven't seen for ages. You, with Sarah Wormsley. Yes, okay, very long time ago. Now I'm feeling very old, just a very long time ago. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm excited to introduce you to a book I recently published. It was co-authored with a retired biologist from Michigan, John Charles Simon, who I met last year via an online humor conference. So John was giving a presentation. There we are. John was giving a presentation on laughter and animal communication. Suffice it to say, I was intrigued and I made contact with him via email. What started as academic curiosity became a transformative collaboration spanning continents and disciplines, where John brought rigorous scientific methodology, insights from ethology, and a revolutionary theory about laughter. I brought years of research into humor's social, political, and cultural dimensions, providing the theoretical lens needed to validate and expand the theory's scope. Together, we wrote a book on understanding laughter and humor, why we laugh, why we don't, and why it matters. So the book proposes a novel theory for understanding laughter and humor, the mutual vulnerability theory. At its core, the theory posits that laughter is a vocal affirmation of mutual vulnerability. Basically, that all laughter involves communicating our vulnerabilities, be it physical, social, cognitive, or emotional, and the perceived shifts in status that follow, which elicit laughter. But would anyone be open to a new, very different theory of humor? Even more than that, would anyone really want to publish it? I mean, we were challenging centuries of established thinking. The answer wasn't just yes. It was yes, 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 and yes. We received offers from 5 notable international publishers, including prestigious names like de Gruyter and Wiley and Sons. We ultimately chose to go with Palgrave Macmillan for their commitment to interdisciplinary scholarship and global reach. And yes, to be completely frank, they also offered the most attractive royalty terms. I mean, even academics have to pay their bills. The main highlights during this journey has been receiving glowing endorsements from internationally recognized experts in the field of humour studies. Dr. Simon Weaver from Brunel University in the UK, Prof. Lydia Amir from Tufts University in the US, who is also the founding president of the International Association for the Philosophy of Humour, and Tobias Schiel from Europa Universitat Flensburg in Germany. I have also gained a friend for life, someone who shares my passion for understanding why we laugh, someone I can debate humour theory with at all hours of the day and night. This collaboration has also transformed how I approach my work. Coming from the humanities, I've learned to embrace the rigour of the scientific method, bringing empirical precision to a field that has traditionally relied more on interpretation than measurement. It's made me a better scholar and opened up an entirely new way of understanding and writing about humour. Of course, there have also been some challenges. The greatest challenge was bridging two very different academic worlds through digital collaboration. How do you merge decades of animal behaviour research with philosophy, cultural studies, and social critique across time zones and continents? We spent countless, and I mean countless hours on video calls, sharing not just research, but cultural context that shaped our understanding of laughter and humour. Sorry guys, it's really not, to have such a big mic in my hand is slightly impossible to turn my page. The complexities, comedy of errors, if you will. But perhaps most daunting was the scope of our ambition. We weren't just proposing another theory. We were challenging centuries of established thinking that had remained unchanged since ancient Greece. Every chapter needed to be bulletproof, every example carefully chosen to demonstrate our theory's explanatory power. The publishing process proved exhilarating and also frustrating. On one hand, acceptance came remarkably quickly, just 3 months from submission, which felt like validation that we'd really created something significant. On the other hand, and I'll be candid here, our publisher proved challenging to reach and communication wasn't always smooth. It's a reminder that even prestigious academic publishing involves very human complexities. What excites me most isn't just this book, it's what comes next. We are already releasing our companion ebook series across multiple platforms, providing direct links to online humour content with detailed analyses showing our theory in action. From simple puns to practical jokes, from physical comedy to emotional humour, we're demonstrating how the mutual vulnerability theory illuminates every form of laughter. This is going to be a problem. Okay. You can purchase our book on the Springer website, as well as Amazon, Walmart, VitalSource, and Indigo. Basically, it's available everywhere fine academic books are sold, and also Walmart. Thank you, and remember, the next time you laugh, you're not just reacting to something funny. You're actively participating in one of humanity's most sophisticated forms of social communication, affirming shared vulnerability and negotiating status relationships in real time. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thanks so much, Jenna. So that's an insight into this whole research process, which culminates in this little square thing. Next up is Marti Momberg. Sorry, the program isn't quite right, and her, at least the picture's right. Her book is 21 Voices, and she's going to join us online. So could the tech people help us get her up?
it's an online. There she is. No, there she is. Hi, Marty. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Hello, Andrea. It's lovely to see you too. And I wish I could have been there in person, but this will do. And hello to everyone else. I'm talking from Stellenbosch in my home, but I missed the 2 years that I was a postdoc at NMU, and it's a great privilege to join this meeting today. So the book that I'm going to talk about is called 21 Voices: Why the Palestinian Struggle is a Global Matter. So actually, the research for this book started in 2011, when I got the chance to monitor human rights violations on behalf of the World Council of Churches in Israel and Palestine. So I didn't know then that I started with the research of this book, but the 3 months that I spent there and what I witnessed and what I documented on behalf of the World Council of Churches and reported to the United Nations and Save the Children and so many human rights organizations compelled me to come back and change my PhD topic to investigate activism. So this book is about activism. It's about transnational activism. And the question that I asked the 21 people, they are the 21 voices that I referred to in the title, is why, if they are not Palestinian themselves, why do they take up the cause of the Palestinians? And because I'm a theologian, but my background, I'm actually in, my field is ethics. I didn't study Christianity. I am interested in the shared ethics between people and what drives it in practical contextual circumstances. Why do they stand up for the Palestinian struggle? So I did interviews with South Africans, Jews, Muslims, Christians, agnostic or atheist, or just call themselves humanitarians. And the other half were Jewish Israelis who stand up for Palestinian rights. And the first edition of this book was published in 2023. Yeah, 2023, 6 months later. The reason why I wanted to publish the interviews actually came, it was a request from the people whom I interviewed themselves. They said, once I read the transcripts of their interviews, they said, Marty, you've got to publish this. We want our voices to have a platform in the world. So at that time, the issue of Palestine was not on the table of the world. Everybody turned to other matters. It was not regarded as important or as relevant or as urgent. In fact, some people thought that there were peace between Palestinians and Israelis because violence was not reported. It doesn't mean that violence did not happen, because the military occupation through the decades of Israel was basically a slow war. And that is what I witnessed, the deep, deep discrimination and the breaches in international law. Yeah, so when I then decided to write the book, to listen to them and to publish their interviews, I thought I should tell my own story as well. So this is the first section of the book. I share why I used to be a closet Zionist, that means in lay terms, why I supported Israel without questioning Israel ever, and why I thought Israel was a benign entity and I believed the propaganda. And how I shifted from that position of basically being a passive oppressor to a scholar activist who did thorough research and based my findings on what I witnessed, what I read, and what other people are saying. So my research was obviously qualitative and it was also exploratory. And I explained then why I did the research in the first section of the book. But the main body of the book consists of these 21 interviews with Jewish Israelis, you hear me, Jews in Israel who support the Palestinian struggle, and South Africans who support the Palestinian struggle. And the last section of the book then consists of, there I draw the big patterns, I connect the dots. It's basically titled Connecting the Dots. I highlight the big patterns and the trends and the big reasons why all of them support the Palestinian struggle. So then 6 months after this book was published, 7 October 2023 happened. And we are now at a point where apartheid is no longer the issue that is debated, whether Israel practices apartheid or not, but genocide is the issue on the table, and the issue is very much on the table. So 6 months after I published this book, I realized that I had to update it because I could, from the debates on social media, see, and also amongst academics, I could hear that there's a lot of propaganda and that people really need thorough research. And that's why I updated the book. So here we are. I will show you, I will conclude just with a few slides. I just need to share. There we go. There we go, screen. Is it shared? I don't know if it is shared.
Yes, yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, so here we go. So that's the title of the book, Why the Palestinian Struggle is a Global Matter. It's not only a political issue. The book was shortlisted for the Andrew Murray Desmond Tutu Prize in 2023. That was the first edition. And in the second edition, how do I get to the next slide? Let me just go here. Sorry, I'm uncertain how to use this. Is it showing? It's not showing. Okay, I'll just say then that the book contains several maps and graphs. In the second edition, I also added photographs from my time when I worked in West Bank, and the book is available on Amazon, on Naledi Online, that was the publisher, and then also in South Africa. Thanks for this opportunity.
Marty, thank you so much. Again, ongoing research. It never stops with one book. We have another, can you believe it, another woman. I'm loving this. Up next, and that is Dr. Abigail Wieser, who was also a postdoctoral fellow with the chair at the same time as Marty, and she is fast asleep in Australia at the moment, but she did send us a little video clip, which I'll play for you.
And I really wish that I was with you today. Some of my fondest and warmest.
Oh dear, what now?
Hello everyone, I really wish that I was.
But it's not showing.
Hello everyone, I really wish that I was with you today. Some of
There we go. Awesome, thank you.
Hello everyone, I really wish that I was with you today. Some of my fondest and warmest memories of being a scholar whilst I was a postdoctoral fellow with ISKIA under Andrea and Harshila's very supportive and compassionate hand. Today I'm going to be talking to you about the book that I published whilst I was a PDRF. I have a PowerPoint that I would like to show and share with you. This is the cover page of my book. The title of my book was The Shame of Shame in Contemporary South African Performance, and it was published with under the African Humanities series. Here's a wonderful picture of me holding my book. The Shame of Shame is the culmination of my PhD thesis that was completed at the University of the Western Cape under the supervision of the late Prof. Jane Taylor and Professor Cobus Mulman. During my PDRF at Ischia, I was awarded the NIHSS African Humanities Association book publication in the cutting edge category. The award is an outlet for innovative humanities work which unsettles the boundaries of knowledge. And the grant holder was actually Fred Hendricks, who I was really fortunate to have some guidance from along the way. As a scholar, I'm interested in many things and definitely consider myself an interdisciplinary thinker. The book really came from an inquiry into thinking about shame's affect and how it traffics through embodied modes, how shame has its own agency. I started my academic and creative career as a theatre maker and an historian, so I've always been interested in what makes us human and what being human means. Ideas around shame started to grow whilst I was enrolled as a master's student at UCT during the Rhodes Must Fall movement. It was here where polarizing discourses really started to come to the foreground and began to make the crossover with how shame polarized and paralyzed individuals. In the book, I look at works by leading South African creators, Gabriel Goliath, Brett Bailey, Lara Foote, and Juliet Jenkins, as a way into thinking about shame and shame's affect on the body. The book is deeply personal. It's a deeply personal engagement with shame in the not yet or never to be post-apartheid South Africa. The book does not only identify shame's agentive quality as solely negative, but also highlights how shame is an indicator of a desire and interest in other humans. Here you'll briefly see the content page of the book, the introduction. I followed with 5 case study chapters, a conclusion, and a postscript. In the book, I question how the aesthetics of performance might evoke feelings in the audience in firstly embodied ways, and therefore how first feeling in the body leads to thinking in a different way. I started to see how performance was an aesthetic that made me engage with shame differently, that therefore made me consider it in new ways in old contexts. The study is interdisciplinary and intersects and pulls from performance studies, affect theory, shame theory, autoethnography, and practice-led, research-led methodology. Although situated in an academic practice, this book would be a helpful companion to anyone completing a PhD with a creative focus or that uses an art-based case study approach, who might also engage with an autoethnographic or self-reflective lens. I also feel it is a great creative example in how to hold conflicting and discordant ideas together. One of my highlights along my journey as a PhD doctoral student into being a PDRF was the fact that my book was a shortlisted finalist in the NIHSS Awards for 2025 in the category of non-fiction Best Emerging Author. It felt really like a climatic moment in a sometimes isolating and just a very quiet space where you don't get a lot of feedback on your book. And it was lovely to see the book there on the stage at the awards. Another highlight was actually seeing my book alongside a handful of other books that were being sold at the Literary and Cultural Studies Conference this year at the University of Dar es Salaam as a history undergrad, We read many of Sarah Nuttall and Isabel Hoffmeyer's articles and books. So it was wonderful seeing it just slightly below me, and of course the work of Can Temba. Whilst doing this presentation, I would also like to thank NIS and the African Humanities Association, alongside the series editors, and Mike Scrum, the coordinator of the scholarly book program at NIS, the publishers of the work. I'd also like to thank my production editor, Peter Laug, who was a pleasure to work with. And lastly, I'd like to thank my 2 reviewers for their kind feedback. The first reviewer was Ernest van Alphen from Leiden University in the Netherlands, and he said that this is the first time for him that this kind of affect studies is not self-indulgent, but truly self-reflective. The originality of this thesis lies especially in the way it demonstrates a self-reflective analysis of being touched, moved, affected by specific South African performances dealing with South African history and context. And the second comment was by David Atwell, a famous South African scholar who's based at the University of York and has an affiliation with UWC. The book certainly has merit as a strongly felt, thoughtful, and imaginative engagement in the theme of shame. It brings together a corpus of plays that have not been collected for comparative discussion before, nor have they been considered under the rubric of shame as a field of high-level research and reflection. The methodology is innovative and speaks to the current zeitgeist in 2 related ways, by invoking autoethnography and applying it to the experience afforded by the theatre, and by using a personal, even confessional style that uses self-observed affect as a legitimate basis for developing knowledge. Having those 2 feedback remarks from 2 really renowned scholars, but scholars that were also working with shame. David Atwell was an editor at the time of a book called The Poetics and Politics of Shame in Post-Colonial Literature, as well as Ernest van Alphen in 2020 edited a book called Shame and Masculinity and created an exhibition called Shame Exploring Masculinity, as well as being the co-editor on a book of how to do things with affects, affective triggers in aesthetics, forms, and culture practices. Again, really just stamped and imprinted the value of what I was trying to do in this book. The book is available at Clark Bookshop, or you can email NIS directly at sales@nis.co.za. The book retails for 375 Rand. Yeah, I hope that you enjoyed that very concise and condensed stance in my book, and I hope that you go and purchase a book and see what I was trying to say. And yeah, thank you for listening. And like I said, I would have loved to have been there with you all today.
So I'm very excited to have, and actually honored to have surrounded myself with such wonderful women. I'm going to now call on Jenna again. Jenna's an absolute star, a star academic, and she and I actually collaborated to produce very much a collected edition, and we're going to talk about that together. Do a duo with our paper, and I'll hold this thing. You turn the pages. Yeah. Okay, let's get that up. Right, go, Jenna.
Okay.
Should I hold it for you?
No, just now I moved. Now knocking the tooth out. Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. You know, they say timing is everything in comedy, and apparently in publishing too. We're thrilled to present our book, Humor as Social Critique, Widening the African Perspective, hot off the press from September 4th. Now, before you ask, yes, we wrote an entire academic book about humor. And yes, we're fully aware of the irony of giving a serious presentation about something fundamentally unserious. But that's exactly the point. This groundbreaking contribution to humour studies does something radical. It explores how humour functions not merely to entertain, but as a powerful tool for political critique, socio-cultural critique, and self-critique in distinctly African contexts.
Okay, so the story of this collection actually begins with Jenna's NIHSS postdoctoral project on humour and peace building. And that was hosted by the chair, me. And her project was actually launched in 2022 with the Power of Humour online seminar series, which we co-hosted together. The series was about 20 seminars over the year, and that laid the foundations for our international hybrid conference in Gqeberha in June 2023. And that event created something really special. It was a space where African thinkers could examine African humor, where global scholars could engage with African perspectives, and where humor revealed itself as this kind of sophisticated cultural currency. We thought, there's so much depth and richness in the seminar and in the conference presentations that we really must bring it together in a book. So we put out a call to our conference and seminar presenters, and what came in was this fantastic, diverse mix of local and international voices. And we were really honored to include contributions from South Africa, from Egypt, from Nigeria, from America, from Australia. And then we began the book proposal process to the publishers. As you can see, we took advantage of Jenna's good reputation with Lexington at the time, which had published a previous book of hers. And the publisher, again, accepted the proposal quite quickly. So it was 2024. After the conference and after the seminar series where the hard work really began for us as editors.
Okay, Andrea and I worked both independently and as a team throughout the entire process. Each of us took 6 chapters and worked closely with our contributors to transform their submissions into proper book chapters. What was wonderful was discovering how our different strengths, and let's face it, our tolerances, complemented each other perfectly. Andrea would take one look at a particularly challenging piece and declare, "Oh goodness, no, I absolutely cannot deal with that." And I would do the same with other sections and then send them her way. Somehow, through this very scientific process of academic hot potato, it worked. We worked together to organize everything into themes and wrote an introduction that somehow managed to tie it all together. Each of us took the lead on writing up the sections for the chapters we'd been shepherding with our authors. We'd write our parts independently, usually with varying degrees of confidence, and then send them around for what we diplomatically called comments and suggestions. It became this delightful back and forth process where we kept refining and building on each other's work. By the end, we weren't sure if we were collaborating or just enabling each other's perfectionism. But once again, somehow it worked.
So we followed a similar process in writing up our shared chapter for the book. I began the process of writing up a philosophical argument, and then Jenna, thank goodness, brought it to life by applying it to real-life examples of humor. And then this became the final shape of the book's contents. There were different authors, different places, different, well, those are not different genders, but we'll get there. All writing different chapters in tandem with either Jenna or I. And then came all the other editing processes, from working with the publishers to select and refine an accurate title. That isn't it there. There were very many other crossing outs. And copy editing, indexing, marketing. And these, Jenna took the lead in sorting out. I threw up my arms, but she has infinite patience and infinite experience with this. So that I was incredibly grateful for.
Thanks, Andrea. Challenges and highlights. Our challenges were securing permissions for memes, cartoons, and social media content, which turned out to be surprisingly complex. Apparently, you can't just email someone and say, hey, can we use your viral meme about politics in our academic book? Who knew that copyright law doesn't have a sense of humor? We also had to coordinate contributions from authors scattered across different institutions and time zones. But the highlights made every frantic email and copyright negotiation worthwhile. This book truly embodies interdisciplinarity, and what excites us most is that we've fostered a genuinely global conversation about humor and social critique within the African context. Bloomsbury, our publisher, exceeded our expectations with their communication throughout the entire process. Very different to the experience I had with my other book. They responded promptly to every question and concern we raised, no matter how big or small. They consistently made themselves available for regular check-ins and updates, creating a collaborative partnership that made the whole experience remarkably smooth. So why we feel this book matters and that we wanted to publish it. Before this book, only 5 full-length scholarly works existed on African humor, which, frankly, seemed like a tragic underestimation of an entire continent's comedic genius. Our book's significance lies in challenging the Western-dominated field of humor studies, which has historically marginalized African perspectives, despite humor being, well, universal. It's particularly ironic that humor studies would lack a sense of humor about its own blind spots, especially when humor plays such a vital role in African societies as a vehicle for resistance, identity formation, and social commentary. Through our tripart structure examining political, socio-cultural, and self-critique, this collection demonstrates how African humor transcends mere entertainment to become a powerful instrument for challenging oppressive systems and fostering dialogue. And our geographic and institutional diversity truly embodies our commitment to widening the African perspective on humor as social critique. So as mentioned, last week, Wednesday, was our book's official publication date, and if you're interested in buying it, this is where you can get a hold of it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Jenna. So I'm very excited to have surrounded myself with such wonderful women, and to carry on in the theme of wonderful women, I'm going to ask Prof. Nochowanga to come up and talk about her book.
Thank you. I'm Phagama Njongwana. This is my book, Who Cares? The Plight of Lone Mothers, Social Security Provision and Autonomy. So the book came about because of a policy lacuna in terms of social security provision in the country, where low-income lone mothers were receiving the child support grant on behalf of their children, but with no provision for themselves as caregivers. And looking at the structural constraints in the country, where most Black Africans are locked away from economic hubs, in townships, tens of kilometers, where they can actually find work in order to look after themselves and their children. This is obviously quite problematic because the structural constraints are an apartheid legacy. So the analysis is done through the structural underclass theoretical lens. And The reason I did that is because of the discourse, especially shortly after democracy and after the child support grant was introduced, but this kind of discourse still continues, that women who receive the grant, the child support grant on behalf of their children, are lazy, they don't want to work, they drink this child support grant away, and they fall pregnant because of they want to access the grant, which is just now over, I think it's about 570 rand currently. It's never been adjusted for inflation. And that kind of stigma is void of context, and also it's void of evidence. Because if you look at, especially for teenagers, because if you look at the age bands of the women who receive the grant, teenagers are the least recipients. From the ages of 24 to 36, that's the age band where the majority, I think that's about over 40% of women who receive the grant. So I found this quite dehumanizing and stigmatizing, and the methodology that I used is both quantitative and qualitative, with in-depth interviews and focus groups. And the quantitative, I used the South African Social Attitude Survey, which is nationally representative, and was able to tease out these issues with the information coming from the women in receipt of the grants themselves, and with the focus groups and the in-depth interviews being able to articulate their lived experiences. And I think what came out strongly, other than the abject poverty that people live in, was that with the stigma comes an othering. It's almost like these women are not expected to have dreams for themselves, have dreams for their children like any other person. And the risks they went into in order to provide for their children as well, because they are expected to provide homes, education, even with the non-school fee paying schools in quintiles 1 and 2, there's still expenses that the state doesn't take care of. So all of this is without consideration that, in fact, social grants are a constitutional right and have redistributive features that benefit not only the recipients, but the country in general, because of social cohesion components, when people are able to look after themselves wherever the income is coming from, as long as, of course, it's not criminal. And also, the findings were that both the quantitative and qualitative findings were that people use the social grants as part of their work-seeking strategies, right? As parsimonious and as small as they are, they still use them to find work. Imagine traveling from Khayelitsha. Khayelitsha is about 20-something kilometers from Cape Town, for example, to try to find work in order to provide for yourself. So autonomy was quite a strong theme. And of course, the issue of how being stigmatized and living in poverty erodes dignity. So that was also a strong theme that came up. And so with the theoretical structural underclass perspective, The opposite, of course, is the moral underclass, which classifies people, a certain type of people, mainly Black African in the country, as not wanting to work, drunkards, substance abuse dependent, and passing on these kinds of values or lack thereof to their children. So the study really was intended to inform policy, and the recommendations are mainly work activation programs that are linked to the social grant system. So now with digital technology, the linkages are much easier, and I'm taking the research forward because the IEC, of course, is the only organization that has access to people's ID numbers and addresses, and that would inform where the work activation programs and where the most need is, and then industry needing to come into play in order to empower people in a socio-economic sense. Of course, comprehensive social security is also a recommendation, and it didn't start now. It started in 1943 with the Africans' claims, where Africans only agreed to participate in the war, Black South Africans, to participate in the war, to fight for the country, if the needs of Black Africans were looked after in a comprehensive sense. And they list how Black Africans lived way back then in the 1940s. And you see that millions of Black South Africans today are still living like that. Of course, Black Africans fought in the war. After the war, the Africans' claim came up, and the Allied Nations, which is now the United Nations, rejected it. South Africa, the Union of South Africa rejected all of that, as we all know. But it's come back full circle because the Africans' claims then informs the Bill of Rights today. So the study is centered around Black African low-income mothers. All that it is saying is consideration for the low-income mother who is the caregiver, similar to the state maintenance grant that was given to white lone mothers during apartheid. It would have been about 10,000 a month right now, this year. But of course, it was racially stratified, with about 37% of all white children receiving the state maintenance grant, about 33% of all Indian, 0.5% Black Africans received the state maintenance grant. Okay, so basically, that is the book. The considerations are cross-political, economic, and sociological perspectives. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's important work, and I'm really sorry to stop you. But there's also important celebratory considerations waiting outside, I think. But Dr. Breakfast, can we?
Thank you very much. Let me show off as well. This is our book. So the book is published by Palgrave, which is an international publisher. And there is a particular a rationale behind that, simply because we wanted to pitch our argument to a wider audience. So the book is written by myself and other two scholars. So we've worked with different scholars, on a global scale. And the beauty of that is that we could engage in a nice, intellectual exchange. So the book is titled Silencing the Guns. which is one of the themes of the AU, which is in line with the agenda of 2063, which is about putting the continent on a global scale in terms of the contribution that the continent needs to make to the global village. So our central thesis is basically the symbiotic relationship between security and I'm laughing, you know, I thought I was going to take advantage of you, but now I see that Professor Cherry is the only one who has a background of development studies, so I need to behave myself. But anyway, so we're looking at a strong nexus between security and development, because I think there is a gap there that needs to be bridged. And basically, we're arguing that one cannot promote development for the majority if there is insecurity, which is posing a danger to the continent. But also, we are exploring different models of development. I'm sure Prof. Sherry will agree with me that in terms of the public discourse, even in the academic discourse, there are two models which are prominent, namely modernization, which is about, you know, catching up with the West. But the worst part of it is that it makes the continent to do away with its cultural practices. But also it embraces the notion of universalism, which is a smokescreen of the application of Western culture, in my view. The second one, in my view, is neoliberalism, you know, which has made the continent to be a center of accumulation to amass wealth. So we're arguing for a model of development which is manufactured locally, that appreciates, you know, the context. I think it was Prof. Maseko who said that knowledge is not neutral. Knowledge is driven by context. You know, it's the context that gives the meaning. So I think that's all.
Thank you. Dr. Breakfast is our, one of our honorary women. Thank you. High compliment. Yes, Chanel, can you... otherwise, we won't see you. We can move this thing. I'll hold it. There you go. Here you go. Notice how all the tech people are running with horror.
I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here, for this invitation. My name is Chanel van der Merwe, and I'm a lecturer in applied linguistics. And I co-wrote and edited the book, Decolonial Options in Higher Education, Cracks and Fissures, with Professor Sinfri Makoni. One of my favorite writers is Sarah Ahmed. And whenever she writes, she always starts with an arrival. How it is, in fact, that she arrived at a concept, an idea, a notion. But arrivals also make clear how we are never alone. Even in the labor of conceptualizing ideas, we are always inspired by one another and we build on each other's labor. And so in my case, it is important to talk about how Prof. Makoni and I arrived at the writing of this book. This book forms part of a larger book series called the Global Forum on Southern Epistemologies. And here's where the story starts. The writing of this book cannot be divorced from the institution building and collective labor of the Global Virtual Forum. This is a global community of people who meet every week for, I think, the last 5 years, and who have had over, I think, 200 presentations. And we share similar interest in decentering hegemonic epistemologies and decolonizing the Western canon to facilitate other waves of knowing. So the GVF is a space organized by majority Black scholars from across the world and is run intergenerationally. So as young academics, we take care of much of the administration, but we are also simultaneously mentored by world-class professors. So the book project is one of those mentorship projects. It is mentorship, but it's also embedded in the Global Forum's larger ethos of collaborative writing that is very atypical of the Western Academy. So in our introduction to this book, we spent a lot of time elaborating on this point, how we need to rethink our ways of writing from a Southern perspective. And this is especially important within a book that focuses on the university as a knowledge-producing space. So we think very deeply about writing in this space, writing in community, writing in collaboration. So we have what we call conversational chapters. So whenever someone presents at the forum and we are interested in transforming that into a chapter, we work very closely with that person to transform it into a readable chapter. But we do not exclude the engagement after. So you will see the chapter, but you will also see the engagement with the audience members as part of the chapter. So this is part of our ethos in the sense that we want what we call conversational chapters that are dialogic, not monologic, right? And so this wraps the idea of the one knower. And it also illustrates how arguments grow and shape in community. And so also everything happens within the community of the Global Forum. Like the cover page is also, we have our own person that does the cover page who is in every seminar. And her interpretation of this particular book was the idea of how primary colors turn into secondary colors, turn into tertiary colors. And this is the idea of the higher of the university, right? So as the person, myself, who was responsible for booking speakers, I had an opportunity for about three years to shape the calendar and invite speakers to speak to the larger objectives of the forum, of course, but also speakers who can share I'm interested in inviting, right, who also share my interests. So I took thorough advantage of this opportunity to invite people who I think I want to hear from. And so this edited book was then born out of an interest that I developed during my PhD, which was on the ontology of the university. And so there are a few themes under which the authors in this particular volume gather. One is the conditions under which knowledge is created in the university. Another is the geopolitics of knowledge production. And another is the idea of decolonization as praxis. So the authors in this book are Horace Campbell, Jonathan Jansen, Tsepo Madlingosi, Pedro Mzaleni, Shirley Ann Tate, Raywin Connell, Kenneth King, Diana Jeter, Adam Habib, traverse the macro politics of the university's implication in the slave trade, in the production of scientific knowledge, to micropolitics, such as considering the university as a workplace with a workforce. What are the implications of that? To affective politics, such as what does it mean to be a black woman in a university where white allyship is impossible, as Shirley Ann states very provocatively. So this book considers the flows of knowledge at a broad scale, but also within the classroom. So it discusses the political grammar we use to name our struggle. Is it decolonization? Is it decoloniality? Is it something else? It traverses decolonial options, and it illustrates that it is through the cracks and the fissures where the walls start to crumble. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Chanel. Maybe just wave your book, or shall I wave it? Yeah. There it is, the real thing. Dr. Luck. Oh, I see, yes.
I don't have my book here, but I promise it is real, so can't wave it. So this book has got a very long title, African Linguistics, and then today's discussion about indigenous knowledge made me think we've had this discussion about when we spoke about what this book is about, African linguistics as opposed to linguistics. So it's something that we grappled with a lot. So I'm Jackie Lick. My co-authors are Hannah Gibson from the University of Essex in the UK, Savitri Namburiripad from the University of Michigan, and then Christina Riedel, she's from WITS. And so the four of us, African languages, linguistics, decolonization, transformation was something that we'd been talking about with each other, with others, and working on for some time. And so we were interested in the link between a range of social justice movements that have been taking place globally, from Rhodes Must Fall, Fees Must Fall, and then we were also looking at thinking about the role and place of African languages in higher education globally. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, you know, his seminal Decolonizing the Mind, where he referenced the treasures of African language as being absent in a classroom and how then that classroom is marked by psychological violence. So we spoke a lot to each other about this, and we wondered how things had changed or shifted, you know, after all these social justice movements. Had things changed? Certainly changed for us in South Africa. In other countries, you know, on the continent, there have been also social justice movements. We wondered, you know, is African languages and our ways of knowledge and knowing in linguistics and our theories and our philosophies, is it finding its way into the classroom globally? Okay, so we were interested in this. And so in this book, we speak as individuals who've been involved in work on decolonization, and of course, in our various spaces, it brings us face to face with issues of inequality, racism, erasure, absence of African languages in education. In all the contexts where Savi works, where Hannah works and lives. And we also believe our positionalities as researchers are relevant, so we brought that into the book, you know, the questions we ask. And so what we did is we, like Prof, with the Lone Mothers, we did a survey, and it was a global survey, and our book is based on what we found. We were interested in whether our insights into the potential roles and place of African languages in linguistics in processes of broader social change, if these were shared by other educators and students in different contexts. I'll just go past that part. And so the goal of the survey was to explore the extent to which African languages, linguistics, theories, knowledges are present in institutions both inside and outside Africa. To what extent are they part of the curriculum? What exposure do students have? And we also wanted to look at the link between African languages, processes, and decolonization, decoloniality, Africanization. And so the book then talks to that, and I'm not gonna, we also did Palgrave Prof Breakfast, but ours is open access, I don't know. So we had an easy time. I see everybody spoke about the time they had with the publishers, so I didn't think about that. I think it was good. It was a good time. We had like quite a taskmaster person, Anna, who took charge of all of us. But in the book, we see decolonization or decoloniality as proceeding from a shared way of thinking about the world, which takes colonialism, empire, racism as its empirical and discursive objects of study. And we seek to, and seeks to resituate these phenomena as key shaping forces in the contemporary world, where their role has systematically and perpetually been hidden and erased from majority discourses. So we hope also to, you know, assist, or what is the word, add to alternative ways of thinking and, you know, alternative forms of praxis through what we are doing here. And we're cognizant in the book that we recognize how dominant and unmarked ways of understanding and interacting with the world has been shaped by these historical forces, and that we need to reimagine and reinvent these practices. So the book, it's got some sad parts for us, because we realize there's lots of work to be done. That yes, we remain silenced globally, erased, you know. So there's lots of works that needs to go there. So thank you everybody for listening to me.
Fabulous. Thank you, Jackie. I think, there is lots of work to be done. We have one more, and this is more of an image-rich text, as far as I understand, which is very exciting. I think we've got a whole lot of word books that we've, but Dr. Ngubane, can we hand over to you? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mngobi Ngubane. I'm a senior lecturer in sociology and anthropology. I'm the executive producer, narrator, and writer of a film, Matonga Elise, Spirits of the Land, and a forthcoming film, Sechaba Sabasuthu, The Land Question of Lesotho. Today, I'm here to launch an exhibition called Blacks Can Farm, a sister project of Matonga Elise, Spirits of the Land. The Blacks Can Farm exhibition was a finalist in the Digital Humanities Best Project for Community Engagement at the 2025 National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences Creative Works Festival. Blacks Can Farm. This is curated by myself, Mngobi Ngubane, and Nala Baba. The empty land, free of its people. The land has never been empty. It has been emptied of its people and replaced the plantation. The plantation has brought so much suffering and despair. The plantation has engulfed the indigenes and erased their histories from the face of the earth. We live, nonetheless, hidden amongst the plantation, and our farming activities reduced to subsistence farming. Our pride still exists deep in our souls. Blacks can farm. It is condemnable that we have to say this. We say it nonetheless for the need to bolster our pride as indigenes. Do we really have to prove this? We prove it nonetheless. Who said I cannot produce honey, the sweetest thing, the sweetest taste, thanks to the honeybee? The plantation will not stop me. One day, I'll raise it down and replace it with indigenous beans. You have taken our land, but we live. Nonetheless, we have charted a future for our children. We will never be forgotten. Our children will reap the fruits of our land struggle. It's still ongoing. Please, don't do to us what you have done in Gaza. You have done it before. The maize fields behind me is my staple. I would not even mention the racism in maize processing factories. Why discriminate against our farming? These goats are mine. They are our ancestors' goats. They've been here for thousands of years. They are indigenous. They are indigenous, just like me. And by the way, why don't we have goat meat in supermarkets? So Black Can Farm is an exposé of current oppressive social relations, livestock and cropping restrictions, and a sluggish land reform process which prevents the expansion of farming enterprises practiced by former labor tenants. The exhibition shows unequivocally that Black people can farm. The selection of contemporary photographs, some taken by the claimants themselves, alongside community maps, tracking the histories of labor tenant households, serve as an indisputable evidence of efficacy of Black farmers, in spite of neo-apartheid forms of livestock and cropping restrictions. Blacks Can Farm makes the historical claim that they have always been farmers and argues that the processing of their claims and the allocation of farmland through land reform must be fast-tracked. Our land, the Landless People's Movement. This is the land of our ancestors. The oppressed goat. Look at me. I have a rope around my neck. I am prevented from browsing the thickest and juicy leaves high up on umngamanzi tree. I know no private property. Where do I come from? I miss my ancestors. Those free goats that climbed the trees. Where is my freedom? And why is there a rope around my neck? Why are there restrictions on my family size? Why do we have to kill our kids when they exceed the number? Aren't we supposed to leave? It is time to wake up. Unlock the gates of imprisoned minds. Do we really have to prove this? It is ingrained in our blood, hearts, minds, and souls. Understanding patriarchal household dynamics and overall gender inequalities is crucial to understanding how the labor tenant system worked in South Africa. The relationship between patriarchal white farmers and African homesteads meant that women labor became central, albeit devalued, in the labor tenant system. The system depended on the homestead's head, a male, ability to secure labor from his homestead, which entailed committing the labor of wives, sons, and daughters to meet the demands of white male landowners. In return, they regained access to their land to grow crops for subsistence and engage in livestock grazing. These tasks were primarily performed by wives and children. Women of color, Black women living on farms, have maintained the process of land reform must address their marginalization and their lack of land ownership as a model of reparation, social and economic transformation, and land redistribution. They also emphasize the prioritization of labor tenants to land ownership to avoid land reform that solely enriches the Black elites. Blacks can farm. Blacks can farm. Blacks can farm. Beyond odds, former labor tenants continue to farm and continue to articulate themselves as peasants attached to the land. Blacks Can Farm bears witness to the spirit of their resilience in pursuit of their ancestral rights. Blacks Can Farm.
Wow. So that is our celebration, that we are surrounded by such amazing scholars. Dean, can you believe it? So thank you everybody for celebrating with us. No, we're not going to do a Q&A. We are going to chatter with a glass in hand and a nibble. So we are going to invite all of our panels and our guests here to join us for chatter and cocktail in the boardroom on my right, the little room, that side, this side. Okay. Oh, okay. We're splitting guests. Oh, we've been asked to kind of just separate us. So, oh, goodness me, sorry. Hopefully we will all celebrate together, but the presenters need to go off onto the boardroom to the right. Okay. For a debrief and a photo and all of that. And then we will join, but there is celebratory stuff on that side for everybody. Okay. I hope so.